feels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever, never out of style. Old school shine with a new blood smile. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines.
morning, Deep Dish. How we doing? It's acceptable energy for right now. I expect more energy after Mustafa. This should be a fun, energetic talk. Everybody's favorite topic, CloudKit. I should have some announcements this morning. I don't know if I actually do. But if I do, it'll be in between. One thing though is I usually have 3 speakers in the morning on this day. I had an off by 1 error, and there's 4. So there might be less questions or less time to walk around this morning, but you get more entertainment. So to free up some of that time, I'm just gonna go straight to Mustafa. Here he is.
Okay, can everyone hear me? Okay, awesome. Hi everyone, good morning. I'm Mustafa, and as Josh said, there were supposed to be 3, there were 4. I'm not the error, it's someone else. And also Josh told me that the tickets spiked as soon as my talk was announced, so I guess everyone's come here for CloudKit, thank you. All right, so today we're gonna be talking about CloudKit 0 to sync, and the first thing is why me? First, because Josh trusted me. This is a screenshot of our Twitter DM back from May 5, 2021. So he's like, one last question, what are zones? So it's a CloudKit thing, he asked me, and then that's fine, he asked me things. And then he's like, he sent me this message, you're my hero. I think he regrets that in hindsight. And then in the end, the last question is one more question, how difficult are managing relationships? I don't know when we got to personal talk, Josh, but I think it's core data relations. And then the second thing is Charlie. Charlie was over here, and he also had CloudKit questions during lockdown. And I think CloudKit is more of a framework of friendship for me. I made a lot of friends with this framework, so additionally what it does sync, right? And how did I land on this framework called CloudKit? Is during lockdown, I wanted to make an app, and I did not know backend. There were a lot of tools. Some of them were like Firebase, there was Superbase coming up that time. And I was like, I don't want to add another thing that will slow me down. So how about I use this first-party framework, CloudKit. You know, it's a great framework. I don't have to pay for the hosting fees. It comes free with my $99 membership, so I might make some use out of it. I get a lot of things out of the box. I don't have to worry. It works on Mac OS, Watch OS, TV OS, Vision OS, all of that. So it was a framework of, you know, making friends, and that's how I got Josh to come all the way to India and Charlie to come to all the way India, and the power of CloudKit. So about me, I'm Mustafa. I built 2 indie apps. One of them is Tasks. The other is Karo. Both are task managers. I'm waiting on my 3rd task manager sometime soon. Right? So today, I won't be doing this workshop alone. With me, I have this CloudKit assistant that I've made. It's an artificial/natural intelligence called Cloudy, and he'll help us walk through this entire thing of CloudKit. So the first thing is, like all AI agents, you first make a plan mode, right? So exploring CloudKit, so I'm just gonna ask Cloudy, hey Cloudy, can you go ahead and make a plan mode for this talk?
We're gonna do basics, followed by syncing, then fetching, then subscriptions, but not the revenue cat kind, sharing, and then finally fun facts.
Thank you, I didn't know my Cloudy has a weird accent. Okay. So this is the topic that we're going to go through today. We're going to follow through basics. Sounds like a sound plan. Then we see syncing in CloudKit. Then we see how we fetch data from CloudKit. Then we subscriptions. Again, not the revenue cat kind. So subscription in CloudKit is how you subscribe to changes. And then we see how CloudKit sharing works, and then a few fun facts about CloudKit. All right? So the first thing about basics. You all know how things sync in the real world, right? By the real world, I mean in the cloud. So you have rows which go into tables, which then go into databases. So in CloudKit, it's kind of similar. What we have is something called CK record, which goes into a CK record zone, which goes inside a CK database. Right? So what a CK record is, any type of row, and all those rows go into this thing called zone. So a zone, instead of being one table, can have multiple tables in it, so kind of multiple records. And now to just go a little bit into this, so a CK record contains 2 things that you really need to be concerned about. So it is, you have an ID, as all records do, and a type of record. So that's kind of like, is this record a user? Is this record a task? Is this record a project? And so on. And it's a dictionary. You can have key value pairs, and there are a few limitations on what can be key value pairs in that. Then you have the zone in which the record goes into. Now the zone has these 4 things that you really need to know. It's a zone name, so who owns the zone. Sorry, zone name is the ID of the zone. The owner name, who owns the zone. Why is this important in CloudKit? Because you could have shared and private zones. So when you have shared zones, the owner name is not you. When it's a private zone, the owner name is you. And then you have two things called default and custom zones. Default zones have some specific, have limitations. Custom zone unlock a lot more functionality. So with every CloudKit thing, you get a default zone with you in which you can just save stuff and fetch from it. You cannot do a lot more advanced things on it. So that's why we create custom zones almost always better. Then you have the CK database, very straightforward. You have a public database, private database, and a shared database. Public database, anyone can read or write. You can set these rules on a global level in the dashboard. And then private databases, again, what a user has. There's no way for you to access the private database unless it's through the app which they're logged into with their Apple ID and their iCloud account. And then the shared database, when someone shares something, that becomes the shared database for the other person, but it's still the private database for me. Because I own it, I've shared it with this person, so that resides in the shared database. All this comes inside something called a CK container. Now, how do I make a CK? CK container is basically, it's like app groups, right, to put it very simply. And you can have multiple apps can have multiple CK groups. So for example, I can have one app with multiple CK containers, right? So each container will contain all of this, and then I can switch between that. So if you have one app which has been syncing, like say if I have a task manager and then I want to migrate to tasks 2.0, right? I could just reuse that same container and fetch all the data in this new app. Right, that makes sense? Okay, now we've gone through the basics, right? The second thing is syncing. And now, syncing is, like, I don't want to get into theory. Theory is boring, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to try and see if we can, whip up an actual real-life scenario, a real example, right? So what I'm thinking is we do something pizza theme, okay? So let's go about it. So, hey, Cloudy, can you help me do this?
You're absolutely right. That is such a smart idea. Generating slides, generating slides, generating slides, generating slides.
There you go. Okay, Cloudy did a good job. So what I see is there's an app. It's made. It, they, him, I don't know. So the apps, what it does is it's like all the cities you go to. So for example, in New York, the places I've gone to, like Joe's Pizza, 7-Eleven. Some people from New Zealand call it 7-Eleven. Is that right, Devin? So yeah, you can track all the slices you had. So for example, I have a city. In each city, I have an array of pizzerias. And then with each pizzeria, I can track whether I've gone and had a slice there or when was the last time I went. So it's like a slice tracker, so like a slice logger, or like we'll call it slog, okay? So yeah, and now if you want to actually see this, how about we go into the actual app and we try to build the sync from scratch live on stage, right? Let's try that. Let me just see my next slide. Okay, yeah, live demo with Cloudy. Okay, make no mistakes. Let's do this in real app. Please generate the project, please, Cloudy.
You got it. I'm on it. Generating project and creating CloudKit skill file.
Awesome. I have to shift that one. Okay, perfect. Okay, so we're in this app called Cloudy. You saw the UI for it. What we're going to do is we're going to now sync stuff. So what I have is everything is almost set up. I'm kidding. UI stuff is done. The sync layer is absolutely not done. So we're going to do the sync layer live on stage, okay? So a few things, like now if I, for example, I have all my records or like all my core data objects conform to something called CK record convertible. So anything can be converted to a CK record and can be converted back into that object. It's just fancy codable. So what it does, each record should have an ID. It should have a zone name. In this case, since it's all my own stuff, I don't have to, it's just, I'm the owner of the zone, so it's, zone name is the ID of the zone. And then we have the encoded system fields, which I'll come back to. Zone ID, which I'll come back to. CK record, which I'll come back to. Everything else I'll come back to, okay? So now, for example, if I want to sync anything in CloudKit, all I have to do is convert my actual core data object, in this case, into a CK record. Okay, so now for example, if I were to sync and like a few more things if you want to really know, you have to just go in here, signing capabilities, add that thing, like the same way you select CloudKit, you select the container, and just like that you have your CloudKit set up. And I'll go back into sync engine. So the first thing is all my objects actually do convert to CK record. So I have this thing called as CK record. And what does as CK record actually do? Let's just see. So for example, in the case of a city, okay, a city has pizzerias, so I'm considering my city as a zone in which all the pizzerias go, all the slice days goes. So it's very simple. I build the CK record. It's nothing but a dictionary, as I told you. Title goes in, and you set the title. Now, build CK record, what does it do? Okay, let's just look at this. It takes the ID, finds the zone it belongs to, and it just builds that. So it's a simple init where I pass the record type. The record type in this case is actually city, because it's a city record, and the name of the record and the zone it belongs to. Okay? But when you've already synced a record, and when you're resyncing it or updating it, right, you have to pass the previous properties of that record to avoid a collision or a conflict. So for example, I have X already synced, and I'm syncing another version X dash. I built X dash from the properties of X, so it holds the previous things. So what CloudKit does, it gives you system encoded fields. So when you sync a record, you get back the CloudKit CK record, you save that version in your memory, and next time when you're building a CK record, don't do this initializer, because it loses properties, it loses where the last change record ID is, so you just build it from system encoded fields. So yeah, back to the sync. Now how tough is it to sync an actual record? Let's see. So I have object as CK record, okay? So whenever I see optionals, I do the natural thing. I just unwrap it, right? And I don't make errors, so I just write fatal errors, okay? And then I need to sync this object to CloudKit. So how tough can that be, okay? So first thing, I need the database that I'm syncing to. So in this case, let me find the database. So that database equal to my container, which is the CloudKit container, which is nothing, this one line of definition over here. So I have my container. I fetch the database with the scope. What is the scope? Every object kind of knows its scope based on the owner name of that object. So if the owner name is my own name, I'm the owner. If it's not me, then it's in the shared zone. So I have the database. Now I have to sync this record. So database.save record. There you go. It's that simple, right? Obviously, whenever I see error handling, I just don't do it. So try. Again, I have to wrap this up in task. I know it sucks. Okay, so ideally this should work, right? And it will work, because I wrote it. And the thing is, over here, now when I get this error, I'm syncing a record to a zone, correct? If the zone may not exist, so the first time in my life, I'll actually handle the try. What I'll do is, I'll catch the error, I guess. So catch. I try this, and now say, for example, let error as CK error. So switch error, oops, code, zone not found. Okay, if the zone is not found, can you please just create the zone? So container.save, or what is it? Database.save zone init. So each record kind of has its zone ID, which it belongs to. Record.recordid.zone ID. Try. What do we do? Force unwrap. Never forget. Default case, it should never end up here. Fatal error. Catch, it should never end up here. Fatal error. Okay? So I save the record. Now, when I've saved the record, I need to, again, like the zone was saved, but now the record was not saved. So what we do as all good programmers, we create recursion, right? Because that can never go wrong. So then I just tell it, try again. This time you won't get the error because the zone has been created. So that's it. That's how simple it is to create a record and handle the case where the zone doesn't exist. You save the zone. I hope my internet works, because all these fatal errors will start hitting. Okay? The next thing is deleting a zone. How hard can this be, right? So now again, which database am I deleting this zone in? So database equal to container.database with scope, object, database scope, right? And database.delete zone. Deletes record zone ID. Looks like it, yeah. So object.zone ID, force unwrap. Oh, I don't do this. Try, force unwrap, await, wrap it in task. Missing argument. Oh, this is the completion version word. Delete. Okay, there you go. Object.zone ID. Perfect. So that's how you try. What do we do? Try? Force unwrap. There you go. You've got the hang of it. Okay? And that's how you delete a zone. So in my case, a city is a zone. So when the user is actually deleting a city, he would call, hey, delete this zone with this particular record, and it'll just go ahead and delete it. Now the next thing is, I know you're getting bored by now, so I'm just going to quickly write this down. How do you delete a record? It's as simple, take the database, force unwrap, obviously, try, exclamation, await, database, delete record with ID. That's it. So we've done syncing a record, deleting a zone, deleting a record. So you're done with syncing. Okay, now comes the fun part, which is fetching. Okay, so fetching is a little bit maybe complicated, so we'll go about and see that. So the first thing is when I fetch stuff from CloudKit, I need everything in that database, all the zones. So I fetch all the zones, aka cities in my case. So what I'm going to do is I need to fetch all the cities. So I'm going to need the database, which is, again, container.database with scope. All right, I have the database. Now I need all the changes. So fetch, so container.fetch changes, database.changes. Yeah, database changes since last token. So CloudKit uses cursor-based pagination. I thankfully have a helper for that. So let the existing token, var token, equal to user defaults dot standard dot previous server change token. Okay, so I pass the previous token to it, and I get the changes. So let result of this equal to this, try force unwrap, await. Okay, I get the result. Now what does the result have? The result has if more changes are coming, so I've not paginated everything, so obviously you put it inside a while loop. So I need something called var more coming. I do that. So while more stuff is coming, I fetch that. Now more coming equal. Is more coming true? While true? Do this, perfect, okay. More coming is equal to result dot more coming. Now whenever I get anything from that, I just need it as simple as this, result dot modifications. So these are the new zones that have come in. So I take those zones and I will create a variable, say new zone IDs, which are nothing but CK record zone dot ID. Y'all are enjoying seeing this, right? Just waiting for me to mess up. So yeah, I get new zone IDs, append, and I add the zone ID to it. 0.zone ID. And if I get any deletions, very simple, I loop over them, and then I have a delete zone ID function already in place, so delete that zone ID. And what else do I need? I need to save back the token, which is, so I need to keep updating the token so that the next time when it comes in, it uses the new token. And then finally, user defaults dot standard dot previous server change token, save the new token. Okay? So we've understood, like, again, it's really simple. This was the one line of code that we really need to. All the other things are just basic decoration around it. The next thing is we need to fetch the existing zone. So I might already have cities in the app. So I'm fetching all the cities so I can get the zone IDs for that city. It's, so like very simply put, when you first open an app, think of it as like a REST API. You fetch all the projects first of the user, and then all the projects you already have with you, you use those projects and you send those cursors so that it can send the changes in that project since, right? So this is just like existing cities, core data request, get all the zone IDs, and it just takes those zone IDs and appends it to new zone ID. Now comes the fun part, is how do you fetch all the changes across all the zones? Right? This would be really complicated if you think about it, but it's not. It's CloudKit. At least, and it's less lines of code if you force unwrap everything. So over here, what I'm going to do is, with checked continuation, because CloudKit has a lot of APIs that are modern, async await, and there are a few things which are still the old school NS operations. Yeah, the old school NS operations. So we're going to see how NS operations work also with CloudKit, so you have an understanding of that. So continuation. I always write resume first because I know I'll forget it. Okay, so the next thing is I create the operation, which is a CK operation. Which operation? CK record change operation. Yeah, no. So there's just so many operations. I have to find which one I want. Yeah. So CK fetch record zone changes operation. So fetch the changes across all the zones. So I'll just have a look at the init, open that up nice. So what does it need? It needs all the record zone IDs that I want. So in this case, I'm going to put all the new zone IDs that I have. And then it needs the configuration, which is all the cursors, key value pair, basically all the zones and their respective cursors. So what I'm going to do is let config equal to, well, I'm lazy. Initialize it empty, and then I'm going to just use all the new zone IDs that I have for each, and then config.update value, init, previous server change token. You get that from user defaults, the standard dot get server change token for this zone ID, and then I pass the zone ID. Let's make that look prettier. Y, var. Okay, so I've taken all the existing zone IDs and just mapped their cursors. And now I come here, I can just pass in config. So that's with async, try, no, I don't do try. Okay, so I get all the things. Now each of these are CK operations, like NS operations, they have the completion block. So the first thing when everything is completed, before I forget, just continuation.resume. Now operation, then when I get the changes in each thing, so if I get whatever records were changed, so record was changed, so I get the record, and then I get the result. So if I want just switch, result, success, let record, and then case failure. What do we do in failure? Y'all are bad programmers. I'm just now gonna add this records to save. So I have an array that records to save dot append record, and then I'm gonna go into operation records. The records that were deleted, and I'm just going to add that records to delete, update, record type. So record type is the type of the record. So if it's a city, it would have city. If it would be a pizzeria, it would be pizzeria, and then the ID of it. So record ID. And then operation. So whenever it fetches all the changes, it gives me all the new tokens of that zone. So over here, zone ID and the result in. So I just have to go over the result, switch. Again, we only concern ourselves with success. Fetch record. Oh man, which block is it? Zone ID and the result. So I get the result, success, let zone result. So whenever I get the result, I just have to update the user defaults with the new zone. So standard dot set server token for zone result for that zone ID, and then case failure, fatal error, perfect. And the last thing is now we're done. So we basically wrote the request, we got all the records that has changed, we got all the zones, we got all the records that were deleted, and then we also have received all the changes, so we have all the cursors for the new zones. And then the final thing is I just have to add this operation to database. Okay? With that, I think we should have been done. So now, you can see on the left-hand side, I have the Mac app, which already had everything, all my changes synced over here. But on the right, I have my iPhone app, which has none of these changes. So if I were to run this for the first time, it's going to come in to fetch changes, fetch all the zones, fetch all the records, and then just save them. So I'm just going to put a breakpoint because no one believes live demos. And I'm just going to hit run. So as soon as I open this up, it will go in, call the fetch changes function, go through, fetch all the zones. Breakpoint should hit ideally. Okay, we hit the breakpoint. No fatal errors were hit. Wait, cloud Xcode stuff. LLDB. Okay, so we got 24 different values. So if I just hit play, it goes ahead, creates those records, and then you just see all the pizzerias. So we just saw how we can fetch all changes from CloudKit. Thank you. Now, the thing is, that's not the fun part. But if I were to sync stuff, right? So say if I were to choose a date so that you don't think it's like planned. When was anyone who had last Joey's Pizza in New York? Joe? Choose. Sorry? 10th March. Oh, it won't work for that. I need someone to just say 5th March. No, okay. So, so yeah, okay. 10th March. Let's do 10th March so you all don't think. So as soon as I click 10th March here, and if you see on the, oh shit, iPhone app. If I come over here, 10th March should get, right about now would be a great time. Now, how about now? Now.
Generating.
Do I have the internet with me? Let me just see. Oh, I messed up somewhere. Maybe the Mac app is not updated. Let me just run the Mac app once with the new code. All right. I'm going to select any other random date, 21. Someone said 21? Come on. Let's just hit the breakpoint and see. Hit the iPhone app, run. All right, so, oh, okay, save records. The breakpoint did hit, please not be 0. Yeah, 1 value, so it did sync. Yo, woo. So, okay, any random date? No random dates? Feb 14th? That's the day I was alone? Okay. Feb 14th, go into the app, scroll over to Feb. Yep, there you go, and sync works. But then that's not enough. Let's go ahead and add a new pizzeria. So I think we're now in, is it called Chicagoland, Josh? Chicagoland. So if I create this, I see Chicagoland created here. Should come over to the iPhone in a minute. And then I'm going to add, we went to Lou, what is it, Lou Malnati's? Stupid breakpoints. No. It's just the breakpoints, I think. How dare it? And run the iPhone app, Mac app. Lou Malnati's. Add that pizzeria. And as soon as you go, the pizzeria has been added. It's not come in here yet. Fetch. One second. Read the error. It's not me. Read the error. Stupid Wi-Fi. I know, I don't make mistakes. Oh man, come on, just internet. Okay, never mind, the internet's to blame. And anyway, it works. So just like that, we saw syncing, we saw fetching, we saw subscriptions, or we didn't see subscriptions. So subscriptions are a cool way where you can subscribe to changes. The way you subscribe to changes is you create a CK subscription. It's, you just create a subscription. You can subscribe to silent notifications, so when anything changes in the database, it automatically notifies you of those changes. And then we saw sharing. We've not seen sharing. So how does sharing work in CloudKit? You can either share a record or you can share a whole zone. Now, if you were to share a record, all the child records of that record would get shared. So a great use case is like, say, albums, and then you have pictures. Each picture is pointing to an album. You share the album, all the pictures get shared. And then you have the CK record zone subscription. So if you share a city or you share an entire project, all the tasks in that project get shared. So that's CK record. And the way you do it is very simple. You initialize it with a CK record or a zone, and then you present it with UI Cloud Sharing Controller, because Swift UI doesn't have that yet. So you still have to go back to good old UI kit. And then we've seen that. And then a few fun facts about CloudKit. So I'll go through this very quick. No auth. This is like one of the cool things about it. Users are almost always authenticated, and if you want to access the public database, users don't even have to be authenticated at all, right? So you can skip the login, skip the sign up, all of that. Second thing is CK assets. This is a very cool thing. You can automatically, like, you can save videos, images, everything, and it's just as simple as these few lines of code. You take a record, you create a key, and then you just assign the local URL of the CK asset, and you can just sync an asset to CloudKit. Public database, I use this for an app. I made a quiz learning app for kids, and then I would just host all the quizzes in the public database. And they'd all fetch it, and then they could just view all the quizzes and attempt them, and their history was saved to the private database. There's almost no limits people haven't hit in yet, and Apple is pretty generous about that. The next thing is, what is limits? Exactly. There are no limits to CloudKit. Everything. Like, and the best thing is, if like users cannot sync stuff, it's because their private storage has run out. So you don't even have to pay for that. You tell them to pay for your app and then pay for the iCloud subscription, and it works. No one complains. They almost feel bad. And then encryption for dummies. Encrypting is very simple. Again, you take a record and you do .encrypted fields, and then you save the key value pairs on that, and it gets encrypted. So you don't have to worry about key management. Next thing is REST API. Why is this important? Because a lot of people are like, what about it on Android, right? And it works for the most part of it. Like, you can still, there's a RESTful API called CloudKit.js or Cloud.js. Next thing is there's a very cool dashboard. It's gotten cooler over the years. It's kind of one of the things which is good about CloudKit. And then there are a few things that you need to know about this. Sortable, queryable. Whenever you're trying to sort and query things in the CloudKit, you kind of have to mark these fields to be sortable or queryable. So most people are like, why is this not working? And that's why. Next thing is, this is one of the toughest things every CloudKit developer has to do, is deploy changes to production. And it's just scary because you cannot roll it back. Once it's done, it's done. It's there forever. And the next thing is, private database is much more powerful than shared database than public database. So public database has the least amount of functionality. Private database has the most. Shared database sits in between. And like CloudKit Sync was my rock when I started out, right? Sync was working great. And then as soon as I hit collaboration, I rock bottom. Okay? And the reason why is how you initiate a share on CloudKit is very easy for us developers. But for a person initiating a share, like ask your parents to initiate a note sharing thing. You click on share, you add it, you have to send it on iMessage. And if they don't receive it, then they can't authenticate, they cannot join in. So that was one of the worst experiences of CloudKit. Hopefully they make it a nice API that you can share it to any email address and someone can join. And then degrees of freedom, right? How many of you all know about NS persistent CloudKit container? Right? It's this one expensive checkbox. It's a great checkbox. It works for basic stuff, but as soon as you hit some complications, you cannot tell your user that, hey, I don't know, it's a black box, you know? I don't know why it's not syncing. Next thing is Apple introduced CK Sync Engine, where you can not do so much of the custom code. You can use some standard library that they've provided with a nice set of APIs that you can access. And then the best is this custom sync engine which we built. And today's goal was just to show you how simple it is. It's a few lines of code, and most people are terrified by it. And fun fact 11, this was my email address back in high school, or like college or school, I don't know. And CloudKit has a funny thing, the CloudKit CK container identifier. Once you create it, you cannot undo that name, so it sticks with you. So choose your name wisely, because I have some weird names out there. And that's it. That's everything from me. Thank you so much. And I have a small little library on GitHub, which takes away the heavy load of CloudKit and makes it easy for you to interrupt. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mustafa. Since we're a little short on time today, Mustafa is here for 2 days, and he's willing to help. Right?
Sure.
Yep.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So we got a slight change in schedule. We have John Shier next. We're going to go from somebody who has networking issues, Mustafa, to somebody who is a networking expert with Alamofire. So I'm going to let John hook up computer here. We're going to have no technical issues. Oh, yeah, you need a, yeah, sorry, that was my bad. Yeah, can you get a microphone, and I'll just awkwardly, no, I won't awkwardly. You guys can walk around for 5 minutes. We'll be back.
Flip the switch. Hear it click. All these tiles. Feeling slick. decked out hut. Raise that phone, let the screen glow green. We're the throwback future of this whole scene. Deep dish forever. Stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever, never out of style. Old school shine with a new blood smile. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Flip the switch, hear it click. All these tiles, feeling slick. Brush metal on my screen, like in 2009. Leather seams on my home row, stitching up my time. Little gloss on every icon, every corner shines. I've been dragging these windows like it's my first WWEC line. Deep dish forever, stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever. We've been here before, version 4, but the heart wants more. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Little knob with a red line, turning up the game. Fake glass, fake wood, still it hits my brain. Leather bound on my dock bar like a notebook page. Every bevel, every border sings, we're back in that age. Deep dish forever, stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever. Yeah, we love that feel when the fake looks fake, but it still feels real. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. 4 years in and we still show up. Badges on lanyards like a decked out hut. Raise that phone, let the screen glow green. We're the throwback future of this whole scene. Deep dish forever. Stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever, never out of style. Old school shine with a new blood smile. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Flip the switch, hear it click. All these tiles.
Mistakes I made in Alamofire 5. Let's go.
Good morning. Like Josh said, I am John Shier. I work for a company in Detroit called Detroit Labs. And for the last 10 years, I've also been one of the maintainers, and for the last few years, the primary developer of the Alamofire networking library. This is the first talk I've given since COVID, so you may remember me from older like AltConf talks or other conferences, but it's been a little while. So let's jump in. So Alamofire itself. Alamofire is the Swift successor to the venerable AF networking Objective-C networking library that was written to originally wrap URL connection, replacing its delegate-based system with a Objective-C block-based system. So the history of Alamofire starts really at the history and the beginning of Swift itself. Swift was announced at DubDub 2014. We saw the world change from Objective-C and weakly typed things to a language that needed you to type everything, including optionals. And Matt, with 3 Ts, announces Alamofire at CocoaConf Columbus that fall in September, and I was there. And that was even before Swift 1.0 shipped, so he had to make some final changes to the library when 1.0 actually shipped at the end of that month. At that point, the library was less than 1,000 lines, and he was very proud of the fact that it could fit in a single file. Shortly after that, Matt is abducted by the mothership, goes to Apple to write documentation and do whatever else you do within Apple. Christian Noon takes over, and they continue building Alamofire up to replace the functionality of AF networking. My history with the library starts the year after that, in the summer of 2015. At Detroit Labs, we find ourselves starting a new project again. And for the first time, we choose to use Swift from the very beginning. No more Objective-C, it has to be all Swift all the time. And so we're learning a lot of Swift, and that means we also need to learn a lot of new libraries, and Alamofire is one of them. So it's a lot all to learn, and it's also something that a lot of other people are doing. So I find myself on GitHub researching, answering questions, and trying to figure out how to use this library to do networking as we build out this project. I'm there as version 2 of the library is released, but that version of the library lives for only 11 days because the serialization APIs were just too limited. And this is a common issue that started up and became visible right away. So version 3 is released because of part of the feedback that I and other people were able to give, and I'm invited to join the organization. At this point, I'm the #1 committer in the history of the library, although not by commit number, because I squash all my commits, but instead just by changes. So version 5 of the library, because rewrites are easy. So with version 4, I was asking myself quite a bit, how does this thing work? Why does it do this? Why does it implement this delegate method instead of this one? And at the same time, asking similar questions to, why does URL session do this? It has all of these delegate methods. When does it fire them? When is it best to use one versus another? And so I started this in 2017, once we've sort of run into the limitations of version 4. Bugs were being reported, threading issues, some API limitations, things like that. And so when I was investigating the core of the library and how URL session interacted with it, there were several goals that I had in committing to a rewrite of the internal of the library. First one, of course, is to move away from any remaining Objective-C-isms that we had in the library. There weren't that many, but there were a few, one of which was dynamic selector conformance for the URL session delegates protocols. This was sort of an optimization that you could have where it meant that URL session wouldn't do certain things if you didn't implement a certain delegate method, but it also meant that you had to use Objective-C runtime checking. So by getting rid of that, that allowed us to move away from Objective-C completely. One of the other goals, of course, was to refactor our dispatch queue handling in accordance with the very good DubDub 2017 talk about optimizing your dispatch queue usage. Because at the time, version 4 of the library created a new dispatch queue for every single request that you perform. So in normal usage, that's probably fine, but we found that users would say in queue 1,000 requests, and that meant you tried to create 1,000 dispatch queues. And then we would get bug reports saying that I tried to create 1,000 requests and my app froze. Well, yes, I'm sorry. The 2-core device that you're trying to run 1,000 queues on is not equipped to be able to do that very well. But unfortunately, that was a fundamental design component of the library that we couldn't get rid of without a major rework. Part of this also, of course, was learning exactly when different delegate methods were called. So, we can figure out that the delegate method on the task is more specific than the delegate method on the session and do some different things. And of course, fixing all of these underlying architectural issues, such as the threading, required major work to change how the library functioned internally. I presented all of this at DevWorld 2018, and if that sounds like a long time ago, it's because, at least relative to a Swift library, it is. So, we can get into the mistakes here. These mistakes, some of them are real functional mistakes, some of them are just project layer mistakes. Really, this is a retrospective of some of the design choices that I made along the way with the library. So, the first one that you probably saw from the previous one is that the library version 5 really just took too long to release. The first beta was December of 2018, and the first actual release was February of 2020, just a month before COVID hit. So we went through 7 betas and 3 release candidates in that time, and there were major changes to how the library worked even within that beta process. Version 4 continued to get small releases during that time, but there were no major new features, despite the fact that Swift as a language had continued to evolve. And so taking this long to do a release of a major library like this had a few downsides, including the fact that since I was the one doing most of the work on both versions of the library, I had to choose one or the other. So version 4 sort of withered as I tried to complete version 5. One of the other mistakes that came along with this is that I saved the documentation to the end. Matt went to Apple to write documentation. He was a prolific open source contributor even before then. He's been prolific since then. It's a very hard act to follow when you need to then rewrite the documentation that he originally started. Alamofire's documentation itself is fairly extensive, both in comment API as well as usage documentation. And I tried to simplify that for my own purposes by removing many of the inline code examples and things like that, because that was many of the issues that we would get is that copy pasting code examples didn't necessarily work, which it's hard to guarantee that every code example randomly pasted into a new project will actually compile, but I removed that to try and make that simpler, but that might have been a mistake as well because it made it harder for people to use the new version of the language. But even at this point, it took several months for me, even after we completed the API for the library, to finish the actual documentation enough to feel comfortable releasing it. And so this mistake can be sort of rectified by building documentation as you go. We had those 7 betas and 3 release candidates, all of which were opportunities we could have used to update documentation for the sets of changes in each one of those releases. This would have allowed us to more precisely control how we changed things and better prepare users for the final release. In a similar note, I also didn't write a real migration guide. Because it should be obvious how this works. This thing was called this, it's now called this. Surely you can figure that out on your own. But it turns out people really like guidance in their migration documentation. Unfortunately, I saved this for the end, so amidst all of the other documentation that I write, this sort of slips through the cracks. And in the same way, you can write migration guides not just for major releases of a framework, but for every beta and every patch release if there are changes that users need to do. So if I'd written migration guides from beta 1 to beta 2 to beta 3, then the final migration guide almost writes itself because you can follow those guides throughout the entire process and get to the same endpoint. And you can see this today if you've used any of the point-free libraries. They do a very good job of creating migration guides even between all of their minor releases. But ultimately, version 5 has lived too long. And this might seem a little bit surprising because how can a library just be too stable? And well, if it's a Swift library, it means that you lose the opportunity to adopt new features. It's been 6 years since that initial release, almost 8 since the beta, and Swift has changed a lot in that time. And similar to documentation, More frequent, smaller changes are easier to migrate. So if I had done more releases in that time, it would have been easier. For example, the Alamofire parameter encoding protocol has been around since the very beginning. It's how you encode parameters using a dictionary into whatever request you're making. But that is an untyped dictionary, which makes it difficult for us to use, and it makes it more difficult for users to ensure that they're putting the right things into it. We've replaced it with parameter encoder, which uses codable models to be able to encode parameters. And that gives the user compiler type checking of all of their parameters to encode. But I also can't remove the old version of this, so it becomes sort of an attractive nuisance as people move through trying to use the library. Now, similarly, response.json. For whatever reason, this was a very confusing name to many people. They thought you needed to call this in order to just get JSON in the first place, but then had to do your own decoding. So that one's actually been deprecated for a while because you can use decodable models. But both are still in the library because I haven't done a major release in which I could remove them. And so it's very similar over time that it's been a mistake to not get users used to these major upgrades because the major version change is a very disruptive change to users as they adopt libraries, or at least it seems like it will be because Swift Package Manager doesn't let you just automatically adopt new major versions. You have to manually go in and do it. But if you get the users used to the fact that 5 to 6 and 6 to 7 and 7 to 8 are actually smaller changes that they can fix in a day, then they're more willing to do those changes and you don't have to end up maintaining major versions of your library for too long. And so this meant that the library just didn't have enough breaking changes over the last 5 years, because breaking changes provides a way for you to fix mistakes. If you can standardize your major version process with the migration guides, the documentation, and the user adoption, then it becomes much easier for you to fix the mistakes that you've made over time. So we can take a look at some of those technical mistakes now. These technical mistakes sometimes are very internal to the library or also very obvious external mistakes. So one of the technical mistakes I may have really made is that I adopted Swift concurrency too early. And what does that really mean? Like, how can you adopt a new language feature too early? Well, when concurrency shipped in Swift 5.5, it was actually rather buggy. And in fact, in 5.5, cancellation checking just didn't work. Task.checkCancellation would always return false. So you would never be able to tell when your task was actually canceled. Of course, they fixed this in Swift 5.6, but that was 6 months later. I'd already shipped code. Other people had already shipped code, and we needed cancellation to work. And at the same time, it meant that implementing this cancellation behavior was that much harder because I couldn't rectify what was documented in the Swift proposals around cancellation and the actual behavior that I was seeing at runtime. I would ask, how is this supposed to work? And they would say, well, it's supposed to work like this as it's documented in the proposal. And then I would run code and it didn't work like that. So that forced me into some design decisions that I just wouldn't have needed to make if I'd only waited 6 months or a year. And of course, at the same time, some Apple APIs took years to become sendable or otherwise interact well with other Swift concurrency APIs. JSON decoder today is only sendable on iOS 16 and later. And so that's a very core type to Alamofire, which means that there's really no way for us to build in Swift 6 mode because we will always have non-sendable uses of JSON decoder because we support OS versions before 16. Again, something that could have been fixed if we'd been doing breaking changes more frequently, been able to bump that minimum OS version, but also just an annoyance that comes up in using these APIs. Some types have become sendable without any availability changes at all. The various input and output stream for years wasn't sendable, but recently have become so, which fixed some nice warnings for us, but also meant that if you're building with older versions of Xcode, you're going to get those warnings. Now, the pre-concurrency attribute is useful here because it allows you to essentially mark all of your API in a way that the compiler says, okay, I won't check this. But when the user switches to Swift 6 mode, it interprets it as, well, they want all of this checking, so I'm going to do it anyway. And so adopting concurrency becomes a breaking change in many ways because there's no way for you to turn off checking for just your code when they move into Swift 6 mode. And of course, in the initial versions of the language, the compiler checking itself was buggy. It was buggy for our usage, it was buggy for your usage, and it introduced several concurrency bugs that people probably had to fix over time. So if I'd waited maybe a year to adopt it, I probably could have avoided a lot of those issues, but I probably would have generated a lot of user complaints. So there's probably not a good way to rectify this kind of issue. One of the other things that I also wanted to call out too is the early concurrency also had various performance bottlenecks. And this one I found pretty funny because there was a comment in line at the source of one of these main bottlenecks. You know, when you tried to add a task to a task group, it had ON squared performance. But it was because they didn't complete their implementation of the linked list to track the trailing element. And there was a fix me right there in the code that they replaced and fixed when they fixed this bug. But of course, that one took time, and the fix didn't deploy until Swift 5.6. So, it took a little while to get rid of that bottleneck for us. And this one isn't really a technical issue. It's mostly around timing and the ability to do testing. Now, I chose exactly the wrong moment to try and wrap URL session WebSocket task. URL session WebSocket task is a late addition to URL session. It handles WebSockets for you. It's not a great API, but it was something I felt needed to be in Alamofire just for completion's sake and because WebSockets can be pretty useful. But I found, as I was implementing this, that I updated our test server, Firewalk, to support WebSockets and wrote some tests that, I'll open the connection to the server, tell it to reply with a particular type, and then close the connection. And that would work fine usually, but sometimes when the server would send the response and then close the connection, I wouldn't see the responding or corresponding data on the URL session side. And I thought, this can't be right, but I really don't know enough about how this works to tell where the bug might be. So I experimented with other WebSocket clients connecting to the test server. That all looked fine. I looked at Wireshark analyses of the transfer between Alamofire and the local server. That looked fine. I could see the data coming back before the close command came back. All of that looked correct. In the end, I ended up implementing a dynamic delay that I could pass as a parameter to the server. I would say, send me a response, but wait 60 milliseconds before you close the connection. And that could get the test to be reliable. It wasn't until dub that year, I believe it was it was whatever year iOS 15 was coming out, that I talked to some of the URL session engineers in the lab, and they suggested, well, why have you tried this on the iOS 15 beta? And I said, no, but I don't know why that would be any different. And I tried it, and it actually worked. And I thought, at that point, I had this sinking feeling. I was like, I didn't try this on any other OS versions, did I? And so I switched the simulator back to iOS 14.4, and it worked fine there as well. So there is a bug on iOS 14.5 to 14.7, and only those versions, where if you close a WebSocket connection soon after the server sends its final response, you will miss that data. And it was only in that version, and has been fixed since then, and it didn't exist before then. So all of that extra time that I spent trying to diagnose the issue, trying to work around it, was all wasted. And because of that, I still haven't completed Alamofire's WebSocket request because I just can't go back into that API. So trying other versions of the OS to try and figure out where bugs might be is a key part of this. One of the other goals that I had in refactoring for Alamofire 5 is to improve the quality of the errors that you could get out of it at the end of a request. And by doing so, I switched over to this AF error type. And it was supposed to be exhaustive, capture every possible failure point within the request lifecycle. Now, some of those could just come from URL session, and URL session just returns an erased error that is usually a URL error, but randomly at different OS releases, they'll also throw a POSIX error in there for you. So, just try and check both of those types. But this exhaustiveness, lent itself, of course, to being an enum. You switch over the major cases. Within each case, there's a reason. You switch over those reasons, and you can capture all of the related data that I can give you. But unfortunately, because of the nature of the enum, you can't break it. You can't add a case. You can't remove a case because that exhaustive switching might break. Now, Swift now has the ability to mark enums as @frozen for non-ABI stable libraries, but that requires you to put an unknown case in your switch, which isn't really very good for an error if you're trying to actually be exhaustive when you are managing your runtime behavior or something like that. So we could freeze it, we could make it unstable, we could make it non-exhaustive. So I think the real solution here is probably to just prepare users for the fact that it can change. Mark it as something that is necessarily temporarily unstable, could have cases added or removed, so they need to be careful when switching over it. And so documentation might be the way to do that, even if it is technically semantic versioning break. Now, I talked a little bit about bumping minimum OS versions, and I did try that once in the past. A simple bump from iOS 10 to iOS 11. Can't possibly be that big of a break. Even at that point, we were probably at iOS 16 or something. Who could be using something so old? But unfortunately, it turns out that CocoaPods enforces matching deployment targets. So all of those libraries that had been written on top of Alamofire would immediately break because they were matching our previous deployment target, and the new deployment target, of course, caused a mismatch. I was misled by the fact that Swift Package Manager will dynamically bump your minimum targets if it doesn't actually support as far back as you mark. And it'll do that silently as well. So it'll work in Swift Package Manager, but it didn't work for CocoaPods. And the build will fail because of that availability mismatch. Unfortunately, that's just something that you have to fix, perhaps at a CI layer or something like that. With the retiring of CocoaPods this summer, moving to Swift Package Manager should allow me to just simplify everything down to one set of behavior. So some mistakes are also just, lost track of what needed to happen for something. One of the features that Alamofire version 4 had was the ability to stream data into memory and not immediately decode it. It would just stream through and you could do whatever you want and it would go away. Unfortunately for version 4, it did this using the same type of request as the one that actually stored it in memory. So it would try to dynamically switch between streaming and storing, which made it more complex. So I got rid of that part of the complexity, but I knew when I shipped version 5, I needed to bring this functionality back. So I did so with the data stream request, and the data stream request returned a stream of events, and each stream event could either be part of the stream of data, which is a result that gives you success or failure, or a completion event. And you can probably see what's missing here is that the initial response is not part of this event stream. And so because I shipped it as an enum, because I had waited so long to see that the problem had that the problem existed, I couldn't ship a fix immediately. And so I had to add this other handler for on response. And unfortunately, it meant that now to handle the full lifecycle of a streaming request, you have to handle 2 different closure APIs. So that's just an unfortunate oversight that I made because I don't really have a beta process for this. I release updates to the library. Semver sort of allows you like, oh, it's okay to make a breaking change to fix a bug as long as you're within a certain amount of time, which is really up to you, but this had been so long that I couldn't fix it like that. So again, one of the things where if you'd been doing more major releases of the library, I could have just shipped a fix, a minor update, no other changes, just do a major release to add this to the event enum. One of the other technical mistakes, and this is sort of, again, not really a mistake on my part, but just not being able to see the impact of a design decision up front. NS progress, or in Swift progress, is the reference-based progress type that was added to Objective-C a long time ago. And it's the primary way in which Apple APIs deal with these sorts of progress values. URL session gives you the raw progress of just expected bytes and received bytes and things like that. Unfortunately, trying to create your own progress values is rather slow. So, I have an API on here. Each request stores a progress value. You can do a closure callback to get updated progress values as they change. However, that's not really how it works. Progress is a reference type. So every time that it's updated, that reference type always just updates in place. And this closure API has a race condition, because if you don't get the closure callback before progress is updated again, say if you're on a fast connection, then the progress update you get will be further in the future than you might expect. So really, you can only observe this through the Objective-C key value observation. It's a very awkward API to use like that. And I also found through some general performance testing that it costs about 5% of my request throughput as well, because progress is designed to be used in parent-child relationships, and so there's a lot of internal locking and synchronization that it has to do that costs performance. And so just if I had only had closure API that returned the raw byte values, people could use their own progress implementations themselves. And once I hit this sort of performance issue, I realized that we had no benchmarking. We can manually create performance tests when we need. I was able to what is my request throughput against the local server making 5,000 requests? How fast can I do that? And when I make changes, can I make those 5,000 requests go faster? And what's the difference between my 5,000 requests and URL session's 5,000 requests? But it's not part of the project on a regular basis. And so that means that every time that we make changes, we don't know how it impacts the overall performance of the system. And since Alamofire is such a core part of application performance in many ways, we lose visibility into how our changes impact users. And so while we can regularly check performance if we see a particular issue, it means it's not something that we can do on a regular basis. Part of the reason that I'd avoided adding benchmarks is that they're very difficult to maintain, especially for a system like Alamofire, where we're trying to test the overall performance of networking, which is notoriously difficult or even impossible to benchmark reliably. Our local test server makes that more acceptable now. And the existence of the Swift benchmark package, which captures other metrics rather than just raw time. It captures things like memory allocations and other things which can be used as sort of a static stand-in for performance. And so adopting that sort of library and having benchmarks come out of there could be a good improvement in tracking performance over time. But even then, doing it in CI makes it difficult as well, because virtualized machines do not benchmark reliably. One of the big changes I made for version 5, of course, was to standardize how we use dispatch queues. And this was a big simplification. We went from every request having its own dispatch queue to, by default, having only one. One dispatch queue that the request serialization happened on, that the URL session delegate methods called back to, and that the response serialization happened on. They were all one root queue with targeted queues on top that you could then replace with your own queues if you needed more performance. That greatly simplified things, but it was still difficult to reason about because of the other complexity in the library. We can go from one queue to another asynchronously that would then go to another asynchronously that would then go to another asynchronously. The fact that it was actually the same queue underneath didn't fix the complexity of having to hop between queues. Because that meant then that different parts of the code that hopped between what was really the same queue in different ways, in different orders, made it difficult to predict when things would actually happen. So even when you're operating within a single queue that you control, it becomes hard to predict when things will complete. And at the same time, you might think that you have reliable hopping and have your tests passing 100% locally, thousands of times. At no point did you ever see it ever execute in any other order. But you put it on a slow CI virtualized machine, and it will do something different. And so test failures would only show up in CI and things like that. So unfortunately, this is sort of fundamental to how dispatch queue works. So Solution here really is just to try and document where things are hopping differently, and eventually moving more towards swift concurrency, where you can get better predictability based of where things are going to execute. In a similar case where complexity may have overwhelmed the utility of a certain API, Alamofire has the ability to have multiple response handlers on a request. So you can make a request, and then you can do response data, response string, response decodable, response string, response data, response decodable, all at the same time, all in the same request. This can be very useful because maybe you want to log the string of the request or something like that. But for the most part, I don't think it's a feature of the library that is used that often. And it means that request has to track individually the lifetime and execution of every one of those closure APIs. So when we get a response that has finished from URL session, we then need to pass that data through all of these response handlers. So we have to queue them up in a particular order, execute them in the order that they were added to the request. If one of them fails, we have to be able to stop that process in the middle, reset back to the beginning, allow the system to retry the request, and then re-execute the serialization of all of those again. And then only execute the completion handlers of those if all of the serializers have properly and successfully completed. They may have returned an error in there, but be able to get at the end of that a proper set of calls that only happen once when the request is actually ready to do that. And so even if that wasn't enough complexity, we also had to solve the edge case of what do you do when a handler is added after the request finishes? It doesn't really make sense, but it's something that we had to support because you could add it at any point in the lifetime of the request. And it might be useful, so we went with that. So that was just another bit of complexity that we had to add. We'll restart part of the response process, but you can't trigger a retry because the request has already finished. And so handlers added after the request has actually finished operate differently than those before, which is another bit of documentation and user expectation that you have to set. And this one is tricky too. I wanted to add a way that you could plug into all of the different events that happen within Alamofire and not have to, say, have a serialization point that all you're doing is logging. And so I created the event monitor protocol. And the protocol defines all of the major events within Alamofire that you can hook into. By default, it's just an empty protocol implementation, and then you can hook yours into them directly. And as part of that, I thought, this is a core part of the process within the library. We don't want to slow anything down. So what if I just put a dispatch queue here that all of your event monitors will get dispatched onto automatically? That should be fine, right? It gets everything out of the way. Maybe by default we can just say that this is the main queue and you can do what you need there. Unfortunately, this also costs about 5% of my overall request throughput because even when the protocol is empty, the dispatch queue is not. So every time that one of these events fired, it has to enqueue onto the dispatch queue, which may be no work at all. It still has to do that check and fire off that work into the queue. So this is a classic premature optimization issue where I thought something would be needed, I thought it would improve performance, but I didn't have the tests to really back that up. And it turned out that if you're just doing logging, having synchronous calls in the middle of your request stack is fine. And I think one last issue here is that Alamofire 4 supported background URL sessions. And I say supported, although not really. You could create a background URL session within it, and it had a method to help you hook them back up at the end. But there was no behavioral changes to make sure things worked correctly. And around iOS 12, we also lost the ability to run background sessions and tests in the first place. And so at that point, I thought, we can't test it. We're not actually exercising any of the different behavior. I don't know if this really works. And so for version 5, I removed the ability to create this for the URL sessions that Alamofire uses. And this, I think, has turned into a bit of a mistake as well because background sessions are still around. They're still weird, but they still need to be used because there are several ways in which Apple's various SDKs expect them to exist and that you can use them. So even if no one seems to be using an API, it's probably still important if it already exists to keep it functional and maybe try and add testing. Unfortunately for background configurations, really the only way to test it reliably is to do it on device outside of a debug session as well. So that will be a whole process itself to try and get implemented correctly. So I think that is all of the issues and mistakes that I have for right now. I will make more in the future, and really this as a retrospective will hopefully help people see the different ways in which mistakes can be made even for a project as large and popular as Alamofire. And in tracking these mistakes, we can improve in the future and release better and better versions of our libraries. Thanks.
Flip the switch. Hear it click. All these tiles. Feeling slick. Hey. Brush metal on my screen. feels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever, never out of style. Old school shine with a new blood smile. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Flip the switch, hear it click. All these tiles, feeling slick. Brush metal on my screen, like in 2009. Leather seams on my home row, stitching up my time. Little gloss on every icon, every corner shines. I've been dragging these windows like it's my first WWEC line. Deep dish forever, stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever, we've been here before, version 4, but the heart wants more. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Little knob with a red line, turning up the game. Fake glass, fake wood, still it hits my brain. Leather bound on my dock bar like a notebook page. Every bevel, every border sings, we're back in that age. Deep dish forever, stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever. Yeah, we love that feel when the fake looks fake, but it still feels real. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. 4 years in and we still show up. Badges on lanyards like a decked out hut. Raise that phone, let the screen glow green. We're the throwback future of this whole scene. Deep dish forever. Stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever, never out of style. Old school shine with a new blood smile. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Flip the switch, hear it click. All these tiles, feeling slick. Brush metal on my screen, like in 2009. Leather seams on my home row, stitching up my time. Little gloss on every icon.
Hello, everybody. So, thank you. So the talk of the title is Don't Call Us, We'll Call You. And many of you might have wondered, what's it about? It is about modern Swift UI callbacks using async stream. And I thought, before we go and learn about Async Stream and how it works, why don't we take a walk down history lane to learn about all the ways how we used to handle callbacks in Swift and Objective-C. So, my name is Peter. I traveled here from Hamburg. This is not my house, but it's the Elbphilharmonie, and it's a really nice concert hall. If you ever come to Hamburg, drop me a line, and we can go visit this thing. It's got a really nice visitor terrace. I work at Google. This is the Amsterdam office. I'm a developer advocate on the Firebase team. Thanks, Zach. And I am crazy enough to build interactive Doc-C tutorials like this one here for Firebase and SwiftUI. I also built another one for building reusable SwiftUI components. I get to record videos for the Firebase channel. This is our recording studio in London. I also run a live stream on my personal YouTube channel, and I run a newsletter. And if that was too much information for you, here's the second QR code. And I think since I smashed an avocado for that, we should make use of that, right? So please scan it, so I didn't waste that avocado in vain. All right. So this is a pizza-themed conference, so let's take a slice of history. And let's start with the basics. And with basics, I literally mean basic. So I was born in the year when the Rubik's Cube was invented, so my first line of code I ever wrote looked like that. And that was the second line. All right, so let's make it more interesting. And we had to use line numbers back then, right? And the good thing was usually you'd have to increment in tens, so you could easily intersperse and then use the renumber command to have like a consecutive number of line numbers there. So, and also we had the let keyword back then. Crazy, right? But it did something entirely different. So it was used for assigning values. So here we're basically just incrementing. And let's build a loop. So that was how you build a loop. And this loop looped from 1 to 5 and printed hello world. And if you think that sounds a horrible lot like spaghetti code, you're right. So let's make it better. Let's implement a proper loop. So this was more modern Swift, more modern Basic. And somebody coined the term structured programming for that. And keep that in mind because we're going to come back to that. So I know this is a Swift conference, so let's take a look how this would look like in Swift. So here we have the same code in Swift. And if we generalize this, we can see that we are looping over what's called a sequence. And we look at all the elements in the sequence. So what is a sequence? And funny enough, the spelling, the phonetic spelling for sequence is the same for American and British English. So a sequence is a particular order in which related things follow each other, or it is a set of related events, movements, or items that follow each other in a particular order. So there are a couple of really important words in here. So order and related things, or related events, items, and order. So order and items, that's really important in the sequence. So let's look at that sequence that we had in the beginning again. So we have got a sequence of numbers here, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Trigger warning, some of you might be upset now. So let's take a look at how we could make a pizza. So here is a sequence of the ingredients you need for pizza: dough, sauce, cheese, pepperoni, I know I wouldn't use pineapple, but I just have to do it. And then we can iterate over those, right? So 4 item in ingredients, and this will now print all of the ingredients that we have. Really nice. So, and we can do that with anything, right? So I showed you as an example with numbers in the beginning. Here we have strings, and we could use anything. And then we can do nice things with sequences. So here are all the operators you can use on sequences. We've got map and compact map, flat map, reduce, filter, and so on and so forth. You could say, I want to shuffle my sequence. I want to work on it in a lazy way. I want to figure out if it's empty or not and stuff like that. So it's absolutely fantastic. So let's fix this here, right? Let's get our filter, and then we have our list of improved, or our sequence of improved ingredients. And now that pineapple goes. Boom. But we can also build our own sequences, right? So for example, here is a topping dispenser. So if you want to build your own sequence, it needs to conform to sequence and to iterator protocol. We've got our list there of toppings, and then we just need to implement the next function. And that next function, every time it gets called, has a look at the toppings, and if there is still a topping left, it will dispense the topping, and it will remove the first topping from the list. And down there, you can see how you can use it. And the for loop is essentially exactly the same as the previous ones, and now we have all the flexibility in the world to build our own sequence if we need special sequences. I just show this here to demonstrate how easy it is to build your own custom sequences. So, and that is how sequences work. Now, you might be wondering, why is this important? So let's discuss this. So it's important because of asynchronous events. Let's, for a moment, imagine a world without asynchronous behavior. And to make this more visual, I brought this. So imagine you go to your favorite pizza place, you place your order, and then you just freeze. Not freezer, but freeze. And then everybody else has to stand behind you, so the entire application just blocks up. So that is bad. We need to solve that problem. And those of you who have children know that polling also is not a great idea because it completely overloads the receiver of the message. So we need something else. And typically in a pizza place, they will give you this buzzer. So you place your order, you get the buzzer, you sit down, you can scroll on Instagram or talk to your friends, and then once the pizza is ready, it will buzz, you can go and pick it up. And that literally is what we use all of the time in order to implement our asynchronous behavior in our apps. So let's take a look at how we used to do this in Objective-C and more modern ways to do this in Swift. So let's look at delegates first. So maybe a show of hands, who here has implemented Objective-C code? All right, wow, that's almost a third of you. So delegates in Objective-C work a little bit like this. You define a protocol, and this protocol here is called the pizza place delegate protocol. It does have one method here, the pizza place did update status for order ID method, and it will send the pizza place, the status, and their order ID. And then you have your interface of the thing that wants to implement this delegate. And here it is. We can allocate our pizza place. We set ourselves as the delegate, and then once we start tracking the order, we will receive updates on our delegate method. So that is the old school way, probably one of the first ways to handle asynchronous callbacks in Objective-C. So if you visualize that, then you've got your pizza place, you've got your protocol there with your checklist that you need to go through, and you've got your delegate who will signal to your consumer what the progress of the pizza is in this case. So if you feel a little bit like that, I'm with you. So let's see if there is a better way to do this. Let's look at callbacks. So here's how you define callbacks in Objective-C. So first, you define a type def, because if you want to type this every single time that you want to use it, then you'd go mental, I think. So here we use our callback block and define a property that can hold a block. And then down here, in our track order method, we will call that block whenever there is an update. So this is the producer side. Now let's look at the consumer. So we've got our pizza tracker. We set up our pizza place. We built our callback here. And then we can start tracking the order and start receiving updates. Now, if you feel like that, you're not alone. There literally is a website. And not the only one. I think I've always gone to that website to find out how to write it. So let's take a look at delegates and Swift. Again, you define your protocol. You've got your callback method. You have your pizza place. It has a property to hold the delegate. And then it can call the delegate and send updates. So this is a lot more readable already. Fun story, the first time when I wrote Objective-C and I saw all those square brackets, I was like, this is horrible. So I implemented a domain-specific language to work around that. Yeah. So here's how you use delegates. So we've got our pizza tracker. It conforms to the delegate. We have our pizza place instance. We set ourselves as the delegate. We start tracking the order, and then we can get our callbacks on this method here, and then we can update our UI status accordingly. So again, pretty readable, and that's what we used a long time. So callbacks in Swift. Again, very similar to how you did it in Objective-C, just with a nicer syntax. So you define your callback signature for your closure. You can call it whenever there is an update. Here is how you register it in your client. Here you receive your updates, and that's it. So easy enough. Let's look at combine. Anybody here still using combine? Wow, that's a third of you. That's impressive. So in combine, we use publishers. So here's our pizza status publisher, and here's our pizza status subject. It's a pass-through subject. So if you're wondering why do we need a publisher and a subject, basically, here's a visualization. The subject is like the kitchen terminal. So it is read and write. So I can pass an update in there, and I can read it. But that is not something that you would want your client to be able to do, right? So you'd only want your kitchen staff to be able to manipulate that. And that is why we have the publisher, and that is the read-only version of that. It's like your pizza status board in the pizza place. So whenever we send an update to the subject, it will send it to the publisher, and then the consumer can listen to that. So here we have our published property. We need to keep track of our cancellables, so to clean up after ourselves. And then we've got a nice pipeline where we have our status publisher, and then we can specify on which thread we want to receive this. And we could add a couple of operators, or eventually sync this into our property to keep track of the status on our UI. Don't forget to store it in your cancellables, because otherwise you'll leave baggage behind, and then we can start tracking. So, and here you can see why this is such a nice concept, because you can literally have multiple operators that do stuff with your pipeline and manipulate the values that come through the pipeline before you sync them into your target property, and that is super useful. All right, let's get to structured concurrency. So here we have a stream. It's an async stream, and we use makeStream as an easy way to create it, and it can hold pizza status updates. So here we expose the readable version of that stream, and then inside of our production backend, for example, in track order, we just use the continuation that we also got from making the stream to send all the status updates. So here, for example, we're saying that the pizza is in the oven, and then we could send further updates until the pizza is finished, and then we would have to finish the continuation to basically close the stream and say, we're done here. Some streams will never end, right? So for example, if you open a stream on a HTTP connection and you want to keep it open, that might stream forever until you kill the application. So on the client side, we've got our pizza place. We track our order, and then something really interesting happens. So instead of having a method that we need to expose on our delegate, for example, we have a for loop, and we can just loop over all the updates. And when I first saw something like that, I was like, that looks pretty interesting. Why would I want to use a for loop to iterate over something that is essentially a callback? But if you think of it as a sequence of updates, then it starts to make a lot more sense, right? So each update is one element in your sequence there, and so iterating over those updates as a list is really quite natural. And the only difference to the sequence iteration that I showed you in the beginning is that we have to use the await keyword. So quite natural here. Here is the documentation for async sequence. So it says it is a type that provides asynchronous, sequential, iterated access to its elements. And here is the documentation for async stream. So why async stream and async sequence? Well, one is the blueprint, and the other one is a concrete implementation. So typically, you would implement async streams, and these conform to sequences, so you can use them anywhere where you use an async sequence. All right, so I mentioned that I work on the Firebase team. I want to show you a concrete example of how we use this in Firebase to make your life better if you use Firebase. So for those here who know Firebase as the real-time database, which was the original Firebase around 2017, I believe, it's a lot more now. It's got 20+ products, and here is a quick overview of those products. I'm not going to go into all of them. We're just going to look into 2 of them today. The first one being Cloud Firestore. Cloud Firestore is a document-based NoSQL database with real-time synchronization in the cloud, which is available cross-platform. So you can use it on iOS, on Android, on the web. There are even clients for C++ and C#. And here is the UI for it. And we can see the data for an application that I vibe coded yesterday while I was at the speaker dinner. So if things go well, I will show you this application in a couple of minutes. So this is a pizza order tracker app. So for every order that a customer sends in, we've got a document, and here we can see that a certain Josh has obviously ordered a pepperoni pizza, and it's pending. Is that your kind of pizza?
Yes, it is.
Perfect, I guessed right. Yeah, so, and you can see that we've got all those fields there, and this is what we call a document. And one of the cool things about Firestore is it has this real-time synchronization feature. So you can subscribe to this list of documents, and we call that a collection. So you can subscribe to a collection, and every time one of those documents changes, you will get an update. So you're probably beginning to understand where this is going. We have lots of updates coming in there, so we need to figure out how to deal with all those asynchronous updates. And the way how you used to do this until now was to use what's called a snapshot listener. And here we can see that we have a listener registration right up there. We've got a body for our view, and then we have subscribe to orders. And you can see that this is quite a chunk of code that we have to write in order to subscribe to our collection, listen to or register a snapshot listener, listen to the snapshot, map the data that's coming in through the snapshot, handle the error, and then finally, let's not forget to clean up after us and remove the snapshot listener once we unsubscribe from the collection. So, can we make this better? Yes. As of Firebase 12.12, we added support for async streams, for Firebase auth, remote config, and Cloud Firestore, and real-time database sits on my workspace and is waiting for review, so this is coming too. So here is how the code looks like when you use async streams. So you subscribe to Firestore, you get your collection of orders, and then you can just say, I am interested in the sequence of snapshots. And this is an async stream of document snapshot updates. So you can then use compact map to iterate over all those updates, take each of the snapshots there and map them to your order type. Firestore supports Codable, so please don't map manually. Please use Codable. It's been in Firestore for quite some years now, and I still see people mapping manually, so don't do that. And then we've got our asynchronous loop here, where we can order over all the order changes, and that is a stream of orders, so we can assign that to our UI to display it on screen. The second product that I want to quickly highlight is Firebase Auth. And Firebase Auth is a plug-and-play authentication backend that supports multiple authentication providers. For example, sign in with email and password, sign in with phone number, anonymous authentication, which basically is guest accounts, and then we've got federated identity providers like Google, sign in with Apple, Yahoo, Microsoft, Twitter, even Facebook. And you can also bring your own authentication mechanism. So if you need to support anything that uses OpenAI Connect or SAML, you can also use that. So when you want to implement authentication in your app, you need to figure out who is the signed-in user. Your application starts up, nobody's signed in, and then either you automatically sign in the user as a guest user, or you have a login screen where the user taps in their credentials, or they use a federated identity provider. But you need to update your UI. And here's how you can do that using async streams. So you subscribe to Firebase authentication. You say that you are interested in authentication state updates, and then you can compact map that in order to get the user's user ID, for example, or any of their other details. And then you can flat map that and do something with it. For example, you can use that user ID to take literally the same piece of code that I showed you 2 minutes ago, where we fetch data from Firestore to fetch their orders, for example. And to make sure that we're only fetching their orders, we're using their customer ID as a discriminator to filter all the documents in the collection to only get their orders. So that is one step. Firestore also has what's called security rules, and that is a mechanism whereby you can define rules to make sure that if I somehow guess the document ID of Josh's order, I still can't see it because only he can see it. And then we can iterate over the orders using our for, try, await loop. Nice. So I told you about this app. So I built this yesterday, or I had it built yesterday while I was at the speaker dinner. So let's take a quick look. So this is our database. And here's our simulator. We've got 3 simulators running here. On the left-hand side, we've got the kitchen queue. Then we've got the pepperoni order that Josh put in. And I have a margarita going. So let's assume that the kitchen is working on the pepperoni pizza. So they will update the status from pending to prep. And then you can see that in the background, the Firebase console lighted up and showed that the status updated to prepping. Let's do that one more time. So in yellow, you can see the update, boom, like that. It's now in baking. And then it's in boxed. And you can also see that the UI on Josh's simulator here is updating. So let's do that one more time. And now it's finished. And in the kitchen queue, it's gone because they don't have to care about that anymore. So Josh, I know that he's celebrating today, so maybe they need more pizza, right? So Josh, what other type of pizza would you like?
Not pineapple.
Not pineapple. Okay, let's do veggie maybe. So we've got a veggie order for Josh going. Let's see, what would Carrie want?
She wants pineapple.
Pineapple, all right. Let's do pineapple. All right, so we've got 3 orders going here, and while, let's start working on mine as well. And I could even go in and make changes in the back end, right? So if I, for example, want to say, well, this is no longer delivered, but this is in prep. Oh, did I do it right? Yeah, it's back in pending now. Yeah, so, and all of this is working because we are using the snapshot listener. So we used to use snapshot listeners, but in this application, we use async streams. So here, it looks a little bit more complicated because vibe coding. And I asked it to clean it up a little bit for me. So here, we've got our pipeline. And you can see that we're basically, we've got our auth state changes. We use compact map. Then we use flat map. And then we have our Firestore collection that we're listening to. All right. So, confession time. What I showed you here on the slide does not work. So, flat map has an issue, or the way how flat map works basically prevents this from working properly for us. And you might not even notice in the first time, right? So it basically listens to the outer stream, and you get your user update, and it realizes, oh, Josh is signing in. So now Josh's user ID is propagated to the next stream in there. We're listening to the document updates for Josh. And then at one point, Josh decides to sign out, and hand his phone over to somebody else, and I'm signing in, and now I'm signing in, but because flatmap does not kill the inner stream, we're still listening to the inner stream. So I would be seeing Josh's documents. That's not great. So what we need is flatmap latest. And flatmap latest cancels the inner stream and then restarts it using the new input from the outer stream. So that's what you need. Unfortunately, there is no implementation of flatmap latest. At least there used to be no implementation. But thanks to yours truly, there now is. So Swift async algorithms now has an implementation of flatmap latest. It's on main, so you can use it and provide feedback. Thanks. So coming back to tell me why. Why is it called structured concurrency? So maybe let's look back at this basic example here. So this is spaghetti code, and then we said, well, this here is structured programming. This is still a structured programming, and then still a structured programming. And now we use the concepts that we use for structured programming for concurrency, so why not use it, why not call it structured concurrency? I know there is more to it, but this is my take why this way of doing concurrency might be called structured concurrency. And that's it. Thanks. The slides will be up on my speaker deck. If you don't want to type this down, here is a QR code that you can scan, and I'll give people 10 seconds.
And let's do one question. Fastest hand, go.
Flip the switch. Hear it click. All these tiles. Feeling slick. Brush metal on my screen. Like in 2009. Leather seams on my home row. Stitching up my time. Flip the switch. Hear it click. All these tiles. Feeling slick. Brush metal on my screen. Like in 2009. Leather seams on my home row. Stitching up my time. Little gloss on every icon.
involved in the release process for their app or for their company. Okay, that's a lot of people, almost everyone, I'd say. So the short summary of this talk is that I found a neat way to automate test case execution, test cases being the little components within, say, a smoke test, using an AI agent. I will show you what I did, and then I will talk about the impacts that this is having on my company's smoke test. But before I even talk about that, I do want to take a step back and clarify something, which is what even is a smoke test? I know not everyone raised their hand, so probably not everyone is familiar with it. So let's talk about it a little bit. Different companies seem to interpret this term differently, so I will start with what I think is the most common interpretation. A smoke test is a tool that developers use in order to validate that their app works well enough to be submitted to Apple and released via the App Store. I say well enough just because smoke tests don't exist to double check the minutiae of your app. They're more about covering the core functionality and anything that might gate that functionality, which in many apps would be things like signing up, logging in, or making some sort of purchase. As I alluded to earlier, smoke tests tend to happen before or during the App Store release process. So what happens when a certain build of an app fails the smoke test? Well, the onus then falls on the engineers in order to fix whatever bugs were found, and then either they or their colleagues will perform another smoke test on that build. Now, it might be the full smoke test all over again. It might just be checking one particular test case. That depends per company. But the point is that a release candidate build can only be submitted to Apple and released on the App Store if it passes the smoke test. So to stay on theme, let's extend the idea of the smoke test to pizza, which I gotta say makes no sense, but here we are. So what might an imaginary pizza smoke tester need to check before handing over the pizza to a customer? Well, they might want to check if it has sauce, seems pretty important. Is the pizza's shape sufficient? Does it look like a pizza? Are the expected toppings on that pizza? And I know certain toppings are polarizing, so matters a lot, I'd say. Is the dough baked all the way through? I mean, we're not trying to give food poisoning to any of the poor customers out there. So this is kitchen cooking nerdy stuff, but does the pizza have that nice browning on top of it, that Maillard reaction? Have we avoided the customer's allergens, or allergies more accurately? So is the pizza fresh enough so that the oil on top hasn't congealed and gotten all gross? Is it that sort of nice shiny oil or the kind of grosser oil? Finally, I think this would be super difficult to test unless you had a test pizza alongside your main pizza, but what is that cheese pull like? So remember how I mentioned just last slide that smoke tests are there to check whether an app, or in this case a pizza, is good enough to share with customers? Well, good enough is super ambiguous and also kind of subjective. Even this slide reflects that. Some of you might feel that some of these checks are too much to ask if you were to do a smoke test of a pizza. The ambiguity of figuring out whether an app is good enough explains why different developers have chosen different flavors of the smoke test. For example, smoke tests can be manual or automated or a combination thereof. And this is something that I will talk about further throughout the rest of this presentation. Smoke tests can be run by developers or by non-developers. After all, it's likely that your user base is not just a bunch of software engineers. Companies might employ quality assurance or QA engineers to execute the smoke test. Sometimes even product managers or engineering managers might get involved. Finally, smoke tests can be smoke tests in name only. Some apps go through a full regression test before each release. Now, to define that term, a regression test validates an expanded suite of features and functionality beyond what the core features that the smoke test tests. So I will now share some details on the smoke test that used to happen at Calm. Calm was one of those companies who had a regression test dressed as a smoke test. This was as apparent as two people dressed up as slices of pizza. Despite those mushroom slices and sausage chunks and the ricotta dollops, they're total posers. Calm's smoke test used to comprise of 42 cases. 42. If anyone out there uses the Calm app, I suspect that they would be hard-pressed to name all 42 of those features that we deemed worth testing before every release. On the bright side, though, there was a smoke test lurking beneath those layers of excess. Calm's QA team checked things like sign up/login, the ability to play meditations and other types of content, the ability to subscribe and to have your subscription unlock content for you, accessibility. This could be voiceover, switch control. Can you navigate the app if you're using one of these accessibility tools that Apple provides? And then more Calm specific, but we have some power users who love seeing their streak of how many days have I meditated or how many minutes have I meditated, so we do our best to keep those working from release to release. And this list, I mean, it looks super short. It accounts for maybe 10 cases of those 42 that I talked about. The rest of the so-called smoke test, well, I would say that it's inessential, even though, yes, the features do matter to at least some Calm users. But I just think that there are other ways to validate these non-core features, including the solution that I'll talk about in a few slides. So I found Calm's smoke really a regression test vexing, and I don't think I was alone in that feeling. Engineers, like me, shrunk away from tackling the bugs that arose from the more regression-like test cases, especially if they were recurrent. Smoke tests sometimes took up to a week to resolve, and I didn't give this context earlier, but we have like a every 2 weeks release cadence, so that's pretty wild. And this sort of long smoke test would take engineers, QA, anyone else involved in the smoke test away from whatever else they were supposed to be working on beyond the smoke test during that time. Though no one on my team responded by rage-throwing a perfectly good pizza, there were plenty of signs that something needed to change. Also, shout out to animatedpizzagifs.com, which I found while making this presentation. Anyway, though, I came up with an idea of how to make Calm's smoke test less frustrating by asking what would happen if we offloaded some of the less important cases to an AI agent. For the slides that I'm going to show you, I personally used Claude Code, but the concepts should apply across like all sorts of agents. So here's what I did. I am going to attempt to show a demo. Sadly, not a live demo. I haven't trusted the internet in this venue, but I recorded something a few days ago. Let me just try to escape out of this real quick and slide this over. Oh boy. It's so weird to like navigate this on this whole other screen. You know what? I'm just going to find the play button. I don't know what'll happen, but let's go for this. Okay. Oh, I missed it. Okay, here we are. So I will talk more specifically about like what I am putting into Claude code in the next few slides, but basically we're going to see Claude just like figure out how to navigate through the call map and execute this test case that checks whether the app can switch into other languages and whether like that other language is actually reflected within the app here. So what you'll see at the in my my console is that like there are certain taps and other actions being executed. I will share more how that works soon. But most importantly, for this first attempt to change languages, like Claude is kind of just like messing around trying to figure out what is even happening in the simulator, and it makes a lot of mistakes. But what you will see as it progresses through this test case is that it gets better and better at checking like the language test case. Another thing to call out that I didn't say up front is this is happening on a completely clear context window. I didn't want to like bias what's going on in any way, just to show you what really happens. So as you can see, language is now changing into French. This pop-up just appeared, which in the case of something like XUI tests, which some of you may use, like I think this would just throw off your entire XUI test case, whereas Claude is able to, I guess, reason about this, for lack of a better word, and navigate away from this screen and get back on track to changing languages, as you will see here soon. All right, so Claude has found its way home again, and it will now attempt to change into the next language, which I think is German. All right. So it's found the same sort of screen. It's going to find the area in which you can change your language within the app and do the same thing over again. Now, one thing I have to say is I chose this test case because it was literally the first one I tried. As many folks in the audience probably know, models like the ones that Claude uses are not the best at knowing like what language something is if it's not one of the major languages spoken around the world. The Calm app happens to be an app that, or not happens, Calm app supports a lot of major languages, so that's why this works. As you can see, we're now switching to, I don't remember what I had it switched to here. I believe Japanese, but perhaps not. No, Italian? Okay, Japanese later. But it's basically just taking screenshots, checking the text on the screen, being like, is this Italian? Yes, no, and then continuing on. And it does this for all of the other languages as well. I think I next chose Japanese just to do a non-Romance and non-Western language. All right. So, as you can see, throughout the process, it also summarizes like what has passed and what has failed. So you can get just like very readable output. So the important point from this is I just put in like a prompt in human language, as you know how like AI agents work, and then it executed tests in a simulator, which is pretty cool. Let's see. I will return to presenting real quick. Let's see. I'll go into this. Let's see. Oh. Let's pull these over here. All right. One moment. All right. Okay, I think we're back. So, stepping away from the demo, back into this presentation. One sec. So, in order to get this working, here's what you would need to do. First, you would need to install Meta's iOS Development Bridge, or IDB, via Homebrew on your computer. IDB provides a suite of Python commands that perform actions on the simulator, like taps and swipes, installs, uninstalls, all sorts of things. Meta built it to automate the testing of their many applications and released it to the public in 2022. By that date, you can probably tell that IDB predates tech's agentic AI era, which means that this is not like a tool that something like Claude could use directly. Instead, your AI agent has to access it via a model context protocol compliant tool, which is called iOS Simulator MCP, super simple name, and it is a wrapper for this Facebook library. I don't think that Joshua Yos, if I'm saying this name right, is in the audience, but if they are, thank you for doing this. So once you have installed this tool, you can start writing human-readable prompts to get your agent to execute smoke test cases. But what do these prompts look like? So my base prompt is just simply, we're starting with giving your AI agent some sort of persona. For me, I just picked junior QA engineer. Next, what I did was I baked a series of critical rules into the prompt. Though results can't be guaranteed in the world of AI, I found it effective to give the agent these sorts of guardrails, and it seems to respond well when I put must and must not in all caps for whatever reason. So these are some of the rules that I came up with via trial and error. First and foremost, the agent has to use iOS Simulator MCP. This seems so obvious, but I have seen Claude spiral in my experience, so I find it better to be just like super explicit. I also instruct Claude on how to find the view that I would like for it to tap on. So in this case, the commands that I'm interested in for the sake of this demo were UI describe all and UI tap. Didn't write that on this slide. But basically, I found that Claude, in my case, didn't work as well as I would like for it to if it just kind of went rogue and started tapping without actually confirming the coordinates. And this matters because if you change language in your application, if you scroll down, if you do literally anything, the coordinates of an element will change. So related to scrolling up and down, I also want to make sure that Claude gets the element into the viewport before it attempts to execute some sort of tap. The tap just won't work otherwise. And finally, I request that Claude compares screenshots to evaluate whether it succeeded in executing a given step within a test case and to determine whether the overall test passed or failed. So with these critical rules, we've finished the necessary setup steps and we have written a base prompt. Next, we actually have to write our test cases in terms that are more actionable to Claude. So I gave Claude Code test steps as an ordered list. Some steps focus on executing the test case, and some are just on determining whether the test case passed. I've shared an example of what such a step looks like on this slide, and yes, it actually is that simple, which is super nice. I personally did not write these by hand. I asked Claude to generate them for me, and I was in a good position because not sure if this applies to other folks, but my company has a list of smoke test cases written out somewhere, in this case, Jira X-Ray, and I can just copy and paste those into Claude and then just have Claude generate instructions in the terminology of the iOS Simulator MCP tool for me, which makes them much more friendly to Claude. All right. So I think that I put this up correctly, but as promised, this is a link to just setup steps, base prompts that I used in case anyone would like to try this. I can leave this up for just a few seconds. Oh, and I will, of course, share this in the Discord as well. All right. So I just showed you how Claude, or really whatever coding agent you may choose, can execute smoke test cases in the simulator. It's simple, yes, but it's a powerful proof of concept that is sparking a revolution at my company, though not quite in the way that I had expected. When I first shared screen recordings of Claude running through smoke test cases, my teammates felt pretty excited, actually. Because many of us found the smoke test so frustrating, I had shown some promise that the judge parts of it could be automated, which is quite nice. I proposed the talk around the time that I built this proof of concept, which was, I think, the fall of last year. And looking into the future from that vantage point, I had hoped to deliver like a super clean-cut narrative of, I figured out how to do this, and everybody loves it so much that they now use it all the time. But there is a long road from promise to systemization, especially at a company, and honestly, me and my teammates are still on that road. My proof of concept has served as the catalyst for various changes to Calm's smoke test process, though some of these changes are still in flight. Before my explorations of using Claude to run the smoke test, my QA colleagues and I my QA colleagues had not spent much time with AI agents. They really liked how intuitive the agentic approach was, and some folks have even used it as an aid within their testing to this day. The ability to write human-readable prompts democratizes access to what could have otherwise been an engineering-only project. These explorations also revealed to my engineering teammates that there is a decent alternative to using XUI tests for validating feature UI and UX. Two knocks against XUI tests are that they invite fragile hard coding and that their success depends heavily on the simulator state, especially when you are within a complex application. Claude is able to sidestep both of these issues. No code is needed, and it is flexible enough to handle instructions in all sorts of simulator states. The major downside, of course, is that AI agents, their output is just not guaranteed. This means that we cannot say with full certainty that an agent will have followed all of the test case steps, okay, every time that you run it, and there's also no guarantee that it will tell you the truth. So QA and engineering both found some value in what I did. Where are we at now? Currently, we are sampling some up-and-coming third-party solutions on the market and comparing them against my more vanilla Claude approach. The space of AI and QA seems to have really taken off since I did this last fall. Some products blend AI prompting with classic accessibility tree-based testing, which is something that I would have never had the resources to pursue at a company working on a totally unrelated app. While the engineers and I are playing around with various tools to pick the one that we like best, our QA teammates have been whittling down our fake smoke test into a real one. Most of the test cases that felt like regression checks are now gone. And the engineers, myself included, are now working to resurrect those regression test cases via whatever third-party or homegrown tool that we pick. Though Calm is still figuring out whether to use an AI agent to automate smoke test execution, I believe that some folks in this audience might be able to benefit from this approach sooner. Anyone who runs their own smoke tests could try offloading that responsibility to Claude. This could be useful if you are, just a one-person show. Claude can work in one simulator, and then you can work on an unrelated task in another simulator. And if needed, you can always pursue Git work trees in order to ensure that you don't butt heads with whatever AI agent you choose. Similarly, anyone who wishes for real-time assistance validating the features that they are working on can lean on Claude. Prompts are quite cheap and can be easily spun up and then scrapped for any short-term project that you might be working on. XUI tests, on the other hand, require more of an upfront investment. Finally, given Claude, how I have set it up, or whatever AI agent you choose, is using a combination of screenshots and the simulator's coordinate system in order to execute smoke test cases, you could always just take that first part, that screenshot part, and pursue snapshot testing in this way. So just to recap, let's go back to the title of this presentation. So I was talking about humans, agents, and speedier smoke tests, I think. Subtitle, I'm so sorry. But for humans, by demonstrating how to get an AI agent to execute test cases without a single additional line of code, my teammates started to see smoke test automation as a real possibility. And now both engineers and QA have been chipping away at the craft of our smoke test process over the past few months. As for agents, my opinion of the agentic approach that I've shown is that it works really well for a low investment tool, but AI's non-determinism is an important flaw to be aware of. My teammates and I have been deploying it for regression test cases only for this reason. The same thing applies to the third-party tools that we are currently sampling. And then finally, on smoke test speed. Calm smoke tests definitely feel faster, but that is in part due to our QA team's work in slimming down our regression test into a true smoke test. Automation is still a work in progress, and while we're still seeing promise, the promise has not fully paid out yet. So thank you for your time. I hope I've inspired you to try out agentic AI to automate some of your testing, smoke testing, feature testing, whatever it may be. And I will share instructions in the Discord at some point. So thank you.
Flip the switch. Hear it click. All these tiles. Feeling slick. Brush metal on my screen. Like in 2009, leather seams on my home row, stitching up my time, little gloss on every icon, Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever, never out of style. Old school shine with a new blood smile. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Flip the switch. Hear it click. All these tiles. Feeling slick. Hey. Brush metal on my screen, like in 2009. Leather seams on my home row, stitching up my time. Little gloss on every high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever, never out of style. Old school shine with a new blood smile. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. screen like in 2009. Leather seams on my home row, stitching up my time. Little gloss on every icon, every corner shines. I've been dragging these windows like it's my first WWEC line. Deep dish forever, stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever, we've been here before, version 4, but the heart wants more. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Whoa. Little knob with a red line, turning up the game. Fake glass, fake wood, still it hits my brain. Leather bound on my dock bar like a notebook page. Every bevel, every border sings, we're back in that age. Deep dish forever, stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever. Yeah, we love that feel when the fake looks fake, but it still feels real. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. 4 years in and we still show up. Badges on lanyards like a decked out hut. Raise that phone, let the screen glow green. We're the throwback future of this whole scene. Deep dish forever. Stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever. Never out of style. Old school shine with a new blood smile. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Flip the switch, hear it click. All these tiles, feeling slick. Brush metal on my screen, like in 2009. Leather seams on my home row, stitching up my time. Little gloss on every icon. like in 2009. Leather seams on my home row, stitching up my time. Little gloss on every icon, every corner shines. I've been dragging these windows like it's my first WWEC line. Deep dish forever, stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever, we've been here before, version 4, but the heart wants more. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Do it till it shines. Little knob with a red line, turning up the game. Fake glass, fake wood, still it hits my brain. Leather bound on my dock bar like a notebook page. Every bevel, every border sings, we're back in that age. Deep dish forever, stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever. Yeah, we love that feel when the fake looks fake, but it still feels real. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. 4 years in and we still show up. Badges on lanyards like a decked out hut. Raise that phone, let the screen glow green. We're the throwback future of this whole scene. Deep dish forever. Stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever. Never out of style. Old school shine with a new blood smile. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Flip the switch, hear it click. All these tiles, feeling slick. Brush metal on my screen, like in 2009. Leather seams on my home row, stitching up my time. Little gloss on every icon, every corner shines. I've been dragging these windows like it's my first WWEC line. Deep dish forever, stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever. We've been here before, version 4, but the heart wants more. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Little knob with a red line, turning up the game. Fake glass, fake wood, still it hits my brain. Leather bound on my dock bar like a notebook page. Every bevel, every border sings, we're back in that age. Deep dish forever, stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever. Yeah, we love that feel when the fake looks fake, but it still feels real. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. 4 years in and we still show up. Badges on lanyards like a decked out Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever, never out of style. Old school shine with a new blood smile. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines.
John Mark.
I highly recommend that for a post-lunch something. Sweet. May I get slides? Howdy, I'm John Mark. I'm excited to chat with you today about building a business around your app first before you create your first build. First, a quick tour of who I am. I'm John Mark, an indie developer from Colorado. Before that, I worked for Apple on and off for about 13 years. I've worked on both developer-facing features like privacy, bringing iOS apps to visionOS, and most recently, visionOS widgets from start to finish. This was a real-life photo of me 13 years ago before I started. Today, I'm building Dewey Golf. It's a iOS and watch app that tracks your golf game automatically without you ever having to touch your phone. I've been focused on solving problems for helping golfers that get them focused on their game and not on technology during the round. Along the way, I've created some quick apps, like a 5 crowns scorekeeper, a twister spinner that uses your voice to spin it. And then most recently been working on a lot of machine learning, so I've been creating an app that helps people build machine learning solutions in their own little sandbox that they then can deploy to iOS and beyond. It's been a little bit busy since October. Ultimately, I love building experiences where developers and users are happy, productive, and have their privacy protected. Most ideas that we create as developers start as an exciting idea, something that doesn't exist today, an experience that would make our own lives better, and then we build it for users. Of course, once we have this exciting idea, we get right to work with step 1. Buy a domain. We start building and we add feature after feature that we know people will love. We ship to the App Store, making something that our friends and families get to play with. We start marketing, telling people why they need this in their lives. Great features, smart marketing, of course we make a profit. But as some of us have seen in the real world, we ship and sometimes nobody shows up. We built something that we knew we'd love, so why aren't people enjoying it and paying for it? The process is tried and true, but what can we as indie developers to build customer experiences that they will actually love and pay for? Today, we're adding a step before we sit down and code, one that helps us serve our customers better from the very first launch. There's tons of processes out there. This is inspired by some of them that I've used, not a copy of any single one. These steps come from things that have worked and things that I found needed some refinement before they could scale. These ideas come from conversations, books, classes, and practical experiences that I've had in my life. Today, I'm focused on building new apps, but I've seen these ideas work on app updates, hardware, customer interviews, and beyond. If you're on a team of 2 or more, some of this gets a little bit harder since you're not deciding alone, but these details will help you have those conversations. At the end, I'll have some worksheets y'all can grab, print, and scribble on. They feel a little bit wonky to use, but they force us to get uncomfortable with our own ideas and structure them as a pitch to others. So, about 4 times a year, I pull out my pizza oven and I make a pizza. It's not as often as I would like, but I enjoy the process of proofing, making dough, and trying to make something that's edible. It's basically engineering, but for food. That got me thinking. I want a way to compare notes on my own process so I can recreate pizzas or improve my past bakes. So, ta-da! I need a pizza journal, somewhere to track pizzas I make, how they turned out, the dough details, photos, and tasting notes. Today, you're all a part of my team. We're building the next great pizza app, a truly upper crust app. Thank you. A problem we noticed is probably what we got us thinking about pizza in the pizza journal in the first place. We spotted a gap in the market and the experience and we are looking to fill that. The hypothesis is how we plan to solve it. As we work through this process, we'll refine, rethink, and prove that these ideas are worth writing into code. My first draft of the problem statement centers on this. Home pizza makers can't easily learn from their past bakes, so they struggle to get consistent and improving results. My hypothesis describes how I plan to solve this. Give pizza bakers a structured way to track their bakes. We need to prove that this is both valuable to customers and that it actually solves a problem. Both of these are drafts. As we go through this process, we'll have the freedom to change things as we learn and talk to people. The Lord is a little bit rough. At this time, I like to do the exciting part of defining what the core features we think will be. This is me dreaming up of my fully built app, which I believe users will love. This is not our V1 feature list. Just important, focus on what we're not building. We aren't building the next Untapped or Crouton. We're building a pizza app about improving your bake, not tracking what we ate. When we build, who are we building for? First, ourselves. We have the passion and experience in this space, but we're also building for customers because we love creating experiences for people and they pay for what we make. But who are these people? How do we know they will actually use and pay for our app? A lot of books will talk about making personas, dreaming up a person, sometimes based on someone that you know in your own life. Someone that represents a group of your customers. I focus on what they care about and how often they make pizza. Think about why they're making pizza and why they reach for our app. I also think about who's not our customer. Keeping these non-customers in mind help us steer features away when someone suggests that we build a social network for people that just eat pizza. When you build out personas, get very detailed. Paint a vivid picture in your mind. What kind of pizzas do they make? What tools do they own? Where do they learn? Knowing these personas lets us make better decisions. For example, when we're building out a dough calculator feature, we know that we need to make it user-friendly enough for the person that never bakes pizzas, but also powerful enough for the person that makes 10 pizzas in a year. Or sorry, 10 pizzas at a time. We've got 3 to 6 buckets of ideal customers. We know these personas deeply and can speak to what matters to them. Now, where do we find these people in real life? Start by looking at existing communities. Reddit's Our Pizza has 160,000 weekly visitors. Backyard pizza makers are slinging pizza pies on TikTok. And then real people that you can meet in person. Your local pizzeria, retailers selling pizza ovens, friends and coworkers. We want to find about 1 to 2 persons per persona to chat with about their experience, their needs. A quick note, if you've spent time on any of these Reddit or other online communities, you'll know that they're pretty apprehensive about people just spamming with spam posts or surveys. I highly recommend you do not do that. So make sure you are looking for authentic connections, contribute, and be part of the community first. We've got a great idea and a list of ideal customers we believe exist and want our app. But at this stage, we haven't talked to a single real person. We don't know how they might actually differ from our expectations. We don't want to build out features for customers that they don't care about, don't need, or find half-baked. We want to prove that what we have in our hypothesis links to real customer solutions and expectations. Have conversations with real people, getting their unfiltered thoughts about where we prove if our app has a place in the market. So let's create a new questionnaire and go interview some folks. Most people understand what an open-ended question is, but this is likely going to be our biggest challenge. We have a great idea, a solution, and we think they'd love it. We are excited. We need to ensure our questions are actually truly open to probing, informed, and in some cases, allowed to change our own opinion about what our customers need. We want to learn their entire use case. We want to understand where they get flour, where they make dough, or when they make dough, their special process and bake, allowing us to find opportunities to provide potential value to them through the entire flow. Understanding where they're hitting friction and pain points. What causes them to be frustrated in the entire process? If we're an app that maybe builds on user habits, how do we make it the obvious choice for them to always come back to it? Ultimately, we want them to understand what their need is and how that relates to their perceived value. When I'm creating these questionnaires, I tend to create headers for my questions. I'll create 3 to 5 open-ended questions for each category. When interviewing, I ask questions that are relevant to that person as we uncover their needs. I'm not asking all these questions. Some of these questions dig into how often someone bakes. People who only bake once or twice a year are less experienced and less likely to pay for an app subscription. I also want to understand how they record their bakes today. What matters to them? These questions are all jumping off points. They open up the conversation to see how our app might fit into their life. But notice that 0 of these questions are about our app, our solution. We're wanting them to speak about their existing experience. Changing user behavior and making something new is difficult. We're all very habit and comfort-based people. You'll be able to find a full list of my questions that I wrote for this at the end of the talk as well. So, we found our ideal 1 to 2 customers per persona. Let's sit down and talk to them. I found that people are usually very happy to chat. I've interviewed a teaching assistant for a class, a friend of my wife that has experience in the area. Most folks enjoy talking about something they care about. But equally, we need to respect their time. I keep my interviews to 30 minutes and set that expectation up front. Many interviewees end up wanting to actually continue talking even past that 30 minutes. Don't guide them towards your solution. We're excited about our idea and we want to share it, but we need to understand their experience, their life, and their process. We don't want them to just be agreeing to be nice. Another trick is that you can go ahead and swap questions with another developer that's in a similar stage. Swapping questions allows them to say honestly to the person they're interviewing, this isn't my idea, you won't hurt my feelings. Take notes. Jot down key statements that help you refine the idea and sharpen your features. I highly recommend recording the interview, ask permission first. Most people are completely fine with it, and it helps you because you can review these answers later. But most importantly, listen. Ask your question, let them talk. Follow up where it makes sense, but remember this cuts into your 30 minutes. When I review interviews, I look for key signals that tell me where my app fits in their lives. What are they using and doing now? What do they like or dislike about their current approach? I also like to make sure I understand how they feel about paying for apps. Make sure you're interviewing a diverse group of people, not just developers. We need to understand all different customer personas deeply. Now, take everything you learned and start asking yourself some tough questions. Did we discover changes to our planned features? Maybe taking photos is great, but nobody wants to share them on social media or with other users. Maybe showing recipe quantities in grams and percentages turned out to be a big deal. At this stage, you might learn that nobody will pay for your app because they just don't track pizzas that way. You can bet on your gut and say they'll come around to it when they try it, but that takes intuition and perseverance. Be honest and inspect your idea to make sure you understand what's ahead. You may be building for a very small audience. We're building for humans. Since we all use apps and tools differently, our goal after interviewing and reviewing interviews is to develop empathy for our future customers. By understanding our customers, we can step into their shoes and comprehend their emotions, excitement, frustrations throughout the entire process. We aim to join in their experience, step into their shoes, and understand their genuine needs. Luckily, we've discovered there's a place for our pizza app. Let's dive into a typical user's life and map out when and how they'll find value from our app. First, we heard from customer interviews that they decided that they're going to make a pizza on Friday, but on Tuesday, they need to start the prep of the dough. Friday morning, they're pulling out the dough to proof in the house. Friday afternoon, they're cutting up the dough into dough balls and splitting it. Friday afternoon, friends come over, they've got their toppings ready, and they start the oven about an hour before the first cook. Each pizza takes about 120 seconds. They pull the pizza, let it cool for a moment, and then serve. After about an hour, they've got all the pizzas out. People are eating, happy, and it's time to clean up and go to bed. Our app shows up as useful in a few of these moments. First, the dough prep on Tuesday. Customers want to reference past bakes. They told us that they rarely change the base recipe, but they might tweak some of the ingredients. During that same prep, they record what they actually measured out and mark when they put the dough in the fridge for a cold proof. Fast forward to Friday, some mentioned having an alarm to pull out the dough would be nifty. They pulled the dough, let it proof, and came back to split the dough. At that time, they wanted to record each dough ball's weight. During the cook, everything moves fast. You only have about 90 to 120 seconds per pizza. Nobody wants to be futzing on their phone. We need to think of creative ways around that. I'm thinking Siri to start and stop timers so they can work hands-free. When I'm refining my hypothesis about how we're going to solve this problem statement, I'm looking to see if I'm actually addressing their needs. I love to find opportunities where restrictions or limits find unique space for innovation and uniqueness. The idea that customers will be moving fast, but still want some data while slinging pies is very interesting to me. I'm looking to cut features that are not core to solving these user stories. I want each feature to feel intentional and not clutter the experience. Next, we're going to look into competition and what really makes our app special. Let's dive into what people might say about our app. Other competition in the market, building a moat, and getting started on finding our app's tone. It's rarely about technology. It's about what our app does for them. I start thinking about core features and what will make people excited to use our app and be talking about it to a friend. What keeps people coming back? That's your cornerstone. The less exciting functional stuff still matters, but when you're thinking about standing out, uniqueness is everything. Other apps already do pieces of what yours will do, so what makes yours different? Nowadays, there's very few spaces that no one's tried. There's tons of AI gym apps, to-do lists, and yes, even pizza making apps. That's actually great. Existing apps prove your market exists. They give us data to decide if our apps can succeed in this space. During this, I found 9 pizza making apps. None of them were journals like what we're building. I also looked for JSON apps, coffee logs, home brewing trackers, and looked for similar customer behavior apps like mood tracking. All these give us examples of user experience, habit-forming design, and features that we can learn from. They help us validate our idea and confirm that we're headed in the right direction. One thing that came up in interviews was that some people don't record things at all. Others use a competitor that's been around for thousands of years. Paper. Many of our apps, including my own, Dewey Golf, compete directly with paper. It's easy, cheap, and doesn't have a subscription. But it has limits. So ask yourself, how is your app better than other apps and paper? What do we offer that's unique, more complete, or helps customers in ways that no one else has? Our app isn't even an Xcode project yet, but we can already read real user feedback on apps that are out there. I love reading reviews, seeing what people love, hate, and rage about. Pay attention to how developers respond to reviews and support their customers. That's an opportunity for you to stand out and build a fan base that raves about your app. I spend a good amount of time poring over competitor reviews. I look for common issues, feature requests, what people say they use the app for. I check the Play Store, App Store, Reddit, and other communities to see how developers handle support. In many cases, I find these products are barely supported outside of the app itself. Customers will find these reviews, and when they hit a problem and see if there's unanswered complaints, that's your opening. Responsive support is something that you can offer from day one. We want to spot where other products fall short so we can meet and exceed those expectations. Everything we've done so far builds a strong understanding of customer, their needs, and competition, and where we can create a better experience. We're building a moat around our product, finding its place in the market with strong features and a unique value that sets us apart. When you think about your product, ask yourself, what's defensible about it? Look at each attribute and ask, can we build a moat here? We won't be the first pizza app on the market, but we can store all the users' information and recipes and bake history. That keeps retention high. We're not the most technically complex app, but we're building a super fast and easy capture flow so pizza makers can stay in the zone while slinging pies. Our app needs a moat. Any competitor could add a journal feature tomorrow. We want to establish ourselves so that staying with our app feels like the obvious choice. Through data we've built up and experiences that bring delight. This might feel a little bit premature, but I love writing App Store descriptions at this stage. We've learned so much about the market, competition, and what makes pizza journal apps special. Put it into words. We've been selling this idea to ourselves. Now is a good time to try to pitch it to customers. This is also where you start finding your tone. The way you talk about your app here will be reflected in ways that you talk about your app inside the app, on website, and in marketing. Through this process, we've got to know our future customers really well. When I write my roadmap, I make sure version 1 ships with the most critical customer features first. Our core path, record bakes, view past bakes. That's our top priority. If we're building something technically hard and that tech was a blocker, I put that right after. Sharing might look a little bit odd in this list since we're not a social network, but interviews show that community is key to this app's growth. Sharing a photo with a friend isn't just sharing. It's marketing to people who have never heard about our app, and it strengthens that moat. Of course, we want to make sure that everyone can use our app. Inclusive design and ensuring accessibility is a V1 feature, ensures that we're making this app for every kind of pizza maker. Take your feature list and sort it by importance. Factor in difficulty and time. Put each feature into one of these 3 buckets. The answer is never not no, it's not now. Based on what we learned about our customers, let's build a quick roadmap so we can use to validate our idea once we start coding. We're focused on shipping the first validation of our hypothesis as fast as possible. We want a test flight that nails the core customer needs, records bakes, the unique feature set that apps don't have. We'll make sure that sharing and accessibility are ready for all users. If we have extra time, we'll add the ability to compare results. And we've got a healthy pipeline of future features to tackle once version 1 is out in the world. We all want to build a high-quality product and earn an income from it. So how do we predict which way to charge and what kind of revenue to expect? Well, go back to your competitors. What are they charging? Do customers mention price in the reviews? In our interviews, some people mentioned that they only make a pizza a couple times a year. They mentioned price would be a big factor for them. Maybe we offer a one-time unlock or a single purchase option to reach those people that in ways that our competitors who are charging monthly and yearly subscriptions are currently not. Setting the price is probably the hardest part. My general rule is if a customer using my app costs me money, I need to charge for that. But look at what your competitors are charging and see where you fit in. I look at each competitor and similar apps to see what pricing model they choose, what's free, and what costs to upgrade. Next, let's use existing signals to estimate how many potential customers are out there. In our case, people need an oven to make pizza. We can look at hardware manufacturers like Uni to estimate how many pizza makers exist. Of course, people use home ovens and outdoor setups, so this isn't a full picture. Next, I use online tools to estimate how many downloads competing apps are getting. If all my competitors' apps pull an estimated 100,000 downloads during the peak cooking times of pizza during summer, that gives me a number to work with. Then I look at community size. People love pizza. People love talking about pizza. But that doesn't mean they're making pizza. We need to find communities where people are actively making, spending money, and passionate about what our app helps with. Take all of these estimates with a grain of salt. We're not going to convert every Uni owner to a pizza maker, or sorry, every Uni owner to a user of our app. We're not turning pizza fans into pizza bakers. We're using these numbers to get a feel of the market. If you're seeing little to no audience here, or no one's spending money in this space, that's a big warning sign. Let's keep going with our estimates. We'll project growth, churn, and how revenue splits between monthly and annual subscribers. We're going to start with some conservative estimates. If about 100,000 people are downloading our competitors, we might capture 500 downloads in month one. That's 0.5%. From there, we estimate growth, conversion rates, and split between annual and monthly subscribers. Based on those prior assumptions, here's where I estimate we would be at the end of year one and the financial gain after Apple's cut in year 3. These numbers help us inform if I should quit my day job tomorrow or if I should be conservative about my estimates and expect to build this business slowly. We've learned a lot about our customers, competitors, and potential income. We're building on a foundation to be able to jump into coding a V1 with confidence that we have supported our intuition with as much data as possible. Today, we're making the leap. We sit down with all these notes and start work. We should refer to these notes as we get closer to launch. When we're making our marketing materials, we have real customer guidance about what they feel is valuable to them. We know how to protect our market for the app by talking about value and moat and uniqueness. We're almost there, folks. We have knowledge about our potential market value is and what we might consider a goal for year one. As mentioned, ideas are never a single source. I've read all of these books and they've changed my approach to products, teams, and how I see the world. If you're looking to pick up an audiobook for the flight home, hopefully some of these do the same for you. As mentioned, here are some links where you can find me and where you can find the worksheets, including my own drafts while making this talk. Thank you.
Flip the switch. Hear it click. All these dials. Feeling slick. Brush metal on my screen. Like in 2009. the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever, never out of style. Old school shine with a new blood smile. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever, never out of style. Old school shine with a new blood smile. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines.
we're all paying attention, right? Yeah, okay, good. I'll start with the boring stuff. It's about me. I assume most of you don't know me. First app on the store in 2011. I went full-time indie 7 years later, 2018. And then I sold a side project app for 1.1 million in 2023, right? Those are my 3 facts. That's it. I've got no more for you. But our long-term thing is Teleprompter Pro. So this is an app I made probably 15 years ago. It's a teleprompter app for studios and creators. I don't really know how else to describe it, so I kind of thought I'd put some little clips to show you it in use. I hope that kind of explains what it does. We've got about 500,000 monthly active users, and about 5 million videos every month are made with Teleprompter Pro. Yeah, and we've been on the store for 15 years. We're a full-time team of 4. This is us in our sparkly mansion enjoying all of our App Store money. But what I want to do is I'll start with some stories or just experiences that I had between 2015 and 2017. So this is my proceeds per quarter for that time period. So start of 2015 to the end of 2017. It's like kind of, I feel like I'd be jealous of that trend today. But yeah, it's nice, right? But if I change that, it's exactly the same time period, but to weekly scale now. Something interesting happens, right? It's like we see some outliers there. What happened here? It's just these strange spikes. This is proceeds, so it's not just like, it's not those bulk downloads that you get from MDMs or anything. We didn't get featured by Apple. There wasn't any press coverage. And believe it or not, we didn't go viral on Vine. But somehow, I had apps at the top of their category charts, sometimes paid or grossing. And there are above apps here like Pixelmator and Fourscore DJ. And this is on the US App Store. So I've got, what is it, Video Teleprompter on the left there, #1 above Pixelmator. And is that Soundboard? Yes. Yeah, Soundboard above DJ, Fourscore, both on the US App Store. I had an app here. Green Screen Pro was once above Canva in top grossing in the US. This didn't last long, by the way. I'm not, you know, I didn't make $400 million last year. It's not how that went. But yeah, I was able to do this, you know, in the fairly early stages of being on the App Store. So let's take a look at my app, Video Teleprompter. This is the first icon it had. It's still on the store today, but it doesn't look like that. On the 25th of August, 2015, is when I submitted it to App Store Review, and back then it was a 7-day wait for anything, any rejection, any submission, it was 7 days. So that was on the 25th of August, and here's that same photo again, just 15 days later on the 9th of September. So what happened there? How did that happen? Well, it turns out I'd been politely asking for an email address in all of my apps for like several years at this point already. And in other words, that's building an audience, right? I wasn't really thinking about it at that stage, but it turns out I'd been building an audience the entire time. So what happened was on the 1st of September, I'd sent this email here. It's just a couple of sentences, and just letting everyone know that in a week's time, I've got my new app coming out, and we're going to do a 25% discount. And then on the 8th, so a week later, I sent another email with some screenshots and a buy button. And that's the extent of what I did. That went to 43,000 people, and you can see that on our daily. This is proceeds again, daily proceeds chart. Exactly when that email went out on the 8th. So yeah, of those 43,000, 1.28% purchased. You know, it's nothing incredible, but it made a difference to me at that time, right? Same again. This is a different app of mine, Soundboard Studios, like a soundboard for streamers and podcasters. Sent an email on the 1st of March here, just letting everyone know that I've got a new app coming, little demo video. And then a week later, it was approved by Apple. I was being brave there, sending out emails before I had approval, but I feel like it was slightly easier to get approved in those days. I don't know, maybe I was just lucky. But yeah, so literally the next day, an email with a link to the App Store, just to those same people. Same again, daily proceeds, you can see when I sent that email. And then here's that same photo again, same day. Yeah, and this is top music apps on iPad. We're #1 being double the price of the number 2 for that day, which was kind of wild. It was a few months later, so this was 53,000 recipients, but similar scale, right? 0.6% purchased the app. But yeah, so what I was able to do was show my apps to the right people, right? I was making new apps and just show them to the right people. And in the last few years, I've come to realize that our audience was by far the biggest factor to the success of our company today. I didn't know it at the time. It's one of those magic things that when you tell the story to people, you sound like you had this great plan all along, but no. And it wasn't because we were surviving on these revenue spikes. They were nice, but the important thing was I was able to introduce my apps to a group of people who were interested, basically. So I'm hoping I can share a few things with you about building an audience. I'll start with why I think you should be building an audience for your apps. Kind of obvious, but there's some little key things in there that people might not necessarily think about. And I'll share how I recommend you can do it without compromising on your values and product goals, including things like compliance and legalities. And I'll finish just with some tips and things to consider. All right, so why should you build an audience? Obvious reason, like attention is the currency of modern internet and things. Like it makes sense to have an audience. There's a few benefits that apply to the App Store in particular. And it comes down to your audience being an unfair advantage. In the 1960s, psychologists conducted an experiment with 2 dogs. They put them into a divided room with an electrified floor, and they administered an electric shock to the entire floor, shocking both dogs at random times throughout the day. The difference was, though, that second dog there had the ability to end the shocks with a button. So when that dog pressed the stop button, both dogs would finish having an electric shock. I don't know how else to say that. Like, he could stop the shock for both dogs. Right? They had identical shocks, and neither dog experienced more or less discomfort. That's an important detail. But later on, when they gave both dogs the opportunity to escape the room with a low barrier, they observed that the second dog quickly learned to jump and escape and get away from the discomfort, while the first dog would just lay down and accept the shock, even though escape was relatively easy. This is a framework called learned helplessness. The first dog had learned and decided that it was just helpless against the shock, despite suffering the exact same amount of discomfort as the second dog. They didn't actually go through any more or less pain than each other. So we'd essentially discovered that in some cases, the simple perception of having some control changes your behaviors, even if you ultimately experience mostly the same things. So why on earth am I talking about that? Well, the App Store kind of feels like this today, right? You'll sort of look for your app or your friend's app, and it doesn't really appear, right? I assume I'm not alone feeling like that. And in fact, it sort of feels a bit more like this at the moment, and it's a helpless place to be, right? And I think having an audience will change how you ship apps and features. So having an audience is your unfair advantage on the App Store. For example, you can send your users to the right place. So when there's new app stores or new platforms or just somewhere else to be, you can send your users that way. You don't have that big dependency risk on one particular app store or one particular listing that might lose its position or something. Your competitors don't have your audience, and even if they have their own, your audience is tailored to you and your personality and your products. If we think for a moment how much we enjoy seeing updates and features from our favorite apps, right? We quite like when something we enjoy, and even if we only use it occasionally, it's good fun to see when there's something new that we might be able to use. I've got an example from Rocket Sim. I don't know if anyone uses that, but they sent out a nice email. I think that was last week even, just with a bunch of new updates. It's great. I'm perfect. I love to hear about things like that. You use it all the time. Slopes emailed me, telling me my year in review thing. What's it officially called? Yearly highlights, is that right? It was available in the app, so even though I wasn't skiing for 4 months, I went and checked out a new update. I'm not being sold anything there. I was just happy to receive, these nice updates, things that I use all the time. So someone somewhere is your biggest fan, and they're already using your app, and they want to hear from you. So let me give you some examples. Here's an email I got from Heather just a couple of weeks ago. She might be our biggest fan. She says, I absolutely love my teleprompter. That's good, right? Or Sean says he uses it every week. Or maybe Liv, or all of these people that seem really enthusiastic about teleprompters. So we've got an audience of teleprompter enthusiasts, right? These are people who absolutely love teleprompters. And these are emails that just from, I can't even think, is it March? Yeah, March or April this year, and they're all replies to emails that we've sent. You know, they're not using a contact form to proactively come to us with their nice compliments. They're replying to something that we've sent out. If this many people can love a teleprompter app, then they will love your apps too. And what I'm really trying to say is don't underestimate your product. I feel like a lot of devs that I meet are kind of hesitant to do something like this or nervous to promote something they've made, but you're probably being too modest. People are probably weirdly obsessed with your app. All right, so how should we do it? How can we build an audience without compromising on values and user privacy and things like that? It's kind of a tricky line to ride, right? I'd recommend starting with expanding your values. You need to be on board with the idea of building an audience in the way that you think is right and good, right? You're not going to do the wrong thing for your customers, but I would encourage you to just expand your values a little bit. So in my opinion, your users deserve to know when something they've invested in gets better, right? You've put this effort in, and you know your product's got better, or you're serving your users in some interesting new way. And I think they deserve to know. I think a lot of your users would agree with that. And the fact that you want to protect your product and values is a good thing, and I think you can trust yourself to do the right thing for your users and their information. Avoid thinking about it as a process to get your user's email address. It's kind of the trap we fall into, and I certainly do. But you try considering it, you know, how can you best ensure your users don't miss out on value that they could actually benefit from, right? Or to make it more simple, you're not trying to get the most value out of your users, trying to deliver the most value to as many people as possible. So start by expanding your values, and you can build an audience in the right way. Don't turn your app into Medium. Don't hold your content or features hostage. It just doesn't work. I mean, it might work on paper. You might see a nice graph when you start doing that, but you just shouldn't do it. And in actual fact, App Store Review doesn't allow it. 5.1.1, you can request basic contact information, but it's not. You can't make it conditional on providing that information. Things like features and content. You can't lock features behind giving an email address or some sort of follow on Instagram or something. It's not allowed. So does that mean we need this? Do we need to fill our apps with consent checkboxes and terms and conditions? It's kind of, you know, I feel like when I see that and I'm signing up for something, it makes me question who am I giving my info to, right? Well, always seek legal advice, but you don't need consent checkboxes. You actually just don't need them. So what about GDPR? That's the thing that we all went through, right, in 2018, the EU, UK data protection thing. It probably does apply to everyone, right, because it applies to you if your customers or users are in the EU or UK. But GDPR doesn't require consent. Lots of people think it does, but it doesn't. So that brings me to, it's not just a cookie jar. Here's what you didn't know about GDPR. So it allows for the collecting of personal data within 6 lawful categories. These are specific unambiguous consent, to execute or to prepare to enter into a contract, to comply with legal obligations, kind of vague that one, to save somebody's life, to perform a task in the public interest, or if you have a legitimate interest. So there's one important one on that list, and you just need to save somebody's life. As long as you do that, you can do whatever you want with their info because they owe it to you, right? I'm being silly. There's 2 on there that we're interested in. Unambiguous consent and legitimate interest. And legitimate interest is the most flexible category. And that can be interests that are yours as a product owner, right? And these include commercial interests like promoting your product or providing information about updates. And what you have to do in order to comply with this legitimate interest category is you have to balance your interests against those of your users. And that's defined as who would override who, right? So your users' interests are likely to override yours if they wouldn't reasonably expect you to use their information in that way. So that basically means just don't do unexpected weird things with your users' data. That's essentially it. I mean, read the legal terms, but just don't do unexpected things. And in fact, when you do see those checkboxes, it's probably a flag that they want to do weird, unexpected things with your data. So I trust none of you are going to do that, so you don't need a consent checkbox. So legitimate interest is all you actually need to have to collect and process user data in a compliant way. You don't need consent checkboxes or pop-ups or anything like that. But let's take a look at consent anyway, an unambiguous consent, in case you do want to use that as your legal basis, in which case you still don't need scary checkboxes. Here's the actual text. It reads, consent could include a statement or conduct which clearly indicates the data subject's acceptance of proposed processing of personal data. What that essentially translates to is if a user sees a form where they're signing up to receive updates from you, then you don't need a checkbox to consent to sign up to receive updates from you. It's implied in this situation. It's clearly like, this is the purpose of this form. We don't need to have a checkbox or some terms and conditions. So if you would like to use consent, I'd recommend using a dedicated form, easy to dismiss. Your fans will sign up, and those that aren't interested will just dismiss it. But yeah, that is only for consent. Either consent or legitimate interest are both completely compliant. Either one is fine. And I would recommend legitimate interest. It's the most flexible way to start building an audience in a compliant way. So what that means is if your app's using sign in with Apple or Google or just email password authentication, then most of the work's already done. You can start contacting your users in a way they would reasonably expect, and your legitimate interest applies. You don't actually need to do any more work here. If you'd like to use consent, then just have a nice sign-up sheet that, like I showed, just easy to dismiss, and it's clear you're signing up to receive updates, right? Okay, right, let's recap how quickly, because I'm saying a lot of things. Expand your values, get on board with the idea of doing this in the right way. Don't hold your content hostage. It's not allowed. People don't like it anyway. And consent is optional. As long as you're being reasonable, you don't need to show any of those weird, annoying things and sort of make your product look a bit kind of shady in any way like that. So how can you actually do it? And this is super quick. I understand I'm up here talking about how you can do it, but I've got 4 slides here on how to actually start doing this, right? If you already have user accounts, then that's it. I'd recommend just plug in an API to your whatever auth provider you're using or however you've done it, and you can just, that's your audience. Start building today. You can do it in an afternoon, right? And if you don't have user accounts or you can't sort of think of a feature you might be able to build that could maybe excuse asking users to create an account, just show a sign-up sheet like this. You can do it how it works in your products, but this is probably the easiest way to do it. If you do, use the given name and email address text content type modifiers, and the system will autofill the user's information automatically. Given name here is important. Some cultures don't necessarily use a first or surname. Given name will give you the name that they expect to be referred to by. And of course, you should wrap your request through a function so that you can change providers and you're not making direct API calls. I feel like I don't need to really explain that. But yeah, this is all you really need to do to start building an audience. This sheet is your unfair advantage on the App Store. All right, and I'm gonna go through some tips kind of quickly. There's going to be things that apply to some of you and some that don't. But I'll try and cover everyone if I can. Okay, so if you're using sign-in with Apple, the majority of your users will give you a private relay email address. They look like this. I'm sure most of us use that, when we're using our apps anyway. But you need to go through a few steps before you can start messaging. This is totally fine, but you just need to enable a couple of things. So on developer.apple.com, you need to go to this service configuration page, and then go to sign in with Apple for email communication. And you just need to provide a list of addresses and domains that you are going to send from. And without this, your sends will just fail. Often you don't even receive a bounce or anything, so you can go several months without knowing, like I did for several months. But yeah, you just need to put in who's going to send them emails, and that's fine. App Store Connect privacy nutrition labels. If you're not already listing these things, you'll need to add them to your App Store listing. So you'll need contact info in data linked to you. And you'll need to add developers, advertising, or marketing to the usage for the usage of that data, right? Because you might be sending them some marketing material. Okay, yes, write your message as if you're writing to one person. This is something that really helps me. I'm not really a marketing person. I assume most of us in here aren't. So what I've done for captions here was, 4 sentences with a link. And by doing this, if I write it to one particular person in my head, it stops me from rambling and dropping in a bunch of images and and if you want to do this, I'm not trying to please everyone. I'm just writing as if I'm talking to a friend saying by the way, next week we're shipping our update and you can find it here, or let me know if you want any more info. Makes it super easy, and it kind of stops me worrying about what I'm saying and what I'm not saying, and it just makes it nice. I don't know for sure, but I feel like it kind of helps with engagement as well. I feel like people prefer an email that feels like it's written to them rather than just like a blanket, hi everyone, next week, you know what I'm saying. Plain email messages. This one took me a long time to figure out. There's a bunch of different ways of doing this, and this is what applies to Apple Mail in particular. So if you want to write an email that literally just looks like you've typed it on your iPhone and press send, you need these 2 lines in the head of your HTML if you're using a template or whatever. This will prevent Apple Mail from zooming out to fit if you write a paragraph, it's not just going to zoom out to one long line. It'll treat it it will wrap it to the device width. And it allows for dark mode support, which is quite unusual on a marketing message. So the user can be in dark mode and it will format as if it's just a normal email message that you've written in mail. And then, you just need to format your message with simple paragraphs and it will look like a perfectly normal message. I imagine it's considered to be a normal message from Apple Mail. Consider sending a message on subscription cancellation. You can ask for feedback or remind someone if their subscription is accidentally lapsed. If you're using RevenueCat, you can use their webhooks for this. So when you do ask your user for their information, a first name and an email address, you can send that information as subscriber attributes to RevenueCat. You don't have to do it at any particular time. You can do it any time in your apps in the session. And then the webhooks that come from cancellations and renewals will include those attributes again. So you can literally just use this webhook to trigger a message when a user cancels their subscription. We use this and we just ask them if everything was okay and any feedback. And most people just very nice about it, and they let us know what was wrong for them, or just they're retiring or something. And it's a nice way for us to sort of engage with customers. That's not trying to sell them something, or it's a friendly message that we like to send. This one is more important than people realize, but you should encourage replies in as many messages as you can. This is a very good signal to email providers like Gmail and iCloud that you are not spamming. Things like unsubscribes and move to junk, those are signals that people don't really like receiving your message, but just getting genuine replies is a very good sort of green flag for you as a sender that you're not sending junk and spam to users. So if you can, just ask a quick question or just encourage people to come back to you if they want to have a chat or anything. And we've managed to have very, very good sendability. And I think because of this, we got this tip from our email provider when we were struggling with deliverability, and this seems to have really resolved it for us. So yeah, encourage replies, and you might even have a nice conversation with your users anyway. The 2 providers I currently recommend are Kit.com and MailerLite. So Kit.com has a very generous free plan. You can have 10,000 contacts before you start having to pay. But MailerLite is slightly more suited for advanced segmentation, and it has a more flexible API. So we use MailerLite to segment by users who are used a certain feature or haven't been around for a little while. Kit.com is great because of its generous free plan, but it doesn't quite have the same options to segment your audience by certain values. Offer a good incentive for your user to take action. This is another one that helps me write messages, stops me rambling about random things, and it can help you just sort of stay on the right track with what you're trying to tell people. In Captions, I offered the entire app for free for anybody who pre-ordered. So no upgrades or no paywalls, just free lifetime access. And it gives them an incentive to take action now rather than, oh, I'll check that out when I next remember, and you forget, right? Mustafa sent an offer here, which was only valid for 48 hours. He doesn't like me that much, though, so I knew this was an automatic message. You're not compliant, though. You need to see me afterwards. This message is not compliant. Yeah, cool. But yeah, so this is a good reason to be sending a message in the first place. It gives you a nice starting point for like what you want to say and why you're emailing them today, right? Because this thing's only valid for 2 days. We're only offering this update to certain. I don't know. I'm just talking nonsense. But yeah, a nice incentive for them to take action now is really helpful. Okay, so an audience is your unfair advantage. You shouldn't underestimate your product. A lot of users will actually appreciate hearing from you, even if it feels like they might not. I think they will. Expand your values. Get on board with the idea of building an audience in the right way. You don't need ugly, scary consent checkboxes to be compliant. You just need a nicely designed sheet, and you're good to go. Or you can just save somebody's life. And this sheet might be the single most important factor in the success of your apps. And that's it from me. I've left plenty of time for questions. It wasn't because I didn't write enough.
Flip the switch. Hear it click. All these tiles feeling slick. Brush metal on my screen like in 2009. Leather seams on my home row. Stitching up my time. Little gloss on every icon. Every corner shines. I've been dragging these windows like it's my first WWEC line. Deep dish forever. Stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago. Built against the sky. Tap that chrome. Let the shadows fall. If a decked out hut. Raise that phone, let the screen glow green. We're the throwback future of this whole scene. Deep dish forever. Stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever, never out of style. Old school shine with a new blood smile. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines.
guys hear me? Hello, everybody. My name is Raj. Before I get started, I just wanted to take a moment to thank everybody here. This is my first time speaking on a stage. I'm really excited to be here. I hope you guys like my pizza-colored fit. Let's have fun with this. Let's get started. My name is Raj Beatty. I am from Long Island, New York. For those who don't know where Long Island is, it is this circled area right little there. Long Island, New York is just, it's there, it exists, nothing interesting about it. I'm a senior software engineer and I work for tech. That doesn't seem right. What's going on here? Hello, come on. Abracadabra. There we go, it's tech. I work at tech, for tech, in tech. That's, my company name is tech. Yeah, this is my lame joke. I'm just gonna walk away now. A little bit about me. I like to fly, I like to cook, I like to vlog, I like Pokemon, I like learning languages. And recently I picked up learning how to play the violin and kendo martial arts. That's a lot of hobbies, like a lot. Almost, that's kind of the whole point of this talk. Slices of life, how hobbies make us better developers. There was a quote that I heard a while ago. A jack of all trades is a master of none. Most of you have heard this, right? You heard it, you heard it. You definitely look like you know that quote. But there is a second part to this. A jack of all trades is a master of none, but oftentimes better than a master of one. I figured I would learn a variety of skills and maybe I can build something cool with it. And if I didn't, at least I still did something cool. But I'm not saying all this as a way to brag. I'm doing this as a way to survive. Let me explain. You are a developer. Big tech layoffs are happening. AI is improving fast. You don't know where you stand. Your competition is experienced engineers, some of which who just got laid off. I met some of you, very nice people. Your competition is new grads from college. Some of you haven't even graduated college. And of course, AI. And this is something that can mess with your mind. It creates this feeling. Even right now, standing on the stage, I have this thought, a voice in my head. I don't know what I am doing. I don't belong here. Every one of you here is smarter than me. Why am I here? This is commonly known as imposter syndrome. But imposter syndrome, unfortunately, is something that many people, many developers go through. And it is something that is hard to deal with because there's no easy solution. The problem with imposter syndrome is that this is where burnout bleeds into imposter syndrome. Burnout is no longer about working long hours. It's about constantly feeling behind. You always have to learn something new. There's always a new framework, a new tool, a new AI agent, something that you should know. Sometimes it feels frustrating because it feels like everybody already knows quantum physics, but you are still learning your ABCs. I promise, my mom said I was smart, guys. But here, remember when I said earlier that I felt burnout, imposter syndrome on the stage? Let me shift that perspective. Most of my peers, speakers, they have 10, 15 years of experience, yet I only have 4 or 5, yet I get to share that same stage as them. Isn't that kind of cool? look at all of you guys, regardless of experience, young or old, regardless of gender, male or female, you guys are all here in this one moment, the small moment of insanity that experiencing me make a fool of myself in front of 300 people. But we compare too much, we chase too much, we monetize ourselves, we try to keep up too much, and at a certain point, it's just become impossible. Stress adds up, and there's just nothing you can do about it. So that's where hobbies come in. Hobbies, interests, activities, passions. I fundamentally believe this is a driving force for modern day development to have soul into it. Now it's easier than ever for anyone to create an app. You don't even have to touch a line of code. I'm not against AI, but it has to be done right. So what's the difference between another SaaS, software as a service, another money idea, another AI app? Of course, it's going to be you, your experiences, your interests, your weird little obsessions. You can prompt AI to build an entire app for you. But now, 20 other people can clone that same app. A funny example happened on Twitter. So this kind of blew up a bit ago. This guy created a Westerboard. I hope I'm saying that right. But it's a flip switch board commonly used in train stations or airports back in the day, but now it's retro. Mostly everything has gone digital now. So for the nostalgia, this guy bolted. The problem is that he was charging $199 as a single one-time fee to buy his app, which is ridiculous. So a guy challenged him on Twitter, saying, I will code this in Claude in under 5 minutes. And he did. And then 20 other people did the same thing, including me, because I was curious. They were all cool apps, but 20 plus variations. It's like you're trying to buy a car model, but there's no other options, and you only have one single model with multiple options, but some are good, some are bad, some take away. So where are you getting with this? It's not about the quick buck. It's about the passion. Somewhere along the line, we lost a touch of what it means to be human to make an app. You have to be reasonable. If this guy created an app, maybe charged $5, $10, he could have been successful. People are not against AI apps, but people are against unfairness to them. You have to build things that are fun, stupid, personal, because I promise you, the projects you remember are not the ones where money was the end goal. We are in a brand new world, so don't forget to have fun with it along the way. I get it. People are struggling. People don't have the time. People are trying to find jobs. It's easy for me to say, just do this because I have that luxury right now. But just try your best when you can. If you do what you love, you will never work a day in your life. But I have one more thing to add to that. Love something so much that the universe, the cosmos, will move to make things work out for you. Being a developer gives you a certain ability, a certain skill set that many others won't have being in STEM. Scientists, other types of engineers, mathematicians, doctors, etc. This is the side of using our creative as well as our logical brain. And that is the privilege of being a developer, because we are one of the few people who can do both. So let's do something interesting. We're going to take a little bit of a poll. Raise your hand if you have a girlfriend, boyfriend, husband, wife. Okay. Raise your hand also if you're single but Keep your hands raised, keep your hands raised. I didn't say to drop it down. So raise your hand if you're also single now but been in a relationship. You guys included also. So this is going to be an interesting take. Have you guys used your skills for coding to develop something for your partner? Keep your hands down, or keep your hands up if you have. Okay, I see some hands drop down. Let's see if you can drop it down now. Remember what I said. The privilege of a developer is that you can, the privilege of a developer is the creativity that we have. The first thing that I ever did when I touched Java in college was create a little button with a little text prompt like adventure game, and I sent it off to my partner. As the years went on, I created more things, like a happy birthday message, other different type of activities, cute little things. So, people who drop their hands, we're all going to have a talk later, because how could you not build for your partner? It's so easy. It's so easy. But the problem is, hold on. Sorry. The problem is that I love my partner, and she loves me. But I had an unfair advantage. I was cheating. For her, she had to get creative to show how she loved me. I can spin up an app any day, spin up a mini app, do something, and call it a day. So, what did she do? One day, she gave me this, and that changed everything. Drugs. This is the key to burnout and imposter syndrome. You get so zonked out, sent to another dimension, that you can't even worry about it. You are fighting demons. Drugs, say no to drugs, kids, but if you have some, remember, sharing is caring. Okay, so seriously, this is not drugs, but each pill contains a handwritten note. 93 pills she had written out about something she loved about me or about our relationship, something that she loved about us. Oh, sorry. But this was the realest gift I have ever gotten. Unfortunately, it blew everything I ever built for her out of the water. So now, what do I do? 93 moments of love and care, and I couldn't open it because I felt anxious. What if it got lost? What if it got damaged? Now her gift is a waste because I'm just keeping it in my drawer when it's supposed to be open once a day. So I did what any developer would do. But before that, I just want to show you a quick message. I did not stage this for this conference. This is something that she actually said. I am in awe at how much pizza you can eat in one sitting. Kind of amazing, to be honest. Between you and me, she may be calling me fat here. But she said this with love, all right? Let's remember that. But as I said, I built an app, capsule hearts. Same pill, same colors, same message. She already did 90% of the work. All I did was created an app that took her messages and digitized them. So that way, I can have them forever, no matter where I go. Here, New York, it's always there. So this led to a creation of another app. This app is unreleased, but it's leading to a creation of another app. I live in New York, she lives in Chicago, so we are a long-distance relationship. We struggled through COVID, finding things to do. She's not a person who plays video games, so we had to figure out things, activities we wanted to do together. So I built an app where we can do that, and other couples can do that as well. Play the mini, play the Wordle, play pool, have a shared space where you can decorate a house, play some music, share notes with each other. Just this little bit of intimacy that we wouldn't be able to get, a little bit of interaction to show that, hey, we care for each other. And this app came all because of something so human that my person built for me. But are you guys starting to understand now? No? Maybe you need another example. So this is Spatial Creatures. I built this app. In the beginning, when you guys got your packs, you would have got a civil pack like this. Inside that pack has 5 random cards, an instruction card, 3 random Pokemon cards, and a Josh card. The thing is, a lot of you maybe grew up on Pokemon, maybe you know Pokemon, maybe some of you don't, but you know of it. It is such a big worldwide sensation. I wanted to bring you back and time travel a little bit. Let's go back to the year of 2016. It's summertime, Pokemon Go has just been released. The world is playing this app. Everyone is playing it. Even people who don't like Pokemon are playing it. And I built this app because I wanted to build something for my own interest and for all of you guys. And let me take you back a step further. Before scalpers ruined the internet, where you can buy a pack of cards and for some reason you're now spending $500 for a piece of cardboard. Let's go back to several years ago when you were in elementary or middle school or high school. You bought a pack of cards, you brought it to school, you traded it with your friends. This is my memories. But I wanted to create something for all of you guys, an experience, a unique thing where all of you guys each will have a different set of cards. Each will have a unique experience, but it's cost-free. It means nothing. But if I catch one of you guys selling it on eBay, you guys owe me a slice of pizza. It was about the experience. I built this app to be app and appless. I actually wrote an article about it on the pros and cons of it both being app and appless. Because of the codes being QR, I was able to get lucky and work it this way. I made it this way because I am touching a bit of a gray line with the Pokemon company. And I really hope I do not get sued or DMCA'd. Worst case, it's always available as appless. I took a lot of steps. It's technically not Pokemon, but Cobblemon, a Minecraft Pokemon mod, just more pixelated. But it doesn't take away from your experience. Everyone, like, who cares if I didn't use real models or just fan-made models? I wanted to give an experience, and most of you would understand that. So, I also wanted to do something fun. This being my first speaker conference, I created a custom Josh card. And it was one of the funnest interactions I've seen people have. So I'm going to show you the Josh model right now. Also, shout out to Alan because he just created QR Keeper, which allows me to keep all my QR codes in one place since this is a very QR-heavy app. But let's see Josh. Hey, buddy, how's it going? Man's coding. Hello, hello. I'm grabbing a slice of pizza. Okay. And back to work you go. Okay, I see. You're a busy guy. I know how it is. But I want to see all of your reactions too. Some of you have been posting on Discord, on Twitter, just whatever is my channel, whatever cards you got, I will post it. I'll put it on my website. I'll tweet it on Twitter. Just I want to see what people get, just for the fun of it. So let's go into the logistics a little bit. Sorry. So the app itself is very simple. It took me maybe 2 weeks to build out, but it's the logistics of what went into creating it, the human part of it, the effort that coding cannot replace. I had to get models from online. Of course, I didn't use the official model, so I found an open source version. Then I had to assign each animation to each and every single one. Then export it as a GLTF file, converted using Apple's reality converter to a USDC file, DZ, upload it to a public repository so that way it can work appless, then create static QR codes for each of those links, print them, and then package them. I spent so much, I learned so much about AR with ARKit, RealityKit, Vision Framework, Reality Converter, that I wouldn't have if I didn't put my passion and soul into this. I learned so much, not from tutorials, but because I wanted to build something, not for profit, just to see if I can do it, just for the fun of it. So here are the frameworks that I just mentioned. Here's the thing. This is not an original idea. Someone in 2022 on TikTok had this same idea. I watched this video once, and 4 years later, the seeds were planted, and I had to do something about it. He created maybe 10 or so models, but I wanted to create 150 plus. So I reached out to him. He stopped making models. I had talked, but I reached out to him, and he actually responded back to me. The idea is the same, but the behavior is completely different. Does this sound? I guess so. The idea is the same, but the behavior is completely different, as he did his with Unity. But not bad, right? So I am a pilot. My time is soon coming to a close, but I got 2 more quick examples. I fly planes. Apparently, a lot of developers fly planes that I realized this weekend. I thought it would be more unique. Having hobbies don't have to mean you need to create an app out of it. I do flying because it made, sorry, where is this going? Oop, ignore that, press the wrong button. I do a lot because it stimulates my brain. I get these ideas. Usually, I am really passionate, unless I am really passionate about something, I won't build it. But that doesn't mean I didn't try. Our devices, our phones, are a lot more powerful than you realize. It was only 20 or 30 years ago to do the things that you can do on your iPhone would cost thousands, tens and thousands of dollars in equipment. But now you could buy a $1,000 iPhone and do all that stuff. Flying made me look at sensors differently. Your watch can track elevation and heart rate. Your phone has an accelerometer and gyroscope. Using a third-party device, I can connect to my iPad and get GPS data. So this, I had to clean up a little bit. And honestly, the data is not even accurate anymore, but I wanted to showcase something to you guys using some of the data. So here, you'll see me doing a couple patterns. The first two you'll see is me doing a stall, where I'll go up, put the plane into a stall, and the plane will dip down. Then the third pattern, you'll see a weird spiral squiggly line. This is called a tailspin, which is required for flight training to be a pilot. You need to go into a spin and recover. I do not have any videos of that, but this is what it looks like. Isn't that terrifying? I had to do that like 3 times so far. And finally, for my last project of the evening, this hackathon creator contest. So sometime in February, Revenue Cat and Charlie made this project for content creators, a hackathon, where you can create an app based on the content creator's needs. I really wanted to join this hackathon so much, but I did not have the time. So 2 weeks ago, I finally had some time, and I decided, you know what, I wanted to retouch on this subject, but now since I'm not in a competition, I can be a little bit more flexible. The inspiration for this was 2008, me. The first gift I ever got was a camcorder. The very first thing I ever did was put it in front of a CRT TV and record myself playing games and upload it to YouTube in 2008. I'm gonna regret showing you this, but
Hey, it's Wizard Hero 97 playing Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm 2.
okay, you guys get the point. So it's a small app so far. I still have to flesh it out. I'm still trying to figure out what I want out of it. This is for the content creator of, so I don't even know how old I was in 2008. 8 plus 3 more years, 11, of an 11-year-old. This is for that 11-year-old. As someone who wanted to create videos, so you have a page to create ideas. You have a schedule to plan things, to like, oh, this is the day I want to edit a video, or upload a video, or learn something. It's very simple, very basic. I even copied GitHub's heat map for like activity progressions to show, hey, this is something that, hey, you've been active this week, you haven't. The takeaway I wanted to take away from all this. Hey, I said takeaway, not take out. Key takeaways. Being a developer is easier than ever, but hard on your own mental health. Remember to take care of yourself. Focus on the apps you build with more care, even if you build with AI. It's about quality. No one cares if you build with AI, but they will care if you try to sell them slop. Finally, get out and just do things. You never know what small little ember may spark. There's a reason I call myself Project Embers on my socials. Build things that are meaningful, fun, weird, personal. Those are the things that stick with you and can lead to bigger. So, I didn't know if I would have a little bit of time, but I did want to get into a little bit technical side of things. The struggles of ARKit. I had to go through a lot of variations to get this work because ARKit is very picky. Usually it's fine with 2, 3, 4 models top according to Apple documentation. However, I wanted to seamlessly load 150 plus models. And I kept getting warnings saying like this AR reference image is too similar to that one, the first one to the second one to the third one, fourth one. Even the first one, you could see is part of the fourth one paradigm. So then, okay, these images were from the 3DS. That was the original reference. Then I switched to the actual cards themselves. These are the card artworks of the first 150 Pokemon from Gen 1, the base set. Again, running into the same problem. Too similar. Okay, what do you want from me? Tell me how it's too similar. I'm trying here. I cut it down to the images themselves instead of the full card. Same issue. Too similar, too similar. So now it's getting a bit frustrating because I'm trying to figure out, okay, why can you not tell the difference between 150 images? I can tell, you can tell, why can it not tell? It's definitely smarter than me. The problem is that it doesn't recognize, it tries to find differences and similarities. So in these images, it has a lot of template code. So you'll have your text at the top, at the bottom, a creature in the middle, and that's what it sees. It sees the similarities, and it thinks there's not enough differences. So I had to figure out an alternate solution because I wanted to give you guys all a unique experience without it confusing. Because if I was to scan one, it might jitter and go to the next. It was trying to focus on loading a model and trying to figure out which 150 model to load based on the code shown and load that model and keep it consistent. So I just got rid of it. The switch to QR is what made it both app and appless. Using vision to get the identifier, ARKit no longer has to figure out what to load and keep track of. All I told it was, hey, this is the model you have to load. You don't have to figure that out anymore. Now it became a lot more accurate, 99% more accurate than it was. From figuring out 150 plus image references inconsistently to this, sometimes it's still a minor hiccup, but it's better than before. And I have a voice up here, so I just wanted to take a moment. I might as well use it. The world's hard enough. I just want to remind everyone, remember to be kind. Help people when you can. It always makes a difference. Maybe not to you, but a lot more to them. Thank you.
Flip the switch. Hear it click. All these tiles. Feeling slick. Brush metal on my screen. Like it's a the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever, never out of style. Old school shine with a new blood smile. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines.
Thanks, everyone. Hi, I'm Riley Testhut. I'm the co-founder and CEO of AltStore, and I'm also the developer of Delta, a Nintendo emulator for iPhone. There's a whole story there, but I'll skip most of it. So just super excited to be here today. It's been a very long time since I've given one of these dev talk conferences, so I'm just like really pumped to be back in the swing of things. So thanks for having me. So cool. Thanks. Very quickly, what is AltStore? I got you. AltStore is an alternative app store for iOS apps, or for alternative app for iOS available in the EU and Japan. And we also have Brazil, Australia, and the UK even launching later this year, just as regulation rolls out around the world. That's the simple answer. The truth is, AltStore's actually been around for a lot longer than this official version. And before, it was this like super unofficial side project I built that you had to download something on your computer, you had to sign in with your Apple ID to pretend that you were a developer, and you had to re-sign your apps, all just to install an app onto your phone outside the App Store. And the whole reason I did this was just to distribute my app, Delta, because it wasn't allowed in the App Store at the time. So anyway, I was working on this like really hacky project just to get things out there, but definitely not mainstream. And I was working out with my co-founder, Shane Gill, who's here and great. But yeah, it was existing on the sidelines, nothing really official. And then all of a sudden, in 2023, the European Union passed a law, the Digital Markets Act, that amongst other things, forced Apple to allow sideloading of apps. And of course, this was huge. This meant for the first time we could actually do something with AltStore officially. So long story short, in April 2024, we updated or released a new version of AltStore called AltStore PAL to signify it was the European version of AltStore, And then we, launched it as an official app store, and so that was 2 years ago as of this month. So I thought to celebrate that 2-year anniversary, it'd be cool to like go back, talk about some of the stories of launching it, because I actually haven't shared much of what went behind the scenes to make that happen. So cool. Oh yeah, 2-year anniversary. So now let's get started with the month of terror. I thought it'd be good to lead with a little hook like that. So yes, to set the stage, our story begins January 25th, 2024, which also just happens to be my sister's birthday, so happy birthday, Ashlyn. That was convenient. So then, quick background, the DMA had been passed a year ago and was set to come into effect in about a month. Naturally, Apple had said nothing about this. We didn't know what it would look like. All we knew is Apple was compelled to allow sideloading in a month. And we had no idea whether it'd be directly from a website, if it'd be through alternative app stores. We were just sitting waiting. And so we didn't know what would happen. And then all we knew is we had to be ready for whatever they threw at us so we could be launching day one. Which brings me back to January 25th. Finally, Apple releases this press release announcing everything they were doing in the European Union. And there is a bunch of stuff included in this announcement that I don't need to go into, so we'll only focus on what's relevant for this talk. New options for app distribution, which you gotta love that phrasing, slightly obscure what it means. But TLDR, Apple went the full-blown alternative app store route. They were gonna allow third-party app stores. Those third-party apps could be native apps that install other apps, which meant we could turn AltStore, this hacky, weird thing, into an actual legitimate app store. This was amazing. There's just one problem. We now had to turn AltStore into a full app store. And not just that, we had to do it in 40 days. Because that was the timeline Apple had given us, and we knew we had to be there day one. It was stressful. And thus, that's what became the month of terror to us, or as most people call it, February. So high level, there were just two things we needed to do, to get AltStore ready. The first thing, we need to update the app to use Apple's new Marketplace Kit framework. So this is like a Swift native framework built in iOS that can do all the functionality you'd expect from alternative app stores. You can install apps, you can remove apps, you can check if apps installed, you can do a bunch of this stuff that you want an app store to have. And honestly, kudos to Apple. It was pretty easy to implement. It's actually a straightforward framework, very easy to use, might have some basic bugs, but so even though this was completely different than what we had in AltStore, compared to how AltStore worked before, this was so much simpler. Because again, old Alt Store had to use your computer, you had to send stuff to your computer from your phone, you had to give us your Apple ID and password, your literal password. We had to log into your account, pretend you were a developer. It was a whole mess. Oh, and you had to do that every week. Because after a week, the apps would expire, and you had to do the whole process over again. Apple did not want you sideloading apps. So we now had this beautiful Marketplace Kit API, and with that, it was a single API call. You can just say, hey, install an app, and then the system will install that app for you all behind the scenes, give me a progress indicator, it's great. So good job, Apple, really appreciate that. So it took about a week or so to get everything hooked up, but in the grand scheme of things, yeah, it wasn't too bad. And if that had been it, we would have been ready to go with several weeks to spare. That would have been great. Unfortunately, to make an alternative app store that works with Marketplace Kit, we also needed one more thing, a backend. I tried to find the scariest image I could to show just how scared I was of having to do this. Because to be clear, I am not a backend dev. I've done mobile apps my entire life. It's all I know. I know Objective-C, I know Swift, and I know basic C++ from college courses. And so here I was, Apple was like, you need to implement this backend. You need these certain endpoints, an install endpoint, a restore endpoint. And they're not too advanced, but since I'm also such a beginner, I'm like, okay, let me just use something basic. I'll use Node. I'll just put it, I don't know, just something basic. I don't know what I'm doing. I didn't want to do anything complicated. But then Apple had like one specific requirement. I had to use their app license delivery SDK to like generate all the licenses for the apps on the server. And this is a Swift-only SDK. So this got me thinking. Since I had to find a way to use Swift on the server anyway, maybe I should just build the whole backend in Swift. Just commit to that. Like, is that crazy? Would I hate myself later for doing it and regret all my time spent on it? Nope. That was one of the best decisions I ever made. Like, y'all should use Swift on the server. It's great. Like, we've been using it so much, and once you get it configured, which is like a thing, it really is just so nice to use. We've never had any issues with it, except for like bugs we've put in our own code, except for URL session. Don't use URL session, but besides that, you're fine. But so yeah, we had this great backend, and I was not a backend dev. I had it working, super happy with it. There was just like one downside with it. It took 45 minutes to compile a release build. And even better, sometimes it would get to the end and then freeze. And so then we had to restart it, and so it would become a 90-minute compile time just to deploy it to the server. That was fun. And to be fair, this is also at the beginning of this, like of the Swift on server days, and so I was cross-compiling for Linux from my M1 Mac, and with a Docker container, it made it a lot more simpler. The good news, if you're doing this yourself, this is not the case anymore. They've done a bunch of improvements behind the scenes, and now you can compile all this in 5 minutes, which is significantly better. So thank you to the Swift server backend team. You've made my life significantly easier. But so anyway, I have the server working. It's still taking 45 minutes to compile, but it works, does all the stuff. Now, this one more issue is the only way to actually test that installing apps works is to be physically in the European Union. Apple does not allow us to actually test installing apps if we're not living in the European Union. And we're stationed in Texas at the time. So that was interesting. But as luck would have it, right around this time, we get an invitation from Apple to attend a lab in Ireland to help us integrate Marketplace Kit into our apps. How serendipitous. This is perfect. We could now fly out to Europe, and we could test everything. And since it was literally scheduled for the week of the DMA, we could actually be with Apple engineers when we launched. It'd be so nice. They could help us debug things. This is like a perfect case scenario. We were so happy. And so it seemed like all our problems were solved. So thanks, Apple. So yeah, we packed up, and then we flew off to the lab. We worked with the Apple engineers there, and we were successfully able to launch AltStore on day 1. And that's the story of how we launched AltStore PAL. Psych. No. No, I wish. That was just the beginning of a whole process. So yeah, I think to no one's surprise in this room, working with Apple is never that easy. So, which brings me to story 2, the Apple Lab. So, yeah, this goes on for a bit. So, I fly out with my trusty iMac and my less than 1 month old Vision Pro, and off we fly to Cork, Ireland. Monday, we head off to Apple's campus, where we meet with a small team of people that Apple had assigned to us to help us build out AltStore, including a dev, developer relations, and even marketing. Awesome. We had a whole team to help us. Again, thanks, Apple. That's wonderful. And I know I'm not supposed to do this, but I did take some photos of the office while I was in there, so please don't post these online. But yeah. It was a pretty cool office. So anyway, they start asking us questions about our experience developing AltStore, and it quickly becomes clear that they're expecting to teach us everything from ground zero, like how to use Marketplace Kit, how to make a backend. And we tell them, we've already built everything. We're here ready to go. We just need your approval. And to remind, this is the day before the law is going into effect. So we're like, Apple, we're ready. You need to be compliant right now. But I mean, the poor Apple people we're talking to, they're not the ones up in charge. So they hear us, and then they talk to their bosses. It's clear they're figuring something out. So while they figure out what to do, they give us the debug version of the Marketplace Kit entitlement, which allows us to test installing apps ourselves, not to release AltStore. And then they also allow us to submit our apps, Delta and Clip, for notarization, as well as a test app to test installing apps. But I should touch a bit more on that, because notarization is going to be a really big part of this story. So yeah. If you're a Mac developer, you may be familiar with the concept of notarization, and if you are, forget every single thing you know about it, because the process in iOS could not be more different than Mac. First and foremost, every submission for notarization goes to a human reviewer who approves or rejects apps based on notarization guidelines. If you think this sounds like app review, you'd be right. That's because it's exactly the same. It's literally the exact same system, as in you still submit apps through App Store Connect. You still upload screenshots and app descriptions and all that stuff. You have to fill out all the metadata. The only difference is that there's now a new section that appears on your app that you can check to do notarization. In fact, here's Delta, the Delta App Store page. If you can see at the bottom, there's a new review type section added to app review information with this little edit button right there. And if you click that tiny little edit button, then you can choose, do you want to submit for App Store or notarization? Thanks, Apple. Really simple and easy to find, but whatever. So anyway, the whole takeaway here is just that Apple is literally approving and rejecting apps for our store. And that becomes a deal, but just for right now is we just need them to approve our app so we can launch our store. That's it. So yes, that brings us finally to March 5th, DMA Day, which also happens to be my other sister's birthday. So very convenient dates for me to remember at this time. Like, cool, from Ashton to Cassidy, we got this. So today, the DMA is finally in effect, and everyone is super excited just to download the new iOS 17.4 update to try them out. Except we're just sitting around all day in the lab waiting for our apps to be approved. We can't test anything because we're waiting for Apple to notarize our apps, and that's all we can do at the lab at this point. So as the day goes on, we're just getting more and more frustrated because we've done everything we can to get to this point. We are ready to go, and then just by 7 p.m., we kind of just give up. We like, no, we're not going to launch that day, and we're kind of really just really bummed because we had just stressed out for a whole month getting stuff ready. We had all the pieces ready to go. The only thing is that Apple needed to approve us. So Shane and I went back to our hotel room, and we were we were pretty pissed off because we were thinking, it's not our fault that Apple wasn't ready. The law is in effect. They needed to have this done. They need to be allowing us by this date, or else they're just not compliant. So this made Shane and I realize we maybe actually have some leverage in this situation. So we decided to do in hindsight something probably we shouldn't have done, and was really stupid, but we decided to email Tim Cook and other executives. We made it very clear in writing that we are ready to launch, and that AltStore is or that Apple is the reason we are not able to launch the day the DMA went into effect. Now, there was a paper trail saying that Apple was not compliant on day one of the DMA, and we knew that the European Commission, if they ever saw this, they would be very interested in that fact. So again, we were pissed off, we sent this to them, and then it was 9 o'clock our time, so we just went to bed. We were like, whatever. Didn't expect anything from it, but the next day, we wake up, and wouldn't you believe it? They approved one of our apps. Now, the test app, not Delta or Clip, not any of the actual apps, but they gave us something, and you know, we took it, because we could finally do something. And of course, we didn't know if this was because of our email, or was just a coincidence, but when we did go into the lab the next day, our Apple contact did say, kind of seriously, maybe email me before you email Tim next time. So we're like, sorry, didn't mean to keep you caught up in there, Alberto. But yeah, I took that as a sign that I think that did do something. So yeah, while we're still waiting to get approval for Delta and Clip, at least we had something to do while we were at the lab. So we spent the day testing and installing the app, and soon enough, we finally had installing apps working, start to finish. And you can see what that looks like here with the alt test app. Mate pulls up Apple's scare screen to let you know you're really installing an app. And then, whoa, install! Thank you. So yeah, this was a pretty big moment for us, because just finally seeing everything work, it's just all we wanted. So we were pretty happy. We knew we got alt test approved. Now we just had to get Delta and Clip approved. It shouldn't take too much longer, right? It did. It took much, much longer to get approved. And so, yeah, that brings us to the next story, which I just had called Stuck in Europe. Okay, so our week at the lab has come to an end, and we're still just waiting for apps to be approved. So we're in this weird, awkward situation. We've done everything we can to test AltStore, but the final test could only be done once we received the Marketplace Kit release entitlement. And we didn't want to fly home because we thought it could be any day, so we didn't want to just fly home and then fly back. But at the same time, we really had nothing to do in Cork. And then also on top of this, it was about to be St. Patrick's Day, and we always celebrate St. Patrick's Day with our friends back in Texas, and we were bummed that we were going to be missing it with all our best friends. So since we couldn't be celebrating St. Patrick's Day in Texas, we decided to do the second best thing. We went to Dublin. Thought that'd be a pretty good idea. And can confirm, they do at least celebrate St. Patrick's Day there. So, you know, we went there, but we're still figuring out stuff to do. And then while we're there, we get this. An invitation to attend a DMA workshop with the European Commission, which happened just to be in Brussels the next day after St. Patrick's Day. And again, since we have nothing better to do, we're just in Europe waiting, doing nothing. We're like, okay, let's go to Brussels. And so we do. And so the next day, March 18th, 2024, and I kid you not, this is my brother's birthday. But that is all my siblings now. There's no more of that stuff. But just really easy dates for me for all this stuff. So yeah, here we are in Belgium now. And apparently I'm going to be going to this really formal government setting thing, but we only packed for this 1 week Apple lab, so I had very limited clothing options. And I had absolutely nothing formal at all. So while everyone else wore suits and attended this thing, I put on what I thought was my best outfit. This, I thought, hey, you know, it's kind of like Apple styled, it works, it has like a computer on the back, like, it does the job. So then I do it, and you can see, the audio doesn't matter, but yeah, formal people all around me. So yeah. For what it's worth, the Apple person I asked the question to, he appreciated the sweatshirt, so I took it as a good sign. But yeah, what I said doesn't really matter. I asked some question about fees and stuff, but it actually was a good thing that I went because I ended up meeting some good people there. I actually got to meet the European Commission and talk to them more. And then we also got some news from that thing, from just like talking at this event. And so we're like, cool, that paid off. Now what? Again, still waiting. And now I'll just basically say, we looked around and we basically realized we're just gonna be here for a long time. We might as well figure out something fun to do. And so that's basically what we decided to do. We decided just to travel across Europe, you know, taking a train every week to a new country and just waiting every single week to see every day, will Apple approve us today? And that just went on. So I'll skip past a lot of things, because we did some touristy stuff while we were waiting. You can see all the countries we visited. We tried to get in Berghain twice, but then we did not. And then just for the sake of time, I'll skip straight to Denmark. So at this point, it was now early April. We'd been in Europe for over a month. And this was honestly a really low point for us, because there was a total solar eclipse that was about to pass over North America, and it was about to pass over our literal house in Dallas. And not only that, but Shane's parents were flying into Dallas to watch this eclipse with us and enjoy it all together. And we knew there was no chance we were gonna get home to see this eclipse. And so just like another thing of like, oh, this is never gonna end. We're never gonna be able to go home. So we had to do what anyone else would do in our situation. We went to an amusement park, cheered ourselves up. We went to Tivoli, in fact. It's a great place. And fittingly, this is when the story finally takes a turn. So we spend all day at Tivoli doing whatever, pass the time, and eventually we're in line to ride one of the biggest rides there. And then as we approach the front, I get an email from Apple about some guideline changes to the app rules, whatever. And so then there were just two changes. One, a new music streaming services entitlement, basically it's something meant just for Spotify. And then added games from retro game console emulator apps to the list of permitted software. What? Like, I really couldn't process that sentence immediately, because I was like, wait, did Apple just allow emulators in the App Store? And yeah, they did, just like that. They had done something I truly thought they would never do, and they decided to allow emulators in the App Store. And so two thoughts immediately went to my head. One, what a brilliant move by Apple. My God, we thought it was so easy. We're gonna launch this App Store, it's gonna have Delta as the main app, you can't get emulators in the App Store. What an easy story to tell. Here Apple was saying, aha, you're now gonna compete on real merit. And so I respected that like chess play. The second thing was, we got Apple to change their rules to allow emulators. Like, hell yeah, that's huge. So, very good. And then yeah, that second point was really my immediate focus. Like, it really just showed that we were on the right path with AltStore. If we're able just, I think, to pressure them to do these types of things. And so we got on the roller coaster, and that's all I could think about, which you can literally see like in my face. Just like pure joy realizing everything that's just happened. And then the next day, so Apple has changed the App Store rules to allow emulators, and then the next day, wouldn't you believe it, after more than a full month in review, they approved Delta for notarization. What a coincidence. I'm sure they were not waiting for them to change their own App Store rules to give it to us. But whatever. We just didn't care at this point, because we were like, fine. We just want to release Delta. So now that the rules had changed, we just resubmitted it for the App Store. Our now thought was, let's just release Delta worldwide. So in the EU, you can get it through AltStore, or everywhere else, get it through the App Store. That way, everyone can just enjoy Delta. And then, so we submitted it for the App Store. And then a few days after that, we received the release entitlement for AltStore. And then the day after that, they approved Delta for the App Store. What a week this was. After waiting for so long, we now had finally received everything we needed from Apple to launch AltStore. Delta was approved for both AltStore and the App Store, and we had the release entitlement, which means we could distribute AltStore from our website. We just had to test it and verify that everything worked. For the first time, we were finally able to test whether installing AltStore worked on our website. And of course, there's a bug on Apple's end, making it impossible. So once again, here we are, ready to launch, and we're just waiting on Apple to fix something for us to let us do it. And then the most annoying part was, this was Friday evening, and we knew there was no chance that the Apple engineers were going to be working on this until Monday. So right as we finally get everything launched, we're once again having to step back and wait, basically over the weekend. And we also can't release Delta in the App Store because that would give Apple too much of a win. We knew we had to at least release them at the same time, or else it made the whole story very complicated. So we're holding to our guns, even though Delta's approved, we don't want to release it, and the only solace we have is that there's not been another emulator launch in the App Store, so we could still be first. Oh, crap, yeah. And then this happened. iGBA. A Game Boy Advance emulator called iGBA just launched on the App Store that Sunday. But then this wasn't just any emulator. It just so happened to be a reskinned version of my own app, GBA for iOS, that I had made back in high school like 10 years ago. Of course, with just all the logos removed. So not only were we now waiting on Apple to let us launch AltStore and Delta, but in the meantime, they had also now just approved a knockoff of Delta, basically, for the App Store. And since we really couldn't do anything about it, since the app was open source and 10 years old, we just had to sit around basically all day watching it get press as the first emulator or Game Boy emulator for iPhone. But then, yes, thankfully, I don't know why, but Apple did end up pulling iGBA later that day. And so we got another little reprieve, but my stress levels were just like, were too shot at the end of this weekend. We just needed to launch. We couldn't have another thing like this happening. So, which finally brings us to April 16th. After sitting around for another 4 days, we finally hear that from Apple that the bug should be fixed end of day today. Finally, the end was in sight. So to celebrate and pass the time, we had a nice dinner and we popped on one of our favorite movies. Or, well, The Dark Knight's one of our favorite movies, but we had just seen that, so we put on the sequel. Same thing. So we started around 9 p.m. just to get ourselves pumped up. We're watching this movie, watching Bruce Wayne, do really cool things, knowing that we'll stop at any moment to just release our app. And so we just keep waiting and watching. We keep waiting. We keep waiting, and then we get to midnight our time, and then we get a text from Apple, and they tell us, nope, bug's not going to be fixed after all. And this was probably then the hardest time for us, because we had finally let ourselves believe we were going to launch. We finally thought we were done. Apple had reassured us it was going to happen today, and then here we were just once again in the same position we've been. So it was a pretty depressing night that night. And so then I woke up the next day, and Shane was yelling, "The bug's been fixed! The bug's been fixed!" And sure enough, miraculously, overnight, the Apple engineers had indeed just fixed this bug, and we could now finally install AltStore from a website. That's all we needed. So I jumped into action. We configured our staging website, tested everything working there. We then pushed to production. We got everything working there. We tested all the last minute things we needed to do. And then finally, it was time to launch. So around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, we pulled the trigger. We released AltStore Power with Delta. We put Delta in the App Store. We posted about it on our socials. And then we bought a plane ticket home for the next morning, because we were ready to go home. Truly, that was just our reward. We're finally, just to be back home in our own beds, nothing will feel better. And then, yeah, after that, we just passed immediately out. We couldn't even receive the reception of Delta or AltStore. We just were so tired. We were just ready to be mentally done with this thing. And we're we'll check tomorrow. We'll see what's happening then. So yeah, the next day, I woke up and I checked, if Delta maybe, any chance, happened to make it into the top 100 entertainment apps. Because that was the category we launched in. I thought, maybe those are popular, maybe there's a chance. So then, yeah, you can imagine my complete shock when I saw that it was not only the #1 entertainment app, it was the literal #1 app in the entire App Store. Above, above TikTok, Threads, you name it. And yeah, this was one of the most surreal experiences of my life. Just like up until a couple weeks ago, I never thought that Delta could ever be in the App Store. Now here it was, like the #1 app, validating kind of what we've been saying the whole time, that there are just so many apps out there that can exist, that people want, that app review has just prevented from happening. Here, Apple changed the rules. They allowed an emulator, and immediately it's now the #1 app. That's competition. That's how it should be working. It makes things better for everyone. You don't have to be an alt-store user to now enjoy Delta. It's just a good thing for the whole ecosystem, and so it was just really encouraging to see that happen, and because we just hoped for that to be the case and just had to be blindly believing it. So there we stayed for incredibly 2 weeks at the top before finally being dethroned by what is now our real nemesis, Krispy Kreme. They did give away free donuts, so it's hard to compete with that. But yeah, and that's the story of how we launched AltStore in Delta after being stuck in Europe for almost 2 months. And there's a lot. However, before I do wrap up this talk, there is actually one other part of the story that I did skip over and I've not really talked about publicly as much, but was just as relevant to this overall thing. Clip. Oh, clip. Okay. So earlier, I mentioned we submitted both Delta and Clip for notarization at the same time. While we had to wait for Delta to be notarized for a long time, we didn't actually have that many issues with it. It just took a long time, and then they approved it in the end. Clip, it's just very, very different. At the same time we're traveling through Europe doing all the other stuff, we're having to deal with a bunch of Clip BS that's just taking up all of our time. So just first, what is Clip? So yeah, I told you, AltStore was originally built to distribute Delta, but we knew we needed more than one app to kind of justify AltStore, to help people understand that you can do more types of apps. We just wanted to inspire a bunch of cool ideas. So thus Clip was born, which is just a simple clipboard manager that can get this actually run in the background. I know, what a crazy concept or something. So, but I use this all the time on my Mac. I have a clipboard manager. It just tracks something. You can't do this on iOS normally, but because of App Store limitations, not because of technical reasons. So like, cool, perfect example. And I also should point out, everyone meet Nori, our head designer's dog, and our unofficial company mascot. She's incredible. She comes to the office every day. It's really nice just to have her around us. But yeah, anyway, as you can see, compared to Delta, it's the app unbelievably simple. It's just a single list of clippings that you've made, and then you can tap them, copy it to your clipboard, and then paste another app. Also, unlike Delta, no weird legalities to be aware of. There's no ROM sharing. There's no anything like that. You're just copying stuff. It is so extremely simple. It should be easy to get this one notarized, right? I think y'all know where this is going. So yeah, just to really understand how frustrating this whole ordeal was, I'm just going to take you through the whole journey of getting Clip notarized, starting with, the initial submission. So the first version of Clip we submitted used core location to run in the background. Specifically, it used CL Location Manager to track the user's location and use the location UI background mode just to be running. And then we just discarded all location information. We didn't care about that. All we cared about was that we could just keep running and track when the clipboard changes and save it. It's pretty simple. And so we submitted the same day we submitted Delta, expecting it to be approved relatively quickly. 1 week later, rejected. What was the reason? The app uses location data for features that are not relevant to location. Okay, well, fine. I mean, that's true. It didn't technically use location data for location-related purposes. Fair enough. So after some brainstorming, we came up with a new method that does use location services for an intended purpose, and was something that Apple had actually approved in the past for the App Store. Our submission 2 was silent audio. So I spent a few days building a new feature to Clip, a complete audio player. This allowed Clip to run in the background as long as you're playing audio, like Spotify or Apple Music or any audio playing thing. And then to make this less obnoxious, we included a silent audio clip by default. However, to make it easy for app review to be okay with it, we added that option so you could choose your own file. If you wanted to loop your own song in the background, you know, customizability. I don't want to say what you want to have looping, but we're like, cool, we did it. We have a reason, doesn't matter how ridiculous it is, we're complying with the rules. So, and also, yeah, this is inspired by Tapbot's Pastebot, which they did back in 2010, using this exact same trick. Just play silent audio, and go forever. So whatever, submit it again, hoping it's a small inconvenience. 1 week later, rejected again. And this time, though, they actually called us to tell it was why it was rejected. In addition to the real reason, they also said only primarily audio players are allowed to use background audio, despite Pastebot doing the same thing years ago. And so, at this point, I was getting really frustrated. Because we're still stuck in Europe at this point, doing all the other stuff, trying to get approved, and we just don't have the bandwidth to be dealing with Clip. It's just a clipboard manager, and we're just doing all this. But then they mentioned we could use background services for their intended purposes. And so fine, after more brainstorming, came up with one more idea. The third submission, the map tab. So now, we went back to core location in the location background mode, but we also we have a new map tab that shows you where you were when you took all your clippings. This allows you to conveniently see where you've been recently, like apps like Foursquare, or at least that's what we told Apple. We're like, yeah, it's a cool functionality. In fact, you can see, like, that's all the clippings I took across Europe, so it does work. Who knows how useful it is, but like, it's a feature that's there. And so yeah, to populate this tab, naturally, we needed to get the user's location whenever they say something to clip, which of course requires background location. So we're feeling very confident about this one. We're like, we've solved this. We did it exactly as Apple needs. This is just notarization after all. It's not full app review. And so we submitted again, thinking we finally solved it. And then 3 weeks go by. We take this as a good sign. The previous ones have been rejected within a week. Finally, this one, we didn't hear anything back. So we're like, oh, I think we finally solved it. I think we finally figured it out. And then no. On the same day that Apple finally approves Delta for notarization, they reject Clip for a third time. And this time for using public APIs in an unapproved manner. So despite creating an entirely new map tab that shows where the user's location was at all points when they did something, that's not an approved use case for location background, whatever. So at this point, I'm like fully pissed off. Because I'm like, no, Apple. This is notarization. This is not app review. You are not allowed to make these content decisions. It's like they're allowed to look for security and privacy. And I was like, no, you're just abusing your position because you just don't want an app to run in the background for forever. I get it. That's not what the law says. So, but we know we need Clip to launch AltStore. Like, we need that second app. So at this point, we've been in Europe for like 45 days. So we're just at the end of our ropes, and we just got to figure something out. So we decided to sleep on it. And then the next morning, I go on a nice 2-hour walk, and finally, it hits me. We just need any other app besides Delta to launch AltStore. What if we built and submitted an entirely new app that Apple hates even more than Clip? And then we let them choose which one they want us to launch with. Spoiler alert, that's exactly what we did. So introducing Notarization Sucks. I was proud of this one. So this is a whole interactive story about our entire experience getting Clip approved for AltStore, with all the details, all the rejections, all laid out for anyone to see. The timeline, you name it. We broke everything down into its own chapter. You could page through it, like a UI page view controller, page curl transition, because we need to be able to launch this. It has to be good enough to be our second app. And so yeah, we did this, but then I also wanted to say there was one additional screen, the epilogue, which is a full-page summary of the situation, explaining why this is a big deal, but most importantly, has a big spanking email European Commission button at the bottom. And yeah, if you tap that, you got a pre-filled out email directed to the EC with this complaint saying that Apple's abusing their position and that they're legally rejecting Clip. I was also very proud of that. And so, again, we were pretty pissed off. So we spent the full day building this from scratch. In the end, we're actually taking a cruise overnight to Finland, so I had to be doing this really quickly before we take off. In fact, literally, here's me on the cruise, trying to desperately commit and finish up stuff before we leave land, just so we can submit this app for notarization. But in the end, we do. We submit notarization sucks, and I include just one message to app review. I tell them, yeah, we need an app to launch AltStore Apple. We don't care which one it is. It's your choice. Please give us Clip or notarization sucks. And so then we go to bed, no internet. We arrive the next day, we get internet back, I get an email, and what do you know? They decided to approve Clip after all. So yeah, they were just, trying to bully us around, and we called their bluffs, and now we got Clip approved. They did not approve notarization sucks. They never did. But whatever, we don't care. We got the app we actually wanted, which meant we had both our apps, and now we could finally launch AltStore. And well, y'all know the rest of how that all went. So, yeah. And that is now the end of how we launched. Yeah, it was a pretty wild adventure, and yeah, we've just continued to do even more than I could have possibly fit in this talk. So yeah, what just began as this side project to install my emulator Delta is now a fully legitimate app store, and has now grown beyond my wildest dreams. And so just wanted to recap on where we've been now. Since launching 2 years ago, we now have 1 million users and 150 and more to see apps. So you know, it's just the beginning here, and I'm excited. We have Fortnite, which is crazy. And yeah, I'm so excited to see where we can go from here. So yeah, thanks everyone. I'm here with my co-founder Shane Gill and our developer relations Maddie McCarthy, who she wanted me to put this in. I've actually been working on this for so long that back in college, me and Maddie actually did this as a school project in college for our capstone. We had to make a hypothetical startup, and so we're like, oh, let's come up with AltStore. And so you can see us coming up with the name AltStore and freaking out. We need to get 1,000 users by the end of the semester. And I'm like, wow, we've come a very long way since then. So yeah. And then one last thing, for Deep Dish, our community manager, Matt, has also made incredible skins, all pizza themed, for you to download and install, so you can just like pizzafy your whole retro gaming experience. Just scan the QR code there, and yeah, have some good cheesy fun. Cool.
Oh, there we go. Okay, we got.
Flip the switch. Hear it click. All these tiles. Feeling slick. Brush metal on my screen. Like in 2009. Leather seams on my home row. Stitching up my time. Little gloss on every icon. the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever, never out of style. Old school shine with a new blood smile. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever, never out of style. Old school shine with a new blood smile. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Flip the switch. Hear it click. All these tiles. Feeling slick. Hey. Brush metal on my screen. Like in 2009. Leather seams on my home row. Stitching up my time. Little gloss on every icon. Every corner shines. I've been dragging these windows like it's my first WWEC line. Deep dish forever. Stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago. Built against the sky. Tap that chrome. Let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever. We've been here before, version 4, but the heart wants more. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Whoa. Little knob with a red line, turning up the game. Fake glass, fake wood, still it hits my brain. Leather bound on my dock bar like a notebook page. Every bevel, every border sings, we're back in that age. Deep dish forever. Stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever. Yeah, we love that feel when the fake looks fake, but it still feels real. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Whoa. 4 years in and we still show up. Badges on lanyards like a decked out hut. Raise that phone, let the screen glow green. We're the throwback future of this whole scene. Deep dish forever. Stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever. Never out of style. Old school shine with a new blood smile. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever, never out of style. Old school shine with a new blood smile. If it feels like home, then it's good design. Deep dish forever. Skew it till it shines. Flip the switch. Hear it click. All these tiles feeling slick. Brush metal on my screen, like in 2009. Leather seams on my home row, stitching up my time. Little gloss on every icon, every corner shines. I've been dragging these windows like it's my first WWEC line. Deep dish forever, stack those layers high. Pixels like Chicago, built against the sky. Tap that chrome, let the shadows fall. If it looks like the real thing, we're shipping it all. Deep dish forever.
We are going to be finishing up our Indie Dev Day. We have the 4th annual launched live at Deep Dish. I don't know if that's what we're going to call it, but something like that. All right, that's all I got. Here's Charlie to say a lot of words.
All right. Hello. All right, so first things first, I was told I should remind everybody that there's a Revenue Cat bash, because I'm also an employee of Revenue Cat. And there are, Josh, correct me if I'm wrong, there are still tickets people can sign up. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Where is it on Discord that they can find the link?
Yeah,
We
from
should've
like
discussed
2
this
weeks
before.
ago. I'll go repost it.
Okay, it'll be on Discord. You should do that. And yeah, so yeah, this is the, oh my gosh, there's my boss. So everybody tell. Oh, thank you. All right, I will. I actually was just reminded, that Launched is now a Revenue Cat property. So my boss also owns this podcast. That's a new development. This is going great. I don't know how I forgot this, because we completely radically changed the artwork. If you notice, right there, we really worked the branding in really strongly. So thank you, boss. Appreciate that. Anyway, yeah, so this is Launched Live. Launched is my podcast I do where I interview indie developers mostly about building and launching their app out into the world and the stories about how they became indie developers. The live version of the show has taken many iterations, and every year we've kind of made it a little different. Last year we did like a panel where we had 3 people up here, and it was really more, it wasn't solely indie focused. And this year we're doing something kind of similar. I really wanted to do a Today Show, kind of late night show style thing, mostly just so I could force all of you to laugh by using one of these. There it is. Okay, whew, it almost didn't work. That would have been embarrassing. Yeah, but we couldn't get a live band, and I tried to get a giant mahogany desk, and Josh's budget didn't allow that, so we have the pizza table again. But we're going to do something kind of similar, where I'm going to have 2 separate guests. Both of them are, I think, going to be inspirational stories. One of them, more related to those of you who work at bigger companies and maybe are anxious about AI. And the other one, a kind of traditional launched indie story. And so let's go ahead and get that started. So give a big round of applause for Neem Sarah. I feel like I'm supposed to do like a dance or something. I don't know. I was not made for this. All right, Neem, welcome back to Launch Live.
Yeah, thank you.
So how many of you all were here last year? Look at that, quite a few.
Big crowd.
Yeah, that's pretty good. So last year, Neem was one of the panelists, and you might remember there was quite long and maybe a strong feeling conversation about the use of AI in companies. So there were some people who were like, AI is the future, and if you're not, on top of it and using it today, you're going to lose your job and, fall behind on everything. And Neem was like, AI is fine, but I'm not a super expert, but I'm going to eventually learn it. I think I'll be okay. And then in the year since then, can you tell me what's happened?
Yeah, absolutely. So I like to say that I flew too close to the AI sun. And a year ago when you saw me, it was like my first week at working at Square, also known as Block. And then I think a lot of you have heard in the past month and a half, they laid off 70% of technology, 90% of their iOS team in favor of AI. So it's been kind of a wild ride of, again, a year ago, I had never used AI. And then I started at Block, and they were like, hey, everyone needs to use AI. And kind of became a little bit of a super expert on it, if you will.
Not kind of. Every time we talked, I was like, what are you doing? You had like massive agent swarms running at night and like crazy stuff you were doing, right?
Yeah, pretty crazy stuff. And yeah, so it's been a really wild year, I would say. Like a year ago, again, coming up here and being like, yeah, I haven't used it, but some other people on my team use it, and right now I think it's a bunch of AI slop, to going to like my last week at Block doing like 30-something PRs, having an agent orchestrator, doing like 5 or 6 major workflows at the same time. Really like night and day different. But yeah, I could tell you a little bit about like that journey. I think the first thing I asked AI to do was help me figure out a new refrigerator to buy. Again, nothing related
that
to
was
tech
for Square,
at all.
right?
Yes, clearly. On Square's dime, what are they going to do now? Fire me? Whatever. But it was like, yes, which refrigerator should I buy? Here's my budget. Here's what I want. And then it recommended a refrigerator that actually has a class action lawsuit against it right now. So the data was really old. Obviously, I researched it, and I was like, I don't know, AI's still not there. But again, like I said, I had to learn to use it for my job. It was one of the requirements, right? Suddenly, everyone started caring about token usage and average PR count per week. At one point, they were throwing out like, everyone needs to do at least 4.2 PRs, and then somebody else was like, 25 PRs, see if you can make it possible. And as a staff engineer there, I was tasked to like, see if you can make that possible. And I did, and I will say, super stressful. But again, let me go back on this AI journey that I was doing. I think I kind of came about it in a way of like making really big mistakes really fast. If you remember last year, I was like so annoyed at some junior developers putting up some stuff and then calling it good. And it turns out when you join a new company, you don't know all of the patterns. You suddenly become a very like junior person trying to like be like, yes, look at my code, isn't it pretty? And then someone's like, it looks nothing like everything else and all of our patterns here. So I started using AI a lot to be like, hey, tell me the patterns that I should know in this code base. But again, Square's a really big company, so I would ask AI and it would be like, use this pattern that 90% of people are using, and it would turn out to be the old pattern because we're in the process of all these migrations. So what I started learning from AI was that I needed to do things a lot more defensively. Ask for things like, hey, I'm trying to write this code, but tell me what an aggressive code reviewer would tell me so I wouldn't embarrass myself. Or like, hey, I wrote this code, where are all the places that I'm missing things from? So then I got to this point a couple months ago where I would start things off at the end of the day being like, make a huge plan for me, but find all of my pitfalls and whatever, figure out all the tests that I would write, and then the next morning I would come and it would be like, here are like 8 to 10 PRs for this thing that you asked me to do. And then I would actually spend a lot more time like reviewing it. I think I suddenly became, instead of writing code, I suddenly became a reviewer of code and like, again, kind of like an agent orchestrator in a way of being like, hey, tell me all the places that I like screwed this up so I don't embarrass myself. And in that, I learned a lot about AI, and
Yeah, and like specifically with the learning part, I think that was the thing that a year ago there was so much angst about, well, and even this year, a lot of the talks have talked about the feeling of being behind.
Yes.
And I think your thesis last year, and us talking, a lot in the meantime, was kind of, I don't think I'm that behind because I can learn it, I can catch up. And it's changing so fast that by the time I learn it, is it really that big of a deal that I didn't know what was, the way to do things a year ago? Did that bear out as true? Or did you feel like, oh, I actually had to catch up way more because I wasn't on top of things at that point in time?
Yeah, so that's actually a really great question because I think everything is changing, right, week to week. I mean, even when I was working in it with people who were like immediately getting the newest things and like being like, graphite's the new thing, conductor's the new thing, all these Ralph loops are the new thing. It's just really hard to keep up with all that. And it turns out like all of these are like tools that make things a little bit easier, right? And it's nice to know when you're doing things, but it doesn't really matter a lot in the long run in a corporate setting if you're not doing it together as a team. So that's the thing that I learned the most was just like, okay, if I'm gonna start using this, I want everyone around me to similarly understand why we're using it. So like with graphite and like splitting things
Can you explain what graphite is for everyone else that doesn't know?
Yes, so graphite, we were using graphite a lot. It's kind of a tool that does a lot of things at this point right now. It can help you do a lot of code reviews. It could like tell you, like it has an agent next to it to kind of help you do code reviews. But the way that I was using it was, hey, Block wants us to do 4.2 PRs in a week. Graphite makes PR stacking really easy, so I could take one massive PR and split it up into 10 PRs, right? Maybe that's gamifying the system a little bit, whatever.
When you set incentives,
Yes.
what do you expect?
Exactly, when you set incentives. But what I found out was that because we're churning out so much code with AI, making these really tiny PRs actually makes it easier for everyone else to understand and everyone else to be like, this is an AI hallucination, this is actually like decent code. And then once you get an entire team to kind of think in the same way that we all value, right? We all value understanding the code that we're doing, having to maintain it afterwards, just making sure that this feature does what we think it does, making sure it works the same on iOS and Android. Again, all of these are tools that help you do the same thing. And so as much as AI is helpful, I think it's just as important to get everyone around you to kind of make sure we have the same values and are kind of using maybe some of the same tools and moving in the same direction. So like, yes, I was using AI in like lots of cool, crazy ways, but the majority of the important work that I was doing was talking to people and being like, okay, this is a new hot thing. How much do we have to care right now? Or like, you tell me in 3 weeks, is this something that we should like disseminate to the rest of the team, the rest of the mobile org, the rest of technology, right? Or is this another like blip in the radar? Because if you're like me, like the interruption of learning a new technology every week, every day or whatever, there's just so much context switching. You really have to weigh, like, does this context switching make sense? Like, will it make me faster in the long run? Or should I focus on the thing that I know and love? Like, I love Cursor. I will continually use Cursor over Claude Code, but like, people will be like, no, Claude Code's better for X, Y, and Z reason. And I'm like, is it worth it for me? At this point, it is not worth it for me. So really kind of deciding a lot of that. And like, there are just certain types of people who are really, really good at keeping up with that stuff and like being on the forefront. That is not me, and I think that's okay. And I think everyone in this room doesn't have to be at the forefront. They just have to be willing to learn and take a step back and be like, okay, this person has been using this for a couple of weeks. They say it's important. How do I talk to them and find out if it's important for me to also use and like gain trust together?
And that actually dovetails right into the next question, which is like, okay, you aren't super into it right now, but you see a coworker that's into it and you want to catch up, or you think this is going to be useful for you. What are the best ways to kind of start getting up to speed and start working it into your workflow?
Yeah, absolutely. I always ask different people to pair with me. And so this is, again, it's super hard. Like, I went into Square as this, like, staff engineer. I felt like I should know everything. And then all of a sudden, there's, like, all this AI stuff. And then even then, it was like, okay, this person on my team knows so much more about AI. And I'd be like, hey, every couple of weeks, I want to pair with you. And I want to see, like, you're keeping track of all this stuff. I'm not keeping track of it. What's your thought process on this? And like, how do I take your thought process and use it on the thing that I'm working on? And then how do I take this and like help other people wherever they're at come up to speed somewhere in the middle, right? So I think it's just really important to like continually still talk to people and figure out what they're doing. Even with a lot of the talks that we've seen like today and yesterday, it's just like, there's so many things out there that you could do, and AI is capable of a lot of things. It's also capable of a lot of hallucinations. Can't say that word. But like the thing that I think is most important is like, how do you communicate with a system and keep trying to do that and figure out what do you not know, what are you not thinking about, and bring that information back in, and like, yeah, continue to move forward with people.
Yeah, it really feels like if you strip away all the noise and all the kind of hysteria, it really is like an accelerated version of what I think all of us have lived through for a long time. Like, you know, we worked together on a decent sized team, and there were people, quite frankly, like you and me, that were very interested in the product we were building, and we were interested in the user experience and how can we make that happen. And then there were people who understood what Swift concurrency is, right?
Yes.
And like,
absolutely.
you work together as a team. I learned so much about like Swift development and UIKit whenever I first got into this from the people who that was their passion. And I feel like this is actually similar to that, right?
Absolutely similar.
It just feels like it's so much different than maybe it actually is in at least this one regard, right? And so, yeah, I think that, I don't know. This is why I wanted to bring you on, because every time I talk to you, I feel a little better about not being so far behind, and I feel like it's a good lesson to, like, you can pick it up, and you don't have to be like, this is now the only thing I'm focused on, but more like, just like any other tool or any other framework Apple announces, take your time and try and pull things in as you can, and think through, you know, how can I solve this problem that I'm already trying to solve using this tool? And it might take a little longer, but here we go. But you don't have to be like, my entire focus is setting up, you know, 72 Mac Minis in a cave somewhere, and now this is my entire purpose in life. Like, there is a balance, and so I think that's where we're at.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Well, I'm just gonna really awkwardly end this then,
Yes,
and transition to the next
Thank
person.
you.
So, Neem, applause everybody. Actually. Oh, look at that. I had a really cool slide that was supposed to show the whole time you were there. Now applause. So how are you feeling about your investment, Jacob? Good. he's slacking. All right, so I'll grab my little clicker here. Now let's move on to our next guest here. So this is an indie developer who who's a teacher. In fact, he was almost late, I feel like, because he was getting through traffic because he was coming from school where he was teaching. But he has turned into a really successful indie developer. So welcome to the stage, Eric Duffett. Eric, welcome to the show.
Thank you. I listened to the podcast at, I think, 1.5 speed, so the music is not fast enough for what I'm used to.
Oh, I thought you were just going to be like, man, this is awful in person.
No, it's a more
my editors are very good. Yeah. It's like chill vibes, right? Okay. So one of the things I've started doing with the show is just introing by letting you do the elevator pitch for what the app is, because I'm bad at it. So I'll let you really quickly introduce what shop pattern is, and yeah.
Great. I was thrilled. Yesterday I wore a Masters shirt, and I met like 3 golfers. Just a show of hands, just so I can put it at the right level of difficulty for how many golfers are in the room? Great, like 10 of us. Okay, awesome.
How many golfers in the room?
Mini golfers.
Look at that, yeah.
Many more of you. So Shot Pattern is a golf GPS app, of which there are many, where you go to a golf course and you want to see the hole in front of you. You want to know how far away the hole is to the bunker, the waters, so that you can play the golf course. Shot Pattern is different from what was there before because it is very focused on strategy and analytics, and it jumped on the, I guess, analytics train that has hit every sport, and basically adopted all of the smart ideas from the best minds in sports analytics and turned it into a consumer golf app.
Sweet. So you are not by trade, or at least by education, engineer. Is that correct?
Back in, I think it was 2016, I nearly completed a Udemy course.
You nearly completed a Udemy course. Okay.
Yeah.
So
but I did get sent to a boot camp. I want to give them a shout out. There's a organization that trains teachers how to teach entrepreneurship and app development, and they're here in Chicago. It's called Uncharted Learning and Mobile Makers. And so if you're looking to support high school app developers, you should check them out because the people there are unbelievable. And they were actually the ones that got me up and running with doing things the right way.
Wow. Okay. Well, okay, I didn't know this. So just to set the stage, your day job is that you're a high school teacher, and were you a golf coach back then too?
Yeah, so as a golf coach back then, I teach high school business. I was coaching boys golf and girls basketball and teaching business.
So then how do you go from that to let's build an app?
I was actually trying to become a college basketball coach, and I was looking
You made
for
the wrong app.
looking for a path in, and somehow found mental training and mindfulness, and we had amazing teams, amazing athletes. We had an All-American that I coached, tons of kids go play Division I sports, and tons of pressure from themselves, from their parents, from their expectations, and I watched mostly my really good players suffer these identity crises around their sport. And I said, I know that you can get more help. I know that you can develop mental skills, mental hygiene, and I see you struggling, and I want to build something to help you. So I started building a meditation app for golfers. My thought was one for golfers, one for basketball players, and one for all the other athletes. I'm just gonna like boom, churn them out in like a year, and then probably retire 2 years later.
Right, yeah, millionaire.
Exactly.
Why separate apps instead of like a mega sports app?
Because I had no idea what I was doing.
Okay. Well, it's interesting you say that because I do feel like there is a trend right now, I don't know if you've seen this, of like make X for Y, like dating apps for Chileans or something. I don't know, like very specific niches. I don't know if that's offensive. Sorry. But actually, that probably is a real niche. Now that I think about it, dating apps probably. Okay, that was a bad, or maybe that's a good example.
Who knows?
I think that's why is like the idea is, you know, you can compete or you can find a field where there's less competition and like really narrowly find that niche, and you can build a business out of that. But it sounds like that was not, you weren't thinking at that level there.
Maybe partially, but it was mostly just I couldn't think about how to package the content unless they were separate apps. So I knew that I cared about two audiences deeply, and then figured other people probably want this too, so I'll do that one last.
Okay, and so you wanted to make this app, and then what was the path from I want to make an app, but I'm not an app developer to I have an app?
It was Udemy course that I asked for Christmas, like 3 months of churning through it. At one point, I couldn't figure something out. I was like, you know what? Screw this course. I'm just going to start. And some YouTube videos and plugging away. And I think it was 6 months later, I had an app on the App Store. And I was so proud of it. And if
yeah, a round of applause. It really is like.
I wish we could show the screenshots because it is so hideous. You can imagine someone like that really didn't know what they were doing, but it was a start, and it got me going.
So you got that onto the store, and then you immediately became a millionaire, is that right?
Yes, exactly. As I retired, and then I went back to teaching. No, and then, like just about everyone, it was crickets. If you build it, they will go do other things. And so then I was like, oh, I wonder why this isn't working the way I thought it would. So I tried some things, and one of the things that I tried was I used somebody on Fiverr or something to get me the email address of every single college golf coach in the country. Division I, Division II, Division III, men's and women's. I got it in an Excel file, and one by one, I emailed them and just said, hey, this app exists. I wrote this like kind of salesy letter of what it could do for them and why it would help their team. And like 4 people wrote back. 2 people wrote back, unsubscribe. It was a one-by-one email. There was no list. One person said, you almost had me, but in the end, this was like the worst email I've ever read.
That's incredible.
And then one person said, I'm kind of interested, but I can't do this. I have a kid on my team that has Android, so get back to me when you have an Android app.
So you built an Android app?
I did, yes.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Being inexperienced and knowing nothing, I'm like, oh, surely you just need to have both platforms. That will solve all of your issues if you're just in both places. So I called up some places, like local Chicago dev shops, and said, hey, I just spent all this time trying to make this app a thing, and now they're asking for an Android app, and like, I'm tired. Like, I just learned all this stuff. I can't possibly learn another framework. Like, what would it take for you to build it? And they quoted me like $150,000. Like, oh, okay, so I guess I'll learn Android. And one of my students walked into my office shortly thereafter and said, Mr. Duffett, like, did you hear about Flutter? I'm like, I didn't hear about Flutter. No, what is it? And as you know, cross-platform language. And I said, okay, I'll pick this. And so I spent another 6 to 9 months building and learning, and I got really lucky. From one of those phone calls, I got referred to a design school where I had some career changers who were learning UI, UX, and for their final project, they needed to consult with somebody and fix their stuff. And my stuff needed fixing. And so as I was building this cross-platform app, they took all of my ugliness and came back with like, you could do this, you could do this, you could do this. And just seeing their ideas and the way they presented it to me and the way they took what I wanted it to be and made it prettier, I feel like just shifted things for me. And so I shipped again, and now this is 3 years after the first launch, cross-platform, get it out there, and still not a millionaire, no.
What did it pick things up?
Through all this?
Yeah, so you had users coming in at least.
I had tons more content in the app. It looked better. It was doing better, but still, it was a side project. It was doing nothing, and so it was. And at that point, I had my first kid. It was a traumatic experience, and so I kind of like paused really going after it for a little bit until COVID hit.
And then eventually you got back in the game, but the golf game specifically. So what's the story there?
So basically I found out, I interviewed some of my high school students who I like built this for, like, hey, like tell me about all these times when I saw you struggle. What did you do? And they basically told me nothing. It was everybody else's fault that I was feeling bad. And so I never like tried to fix it on my own. Like, oh, I should have known that. I watch how you don't take ownership over those problems. It's got to show up more in your life, more times before you realize it's actually up to you to fix it. So I decided I was going to stop coaching basketball. Second kid was on the way, and it was time to like be home more. And coaching basketball was like my hobby job, where it paid a little, but it was a lot of passion and a lot of effort, and it was just getting in the way.
Yeah.
And so I quit that, and like 3 days later, because I am who I am, I started building another app, and I promised myself that this time it was going to not be like the other one, where it was all this time and all this effort and all these excuses for why I couldn't do something else because I was doing it. It was just going to be for fun. And it was just like, hey, I want this thing to exist. Let me see if I can do it now that AI is starting to come into the picture.
And what was it that you wanted to exist?
So, as I mentioned at the start, there was these analytical minds who had presented these ideas of kind of the game theory approach to golf, of if you can outsmart the golf course, you can play kind of at your peak because you know the numbers and you strategically maneuver your way around. And I just wanted that for myself. And so I, like in 3 weeks, threw something together, and in the end I was like, I kind of like how this looks. It took me a day to hook in RevenueCat subscriptions. Like, okay, I guess we'll publish
there it is.
To the App Store. I want a sticker for every RevenueCat mention for my kids.
I think that can be arranged.
And I like the way it looks, so I was like, you know what? I guess we'll publish it. And if it makes $1,000, I can feel less guilt about spending a little bit of money on golf this summer. I got to find a way to justify it, and so that was my goal.
And what was the main pitch at launch?
So at launch, so bare bones, but it was this strategic UI that said, when you show up on the course, we can give you a picture of the course in front of you and where your ball might go so that you can maneuver your way around, like according to these best practices that the golf nerds and analytical nerds like me were starting to abide by.
So did you have a whole bunch of courses like loaded into it? Like what's the, how did, it doesn't sound like a small project when you describe that.
No, and all the other apps have that. But what I had was essentially 2 lines on the MapKit satellite view and like 6 buttons. It was just the MapKit satellite. So if you pulled it up when you're in your backyard, it would just be like, sure, this is a golf course. Or if you pulled it up when you're in the city, wherever you were, it would just be like, if you think you're at a golf course, you can be at a golf course. And it would just draw the lines that said, you're pointing this way, and from side to side in front of you, it is 75 yards wide. And so it was very, very, very amateur in terms of its presentation and all that it could do.
Was this one also Flutter, or was this
No,
iOS
this was
only?
just pure iOS because it was only for me. It was just, I wanted fast, I wanted it to work, and I just wanted it to be quick.
Phew, we almost had to just like stop it right there. So then you got this one in the store. Did it go the same way, or was it immediately different?
No, it was almost immediately different. With the first one, like I knew my customers by name. There was Norm who would email me like every 6 months and saying he loved the app. I'm like, yay, somebody loves my app. And this time I would get sales and I would never hear from the person. And it was like I would send out a tweet or I'd jump into a conversation online and then a couple trials and a couple sales. And it was so much easier than it had ever been before. And it was just like, oh, this is different, this is better, this is working. Like this maybe this could be something.
And what do you attribute to that? Is it just, it was more useful for people, or is it purely like people are actually searching for this problem to solve and finding it through the App Store?
So I think the biggest jump, there's a few reasons, but I think the biggest thing was in the first case, I took a group of people that didn't know that they had a problem and tried to push them to solve it in a way that I thought would be useful for them. And in the second case, for 5 years before I ever published the app, other people were talking about, this is the way to think about golf. This is how to do things. And there was this movement happening around golf strategy and analytics. And all I did was show up with a tool that did a very basic job. And like, cool, I've been learning about this. I've been actually doing this thing on Google Maps. And I hadn't even considered that there might be a simpler, faster way to do this thing I'm already doing. And so it took no convincing that an app might be helpful for them.
Yeah, you didn't have to create the demand.
Exactly.
You were fulfilling demand that was already there.
Exactly.
Yeah, that makes sense. So, okay, so it started taking off kind of right away. We briefly talked, and I have listened to your Subclub episode and read some of your stuff, but I was trying to forget as much as I can. But I remember you describing right towards the beginning, like one of the darkest times of your whole indie app journey. So what's the story there?
So there's these pressure points along the way. And basically, I decided to hook in some course data, and I put in a $5,000 investment. Like, what am I doing? How did I end up down this path again of like chasing this dream? But it significantly enhanced the functionality, and a person won a professional golf tournament using the app. And then within a month, they sent me an email, said, hey, we want to talk. And I'm like, oh, they're gonna try to buy it. This is amazing. Holy cow, this is the dream.
Yeah.
And it turned out our meeting was scheduled for 10 a.m. on August 18th, 2023. My daughter was born August 18th, 2023 at 10 a.m.
I don't think you were here, but that was a theme of the last talk.
Was it really?
Like, I was going to make a joke that I think Riley's mom's birthday is that exact day or something, because he brought that up a bunch of times. That's so funny. Anyway.
And so I emailed it at midnight the night before. I'm so sorry, but I think I'm going to be busy tomorrow. Can we push back our meeting? And sure enough, they were interested in buying the app. We went back and forth. At first, I was like, this is great. And then I realized, holy cow, like, how much is this going to be worth? Because at this point, I'd done like $2,000 in sales, and I had spent a handful of weeks in development.
Yeah,
and
no marketing, right, at this
I mean,
point?
Yeah, organic marketing, a
Right,
little
right.
bit of search ad, like, yeah, just basically nothing. I'm like, oh, like, there's not a good value to put on its potential at this point. And so we went back and forth, and I called some people. I got another sub club shout out. This is number 2. I hopped in the sub club community and talked to Seth Miller, and he gave me a little ammo to just be educated. And we went back and forth, and eventually it was $75,000, and you can't work on another golf app for at least 3 years. And I was like, okay, like, this would be more money than I've ever come close to making an app that, like, better than the dream outcome when I started. And so I sat down, and one of the things they did was ask me to make this pitch deck, essentially, to, like, what are you using, what's your technology, and how are the numbers so far? So I built that, and in an effort to justify what was worth more than some multiple of my measly revenue, I found the State of Subscription Ads.
Oh, man. State of Subscription Apps Report by RevenueCat.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah.
And I started, like, referencing my benchmarks and my trial start rate and my trial conversion rate and my conversion to paid. And I was like, holy cow, like, this is not just good, this is off the charts good. This is really, really working. People love this. And so when they came to me with that number, I said no. I was like, you know what? I'm going to go for it. Like, it was the nail in the coffin was at the last second they said, like, don't touch another golf thing for 3 years.
Yeah.
And I was like, you know what? No, I want to try. And so you asked about the dark period. Wow, it took a long time to get there.
Everything sounds very positive at this point, right?
I turn it down. I'm flying high. Golf Digest calls, like, the next day to talk to me. I'm like, oh, this, like, forget those guys. And then the winter hits, and then I do my taxes, and I realize that I made $1,000 the year before. And at this rate, it's going to take me 75 years to chase that number that I just turned down. I'm like, what have I done? And I shout out to Curtis Herbert, who's here. I was so miserable because one thing that they told me was that if I didn't sell it to them, they were just going to build it and read between the lines, we're going to crush you, and it's game over. So you better sell it to us. And I was like, I turned this number down. I have no time. I have kids. I have a job. I can't figure out how I'm ever going to get that number that I said no to. And so I emailed Curtis. And I was like, Curtis, do you have a crystal ball for me? Help me see into the future. Like, what have I done? Do I just need to go crawling back to them and beg them for this offer that they gave me? And thank you. He didn't tell me the answer, but he gave me the permission to just keep going, to say, you know what, like, drop the expectations, do what you can at the pace at which you can do it, and you never know what can happen, and just do your best. You have the summer to make an investment, and who cares how long it takes? Just keep going.
Like, don't compare yourself to the 75,000. Like, just
exactly.
move forward.
They could have retraded it. You never know how it's going to shake out. It was never a for sure thing. Just let go of that and just keep plodding along.
And that's what you've done, right?
Right, and it still hung over me. But then because that was there, because I felt like I had basically this really short window to outrun them coming after me, I took a big swing at paid ads as soon as, like, I shipped a bunch of new features, I tried to add in a ton of value, give my users more of what they wanted, and then I was like, I have to go for this. If they're coming for me, surely.
Yeah.
So I need to take a big swing. And so I paid a handful of people to make some content for me, and I started to set up a Meta Ads account, and I said, you know what, this needs one more video. Let me throw something together. Like, quickly made a video in my basement and hit go.
And when you say content, this isn't content in the app. This is like, we're going to do some, like, external marketing.
Yeah,
right?
Run paid ads. Run paid ads on Meta.
And so how did that go then?
So I had paid a few $1,000s for different content creators. And like I said, I threw in this one extra ad because I had heard you needed at least 3 videos in an ad set. It's like, I guess I'll make one myself. And I hit go, and I still remember I woke up one morning and I, like, kind of rubbing my eyes and checking my phone. I'm like, is that right? And I was getting installs for, like, 70 cents, 80 cents through meta ads and looking at my dashboard in RevenueCat, I knew that within a week, those installs were worth like $4.
So yeah, you were spending 70 cents to get $4 back.
Exactly, within 7 days. And I was like, honey, I am off to the bank for a line of credit. Here we go.
Did you immediately just start like investing money into it then?
So I bumped it up, but I had maybe $8,000 like in the business account to spend, kind of left over from funding the first app that never went anywhere. And I was like, I can't really bump this up. I'm about to be out of money if I really ramp this up at all. So I went and I got an interest-free credit card and I pushed it as far as I could go, but it was also mid-July and like the season was ending. So I got signal that it was working. So yeah, that's in the final like closing months of, what would that be, 2024? Yeah, it hit over 150,000 in sales and did 6 figures in profit.
So yeah, that's crazy. So almost immediately you passed the 75,000
Yeah,
mark.
yeah, and that was like the monkey was off my back, and like, oh my, I did it. Like I can forget about that completely now, and I can just keep building. And my goodness, like I can't believe this is real.
So one of the, and you mentioned Curtis. I always think of Slopes, skiing, snowboarding app. It's also on this kind of real strong seasonal arc. I imagine golf is the same, unless it's really popular in Australia too.
Yeah, it's popular, but nowhere near. It's very seasonal, and so it feels like every January and February when everything's at its lowest point and all the monthlies have canceled, it's like trying not to go back to that place that I was at the beginning.
That's what I was going to say. Is it get dark?
Is it ever coming back? Is it ever going to like work again? Was that it? So yeah, in the winter it's hard, but it's a chance to plan new features and do longer, slower, bigger rollouts and keep building again. And it's come back every year. And actually tomorrow is the app's 3rd birthday.
Oh, wow. Well, happy birthday.
Yeah.
Man, so many birthdays. So with that seasonal arc then, do you spend most of the like off season thinking about features and then on season like marketing and bug fixes? Is that kind of the pattern, or do you do something different?
That's probably generally how it follows, but it's a whirlwind all the time. I just started tracking my time, and I've been telling people, oh, I spend like 15, 20 hours a week working on it maybe, and then I started tracking my time. It was like 30, 35. I'm like, oh, that's why I'm tired.
Yeah, because we should say like
that.
you're still a teacher.
Yes.
Did you ever stop teaching, or
No,
have you?
I still teach full time and do both. And I work in an amazing school with amazing kids, and I really like my job, and I'd love to keep doing both. So yeah, it's just finding the balance. And luckily, I have a job where I have the summers to like reset and regroup and only have one thing.
That's pretty crazy. What is there any features you can think of that have moved the needle in terms of bringing in more users, like a feature itself, not marketing?
Yeah. So it was one of the ones at the very beginning. So it was basically the godfather of golf analytics talked about how he had used a simulation to, if you hit 100 shots on this hole, here's what the average score would be. And after I purchased all of this golf course data, I realized that I could help a golfer see that simulation in front of them based on their own data. And it was this feature of like, hey, we're going to take all of your shot history, we're going to project it onto the hole in front of you, and we're going to compute an expected score for you, not for golfers like you, not for in general, not for PGA Tour players, but for you. And it was that really took things from it's going nicely to like this is a real business, because that's what got the that group that made the purchase offer that eventually just like made Shot Pattern known for like this customizable strategy tool.
And what is it that made that move the needle? Because like the feature itself, your current users are going to see, but was it like really marketable, or like how did you take advantage of that? I guess
I put it on Twitter and with a spicy comment of like this would be highly illegal if you try to use it during a tournament, but it's coming and it's going to be really cool. And that was my first tweet that like had some virality to it, and that's when it found a handful of college programs and these other people with an audience, and just people started calling me from there.
Do you specifically think about cohorts like you just described, like students at colleges or professionals or really rich amateurs? Like, is there a certain like segment that you're thinking about more or marketing to?
That's one area where I can learn more and I can figure out. But based on my email exchanges, based on what I can see in my dashboards, luckily there's a lot of people like me who are nerds, who love to play golf, and they want an app that will allow them to marry those two interests together. And so I hear from, like, a lot of my customer support emails are like, this is great, and have you thought about this? And oh, by the way, I'm a software engineer. And so that is the core, which feels really fun to have this kind of community of like-minded people.
And then I guess, since this is a revenue cap podcast, where your business model is subscriptions, right?
Yeah.
Where do you put the line on premium versus free, assuming there even is a free version?
Yeah, there's a free version. It's really limited. One of the things that happened at the beginning was I had done all of this hobby job work of being overcommitted to basketball, being overcommitted to my first app, and trying to justify that it was worth my time because it paid me something. And early on in this, my wife turned to me like, is this a hobby or is this a business? And I think what she was saying is I am sick of you having these hopes and dreams that go nowhere. Can you please just go get paid $50 an hour to be a contractor or something? And so I was like, all right, this is only gonna be worth it if it pays me something. And I have to figure, do people actually want this? Because I spent so long thinking that there was a path to convincing people that they wanted it. And so I'm gonna put it pretty limited free plan. I'm going to find out very quickly if people actually want to pay for something like this, because otherwise I'm not going to have it interrupt my family life and my other hobbies. So there's a small freemium, small free plan, and just about everything is on the paid side.
Okay, that makes sense. And I imagine that also contributes to having a higher lifetime value for the customers that you're paying ads for, which makes those easier to make work.
Exactly, and there's plenty of people out there that are spending thousands of dollars a year on golf, and so getting a free subscription to a $100 a year app is honestly, they're like, oh, that's whatever, I would have paid for it anyway, because at that dollar amount, it makes no difference to them.
Awesome. All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and start wrapping us up, but I always have to ask the same question to end the show, which is, what's a person or people out there that have inspired you and your work?
So I'll give you two. So the first one is way back when I was doing the mental training aspect, I read a book that I keep coming back to because it reminds me of what is actually important. The book is called The Only Way to Win by Dr. James Lohr. I looked earlier, it's $6 on Amazon right now, and there's only 4 hard copies left. And I read it as a basketball coach in an environment where everyone is trying to outpace each other. You want to get the highest status job. You want to have more wins. You want to make more money. And it's written for people who have done all of that and gotten to be 40 or 50 or 60 and realized that getting all of those things didn't fill the hole, didn't make them feel better. That actually the most important thing is the relationships with the people that matter most to them. And so I keep coming back to, who is this for? What is this for? My Slack picture is me and my family and my wife and my kids. Because in the end, if it doesn't make that better, then it doesn't, being on the stage, having whatever MRR, it's not worth it. So that's my number one. And the other one is Curtis's podcast, Independence. I listen to every episode in order, and it's awesome to be able to go listen to him and his co-hosts, and you can hear the difference between almost there and true product market fit. And listening to that podcast resonated with me so much because I had what felt like an almost, and then you hear Curtis of it's just working. That felt like a cheat code to have the answer to how it all turned out, but be able to go replay the history of how he got there. So I would recommend Kurt, don't go emailing him. We're not going to flood his emails. You can join the sub club, or you can email me instead. But learn from him.
Are the episodes still up? They're still up. Okay, I am also with you, because I think when I got into this, the iOS scene, you were in the process of winding it. Like, there were still some episodes, but I also went back and just mainlined the whole thing. That and Under the Radar is another one, and both of those were like such good lessons on like what is it like working and living in this world. Because I came from Microsoft development world, which is just a completely different world. And obviously teaching, like, you can learn code, but there's so many things that you probably just intuit when you've existed and heard people talk about it. And so even though it's older, listening to people just kind of talk through their experiences is surprisingly very, very useful.
Yeah, and you get the answers. I think that's one thing that's amazing. Like, you get to hear people, and then you know how the story ends, and it's so helpful to hear how they're thinking and talking about it, and know who's got it and who doesn't.
Yeah. And we have a little time left, and your first question made me think of something, which is you came from a completely different world than probably many of us here. What are things in both teaching and in kind of the sports coaching world that you think would be good lessons that have like worked well for you coming over into software development? I didn't prep you for this, so that's like a interesting one to sit and chew on, I guess.
That's a really great question. I feel like the thing that has worked best for me in both of the things is that I love to learn. I think that's why I'm a teacher. I just love to gobble up as much knowledge as I possibly can. And when I was coaching, it was like every single time I was in the car, I was listening to a basketball podcast, and like my coworkers like, how do we keep up with you? And I'm like, I'm not trying to I just think it's interesting. And now it's the same thing with podcasts about apps and businesses and exits, and it's just fascinating to me. And so I think just being hungry to learn, being here, like you're in the right spot. I think that has been the thing that has served me best, and that it doesn't feel like work. I want to listen to Sub Club or Launched while I push the stroller or drive to work. And I don't know what songs are cool, but I listen to a lot of podcasts.
And yeah, listen at super fast speed so that when your kids hear it, they can make fun of you, right? I don't know if that happens to you, but that is me all the time.
Yeah, when they're in the car, we listen to other things.
Yeah, that's good. All right, well,
one
thank
more
you.
thing.
Oh, yeah, please.
I feel indebted to Revenue Cat. I'm not a plant, I promise. My wife says I need a new T-shirt because I have worn out the one that I have because I wear it like all around the house every day. But I know that your mission is help developers make more money. And I don't know what that feels like to everyone in the organization and whether that feels like a noble mission. But
we literally start all of our like big company. This isn't even a joke. Like Jacob will start every company call with just a slide that says, "Oh yeah, that's right. Like our mission is to make developers help developers make more money." It's like we drill it in. It comes up in every product discussion. It really is like what we think about constantly.
Right, and I would just want everybody on the team to know that from start to finish, I have leaned on you guys and the tools, from setting up subscriptions, to listening to the podcast, to the state of subscription apps, to joining the community, to the paywall, everything. I feel like I'd lived without it, I've lived with it. And when I started this app, my wife and I had spent multiple six figures to try to build the family of our dreams. And then my daughter was on the way, but we were like, do we sell the house? We're never going on a vacation again. We are not in a good financial spot. This was that important to us, and we knew we were making that decision, but we're not going to have what we thought we had with this family. And that all changed because of this app, in large part to what you guys make possible. And I reached out to David and to Jacob a year ago saying, I'm taking my kids to Disney World, and I get to not only have this family that I've been dreaming of, but I get to have all the great experiences that I wanted to, because you guys help developers make more money. So thank you.
Man. We got that recorded, right? Well, on that note, let's go ahead and wrap up. we're not going to do a Q&A, but are you going to be hanging around for a little bit
I'll be
after
hanging
this?
around. I'm happy
Yeah,
to
yeah,
have
and
a
he's very talkative and fun to talk to, so definitely do come up and ask any follow-up questions. But where can people find both you and obviously Shot Pattern?
Yeah, so I'm on LinkedIn, Eric Duffett. I think it's on here somewhere. Feel free to connect, to reach out. And then Shot Pattern is iOS only right now, so I can try to keep my sanity maintaining only one app. And we're on Instagram and Twitter. It's mostly other people running the content at this point, so I can keep my sanity. But that's the two places to check it out.
All right, awesome. Eric Duffett, everyone.
All right, thank you, Charlie, Eric, and Neem. I guess I don't want to take too much more time. Did those lights get brighter?
Oh, they got brighter.
Oh wow, okay, I can't see.